This audiobook contains 24 censored sentences and 137 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Anyway, I don't dare to go near Shibuya anymore. We'll just go buy things in other places in the future. After the members of the gaming group had spoken, Goko Ruri, who had not spoken for a long time, also chimed in. Kuroneko, just now I asked Marshal Uncle Jerry about Sukuna and that honored one. It just wrote on a piece of paper it'll win, and then lay on the ground and play dead. I don't know what it means. Kuroneko. But looking at its appearance, it should be playing a meme. He'll go ask it again. The reminder Jerry gave was indeed very abstract. But also because it was indeed abstract, on the contrary, it really made the troll, Umaru, guess if it was that the so-called honored one had said such a sentence, and then was instantly defeated by Sukuna. And Kagae-sama, who couldn't guess at all, timely showed her concern in the group for Tsukimi Eiko, who should have suffered a considerable blow. Although it is a rule of the hidden world that it does not interfere with the surface world, for a monster who lived 1,000 years ago, it is indeed a bit unreasonable to make him abide by modern rules. Right now, besides a mysterious person, no one knows what will happen in this Shibuya incident and what kind of crisis it will ultimately cause. So it's right for everyone to be a little more careful before that. This matter was too big. Even Kagae-sama didn't have much confidence now, let alone sealing off Shibuya at the end of October. What if, after she had used all sorts of resources to seal off Shibuya, in the end, Ryman Sukuna did not choose to revive in Shibuya? The intertwining of plots between ordinary works would not cause any big problems. At most, it would just slightly change the fate of those ordinary people. But since it concerned the safety of the hidden world, Kagae-sama naturally had to be more cautious in her judgment. Fortunately, there was still half a year. In these 6 months, she and the girls in the group would definitely not continue to stay in the same place. Even if that mysterious person, for the sake of so-called laying low, continued to stay out of it, it was not impossible for them, these girls, to find a way to deal with Sukuna at that time. Hammon, breathing style, spiritual power, jujitsu, as long as there were reading points, all these supernatural powers could be controlled by her. But just to be safe, Eiko, if you really want to continue to be a singer, it's best to leave Shibuya first. I can still help you introduce some reliable agencies and managers. However, to this, after Tsukimi Eiko had thanked Kagae-sama for her help, she still shook her head. Tsukimi Eiko, the owner of this shop, has saved my life. I definitely can't just leave like this. And there are so many people here in Shibuya. If an accident really happens, I want to stand by and watch them get into trouble. Although Tsukimi Eiko herself knew very well that this was not something she could do now. She felt that having stayed in Shibuya for so long, she couldn't just stand by and watch everyone get into trouble. Seeing Tsukimi Eiko's resolute attitude, Kagae-sama remained quiet, saying only that if there was any new information from the hidden world, she would still share it with everyone in time. Chapter 125. Waiting for an info dump from Gojo Satoru, while the girls in the chat group were worrying about the Shibuya incident that might happen in half a year, Mayachi Haikuji's mood was much more stable. He had never been very worried about the matter of Ryman Sukuna, especially after finishing the manga. The final battle that had been hyped for so long, in the end, besides the honored one, only a few passers-by had fallen. In fact, the protagonist group even had the mind to start reviewing and shifting blame after defeating Sukuna, as if they had no sense of accomplishment from defeating the former King of Curses. On the contrary, it was as if they hadn't achieved a perfect victory while playing a game and wanted to restart. Faced with such an abstract plot, Mayachi Haikuji felt that when the time really came, he had plenty of ways to directly spoil everything to Gojo Satoru's face. Mayachi Haikuji really didn't believe that an info-dumped Gojo Satoru, who knew all of the villain's plans and actions, and at the same time had mastered the post-battle review information, would still be able to say that line, "I'm sorry I couldn't make Sukuna use his full strength." Compared to the abstract plot of Jujutsu Kaisen, he was a little more concerned about those works whose situations had not yet been determined. Like Morio Town, which still appeared in this world despite the absence of the Joestar family and the Speedwagon Foundation, and Fuyuki City, Mifune City in Tokyo, and Misaki Town in Hokkaido. These place names from the Type Moon universe basically confirmed that magicians should exist, but he didn't know which Type Moon timeline it was following. However, as Maiachi Haikage had been wandering around these past few days under the guise of scouting locations, Cinchuredo could not yet be determined. They needed to be observed for a period of time. Overall, among the intelligence Maiachi Haikage currently possessed, there had been no major crisis related to the destruction of the world. In fact, one could say that as long as they got through the Shibuya incident, there should be no more danger in Tokyo for a short period of time. However, when making this judgment, Maiachi Haikage felt that he might be raising a flag. After all, who knew what other messy characters would pop up in this hodgepodge world? But all he could do was to continue writing his diary to accumulate his own strength. Right now, he had just finished filming the 3rd episode of his new account's video series and was now burying himself in editing at home. Because the first video had been a great success, bringing a considerable traffic shock to both Ida Kaiji and Sakakibara Kichi, they were naturally also looking forward to the subsequent video shoots, and had even taken the initiative to say that they could spend some more time after school to shoot, striving to stabilize the current traffic. And so, Maiachi Haikage, who had originally said he would shoot a video once a week, had also become a little more diligent, increasing the filming frequency to 3 episodes in 2 weeks. Anyway, there were enough murder cases here in Baika Town. For example, the classic art museum murder case was the content of the 2nd episode. That art museum was originally going to be demolished and converted into a hotel, but the real estate developer who had bought that piece of land had died, and the demolition work on the art museum had to be stopped just as it began. This had also made it convenient for Maiachi Haikage's filming. After the 2nd video was released, it was still well received. And for the 3rd episode, what they had filmed today was the library murder case. The case of hiding a corpse on top of an elevator, which caused the elevator to issue an overweight warning even though the number of passengers had not exceeded the limit, paired with eerie music and a ghost story that Maiachi Haikage had prepared in advance. Although this place was the only one among the 3 video locations that was still open to the public, Maiachi Haikage felt that the sense of pressure in this episode should be even stronger, because there really were vengeful spirits haunting this place. Although their strength was not high, and they had no intelligence, and could not cause substantial harm or influence to people. But in the footage shot with the lens modified by Maiachi Haikage's camera obscura, there were some Easter egg images that required careful attention to discover. As for why Maiachi Haikage, who possessed the Pyryang body, could do this, besides using the constantly improving ability of Yellow Temperance to suppress his Pyryang body, he had also obtained the production method of a small item during this period. At least, that's what he said in his diary. These past few days, he had indeed only obtained some delicacies from the gourmet world and some inconspicuous small items through the diary. But only Maiachi Haikage knew how useful this small item was to him now. That was the production method of sealing talismans for Naruto. Because of a patch from the diary, the production of this thing did not require the use of chakra. It could be driven directly by using spiritual power or Hammon. As long as a sealing talisman was placed on his dantian below his lower abdomen, he could solve the hidden danger of his Pyryang Bodhis yang energy leaking out. Paired with the disguise effect of Yellow Temperance, even the Intuition Max Shina Mishiro wouldn't be able to detect any problem no matter how close she got. Maiachi Haikage exclaimed that if he had gotten this thing earlier, there was no way he would have been discovered by Shina Mishiro before. However, having an obedient mole like Shina Mishiro couldn't be considered a bad thing. So Maiachi Haikage did not get too hung up on this point. After obtaining the production method of the sealing talismans, Maiachi Haikage naturally, at the first opportunity, made a badge for himself that would be enough for a few months. After all, besides self-suppression, this thing could also have a sealing effect on those vengeful spirits and ghosts. And by relying on these basic sealing talismans, one could continue to make some deductions upwards. The return on studying it was also very high. Because sealing jutsu itself was something with a rather absurdly high ceiling in Naruto. An ordinary sealing jutsu could seal some small items to be used as storage equipment. A medium-level sealing jutsu could seal ninjutsu, and a high-level sealing jutsu could seal a tail beast. Even a final boss, Tsutsuki Kagaya, was sealed by a sealing jutsu. It was the kind of thing you could study until you were old. If he could really study sealing jutsu to the level of the later stages of Naruto, then when he faced those enemies, he could also have a big trump card hidden until a critical moment. In any case, Mayachi Hikage, who had obtained the radiant physique of the Barato on the first day he got the diary, could finally rest assured and go back to laying low. In Baika Town, which had been undergoing a spirit purification activity for over half a month, could finally return to its original state. Mayachi Hikage now only hoped that those vengeful spirits and cursed spirits who had been driven away by his Barato could hurry up and move back home, so he could see what a real chaotic mess Baika Town should be like. It's about time to call Jerry back. My research efficiency alone is still a bit too low, Mayachi Hikage muttered to himself. Jerry, who had been playing outside for so long, should also come back and continue to do research. And then he'll have Jerry send the full set of passerby heroine novels to Aerie, so she can have a good look at what kind of end those tsunderas of this day and age get. Chapter 126. Nanami Kinto, who doesn't want to work overtime while Mayachi Hikage was still editing his video at midnight. The early morning in Baika Town was not peaceful. On the surface, Baika Town was a bustling area close to the city center with a complete set of supporting facilities, apart from its ridiculously high crime rate. But because of its ley lines, feng shui, and some other messy barriers beneath the surface prosperity of Baika Town, the hidden world had long since treated this place as Tokyo's dumping ground for vengeful spirits. Even if this might lead to Baika Town's crime rate and suicide rate being much higher than in other regions. But the fact was, as the most populous city in Japan, and even the entire world, Tokyo did indeed need such a dumping ground. Over time, those exorcists were naturally unwilling to wander around this place, which was overflowing with malevolent aura. At most, the Tokyo Jujitsu High would bring new students over to find a few vengeful spirits to practice on when they enrolled each year. For the rest of the time, as long as no major commotion was stirred up, no one was willing to come here to clean up a batch of vengeful spirits that would inexplicably grow back after a while. At most, they would come here once a month to check on the state of the vengeful spirits. They would deal with some of the ones that stood out too much, and the rest would be left here. This situation had already been going on for many years. As long as they ensured those vengeful spirits stayed in Baika Town, they didn't have to worry about them causing any trouble. But this year, for some reason, an accident had occurred in Baika Town. A large group of vengeful spirits that had been staying obediently in Baika Town had suddenly run out in a swarm. And by the time the spirit mediums responsible for the areas surrounding Baika Town had finally noticed that the extra vengeful spirits in their own regions might have run out from Baika Town, nearly half a month had already passed since the collective escape. Faced with the increasingly agitated, vengeful spirits, the spirit mediums promptly reported this urgent information to the senior officials at the Shinto shrines and the Jujitsu headquarters. Compared to a freelance exorcist with no base like the godly mother of Shitamachi, although spirit mediums were also a profession that used spiritual power for exorcism. But most spirit mediums were based in shrines, signing contracts with the ley lines where the shrines were located. When necessary, they could directly borrow the spiritual power from the ley lines to perform exorcisms and could exert even greater strength in the region where their shrine was located. And they basically all had official positions in the Shinto religion. Of course, because they had signed a contract with the ley lines, spirit mediums were definitely not as free as jujitsu sorcerers and exorcists. If they were to leave their territory for a long period, they might even suffer a backlash from the ley lines. And between exorcists and jujitsu sorcerers, the latter placed more importance on family inheritance. For hundreds of years, a few jujitsu families and the jiu-jitsu headquarters had held the power of discourse in the jiu-jitsu world. The innate techniques, which could almost not be acquired later in life, was the threshold. It was also this threshold that had prevented a large number of talented people from becoming jiu-jitsu sorcerers in the past, thus having their talent taken away by Onmyoji, other exorcists, or other supernatural forces. It wasn't until after the establishment of the Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High that a crack was torn in this tradition, and every year, some students with no family background or even innate techniques would be absorbed as new blood to become jiu-jitsu sorcerers. At least, relying on the relatively open teaching philosophy of the Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High and the strong individuals who had come out of it in the past 10 years or so, the influence of jiu-jitsu sorcerers in the Tokyo area had also been steadily rising over the years. Although Baika Town was a dumping ground abandoned by the hidden world, it would still be very troublesome if an accident really occurred in the dumping ground. And so, facing the anomaly in Baika Town, besides the higher-ups of the Shinto religion sending a few spirit mediums over to investigate, the jiu-jitsu higher-ups had naturally also sent a grade 1 jiu-jitsu sorcerer to investigate the situation. As expected, those people from the jiu-jitsu higher-ups are terrible, making people work overtime in the middle of the night, standing on the territory of Baika Town. Feeling the malevolent aura rising from the ground, Nanami Kinto just wanted to finish the job quickly and get off work. After becoming a working man, he had always paid considerable attention to the volume of his hair. Every time he stayed up late to work overtime, it was a test for his hair volume. And although a place like Baika Town would rarely produce a threatening cursed spirit, one could say that the existence of Baika Town itself was a huge cursed land. Back then, some big brain had even thought of using a sealed Sukuna's finger to suppress the malevolent aura of Baika Town. The result was that not only was the malevolent aura not suppressed, but even the seal on Sukuna's finger was almost washed away by the malevolent aura. Working in this place might not be dangerous, but one absolutely could not let one's guard down. So have you found out anything from your investigation? Nanami Kinto asked the few spirit mediums who had come over to work overtime with him. We have already communicated with a few of the vengeful spirits that possess intelligence, but for some reason, those vengeful spirits are very reluctant to talk about this matter. It should be that some powerful exorcist from out of town, or even from abroad passed through Baika Town and used relatively ruthless means to cause great harm to the vengeful spirits, to the point that even these surviving vengeful spirits don't dare to look directly at that exorcist and have no idea what they look like or any other characteristics. A similar situation has actually happened a few times before. After all, this is a bustling area of Tokyo, and there are many foreign tourists. Among them, there are some with special abilities. When those tourists see the situation in Baika Town, they will either choose to take a detour, or they will just clean up some of the blind, vengeful spirits. But a large-scale cleansing like this is the first time it has happened. The spirit medium frowned tightly and said what he had investigated. 30% of the vengeful spirits in Baika Town were directly dispelled. 60% suffered injuries of varying degrees, Centuredo. For safety's sake, we must completely wipe them out. A powerful exorcist, Nanami Kinto naturally knew how many vengeful spirits were gathered in Baika Town. Although there were no special grade vengeful spirits, the number of those judged to be grade 1 or 2 was not small, let alone him dealing with them. Even if Gojo Satoru were to handle it, it would probably take a whole night. Barato, importantly, the vengeful spirits here were an endless cycle. After banishing them today, a new batch would pop up in a couple of days. But a situation like now, where Baika Town was still filled with a sky full of malevolent aura, yet more than 70% of the area was clean and not a single vengeful spirit could be seen, and those who had escaped still dared not return. For such a powerful individual with cruel methods and unknown motives to come to Tokyo, who knows what their purpose is? Chapter 127. The entire hidden world is a complete mess. Nanami Kinto's job tonight was simple. Assist the spirit mediums in dealing with these escaped vengeful spirits and confirm the current situation in Baika Town. However, After seeing that the spirit medium's side wasn't under much pressure, he decisively chose to slack off. Sinchiredo, he wanted to see what the situation was like on the side of Shinto, the largest supernatural Barato in Japan, and whether it was also a complete mess. Starting from the mid-19th century, the period of mysterious decline, which had lasted for almost the entire 20th century, had caused the inheritance of many supernatural forces to dissipate over these 100 years. The secrecy rules of hiding oneself and not revealing supernatural powers in front of ordinary people were also gradually established at that time. This was, in fact, a compromise and cooperation between the weakened hidden world and the surface world, showing that it would not break the rules of the new era, only seeking a place for itself. The final result was that in these 100-plus years, a considerable portion of the supernatural forces had been incorporated and managed, such as Shinto and Zen Buddhism, and later the Jiu-Jitsu headquarters and some Onmyoji families. It wasn't until the end of the century that the trend of decline finally stopped, and from the beginning of the 21st century, a mysterious resurgence gradually began. And immediately after came the expanding desires and ambitions of various forces after they realized their power was beginning to recover. They competed for resources and redivided their territories. Recalling the difficult and morally questionable events he had been forced to participate in during his early years as a jiu-jitsu sorcerer, Nanami Kinto couldn't help but feel Barato nauseous. Back then, he had given up his identity as a jiu-jitsu sorcerer and had chosen to become a salaryman. Besides realizing that he was far from a true genius, it was also because he didn't want to get involved in the nonsense of those higher-ups. It wasn't until recent years that the frequency of those supernatural incidents had been constantly increasing. Only then did the state and the higher-ups of those forces realize. It was not only the high-end combat power of their respective forces that was reviving. Existences like vengeful spirits, curses, and yukai had also crossed 100 years and had once again welcomed their own period of revival and activity. It was also because of these external threats that the open struggles between those forces had decreased a lot in recent years. And Nanami Kinto, who had matured a lot after a few years of tempering in the workplace and had come to live more clearly, had only then chosen to become a jiu-jitsu sorcerer again. After hearing about the treatment of these spirit mediums, Nanami Kinto couldn't help but first curse the corrupt jiu-jitsu higher-ups. Look at those spirit mediums and the monks from Zen Buddhism. During the mysterious decline of the last century, they had seized the opportunity to tie themselves to Japan. The two forces had not only occupied more than 70% of the ley lines in Japan, but had also made a fortune in the surface world. They had even taken advantage of the fact that other forces were unable to absorb more talent to recruit a large number of talented mortals with their own capital. The jiu-jitsu world, on the other hand, had been stubbornly conservative. It was only when they couldn't hold on anymore that they had established the jiu-jitsu headquarters, and then, relying on the Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High, they had cultivated a batch of top-tier combat power and mainstays of the jiu-jitsu world in the past half-century, only then gaining a lot of influence in the Tokyo area. After all, the hidden world still spoke with strength. But compared to the accumulation of Shinto and Zen, their jiu-jitsu sorcerers had fallen too far behind in the recent 100 years. He, as a grade 1 jiu-jitsu sorcerer with an innate technique, his usual benefits and treatment were actually on the same level as these spirit mediums who were weaker than him. Serves them right that it's getting harder and harder to recruit for jiu-jitsu high these years. If he didn't have an innate technique, and if he had met a jiu-jitsu sorcerer first when he didn't know anything, he should have just gone to be a spirit medium back then. However, he then continued to ask a few more questions. After learning that this group of spirit mediums had almost no days off all year round, had to work overtime every few days to deal with the increasingly frequent supernatural incidents, and had no overtime pay, he immediately helped them curse the slightly better, but still trash, Shinto religion. But thinking about it carefully, it was actually normal. After all, the values of the surface world and the hidden world were not the same. To make those old fogies understand the concept of overtime pay was probably 100 times Barado difficult than erasing a special grade cursed spirit. As expected, in this era of mysterious resurgence, the entire hidden world is a total mess. No matter where you go, you can't escape the fate of being exploited. After confirming this fact, Nanami Kinto sighed and then waved his hand at the few spirit mediums. "I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to take a turn inside Bika Town to check the situation. I'll bring you some coffee back later." When first entering Bika Town, some people would feel a little uncomfortable due to the overly rich, malevolent aura and the turbid spiritual power. It was probably like the feeling of just entering a bathroom that someone else has used. It smelled pungent when you first went in, but after staying for a long time, you seem to get used to it. But to really live here and breathe deeply would still make people feel grossed out. No one would like to come here if they had nothing to do. It was about to that extent. Nanami Kinto also, after spending a few minutes, had initially adapted to the spiritual power here. There are some changes from the rumors. He made a judgment in his heart. After all, when he had occasionally talked about this place, Bika Town, with others in the past, what those people had said was much more exaggerated than now. Like in Bika Town, although the spiritual power reaction was much more active than outside, absorbing the spiritual power inside would also pollute oneself, and after leaving, it would take several weeks to deal with the polluted spiritual power. But Nanami Kinto, who felt that he was already living in a cesspool, still tried it himself. Indeed, this spiritual power was not very easy to handle, but it had not reached the point of being so seriously polluting. As expected, it's all hearsay. They all say Bika Town is a garbage dump, but I don't think it's as bad as the rumors say, Nanami Kinto said, making his own evaluation after careful appreciation. After that, he went to those places that were recognized as having the most vengeful spirits. The hospital, the elementary school, the middle school. Although one could indeed still see vengeful spirits in these places, and the number was not small, they were basically just ordinary vengeful spirits with no intelligence. He did not see any high-level vengeful spirits. According to the spirit medium's statement, the casualties among the high-level vengeful spirits with intelligence in Bika Town were the most severe. After they had sensed the threat of the exorcist, they should have gathered in the middle to launch a counterattack against that mysterious exorcist. But in the end, they hadn't even seen the face of that mysterious exorcist and had been easily erased by him. It was just a pity that Nanami Kinto had wandered all over Bika Town, but had not been able to find any traces of intense spiritual power fluctuations. On the contrary, when he was buying coffee in a convenience store, he had even seen a young man who looked as if he had a little bit of spiritual power aptitude. Chapter 128. This guy is really asking for trouble, actually. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't that easy to tell if a person had talent for spiritual power. You either had to have extremely strong spiritual perception or use specialized detection equipment. But as the current record holder for consecutive black flashes in the jiu-jitsu world, Nanami Kinto's perception was naturally not too bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to investigate the spiritual power fluctuations in Bika Town. In his eyes, this blue-haired young man buying a drink was indeed a good seedling for cultivation. And he also had some impression of this young man. Before coming over to work overtime, he had received a file, which was a list of personnel who had recently entered and exited Bika Town. Among them, it was mentioned that this young man had just recently moved into the affluent area of Bika Town. His vitality was remarkably strong. If one were to observe carefully with cursed energy, one could faintly perceive a blazing bravado in his eyes. This kind of powerful build would certainly be valued among the monks of the Zen sect. Nanami Kinto's eyes lingered on him for a few moments. This physique was indeed rare among ordinary people. But that was all. Even if it was only 1 or 2 people out of 10,000 in all of Japan, that would still be 10 or 20,000 people. This didn't even count those families and forces with hundreds or even thousands of years of inheritance. And in fact, after experiencing 100 years of mysterious decline, even with the current mysterious resurgence, the number of supernatural individuals in Japan now could not possibly exceed 10,000. Even if he were really introduced to the Zen sect, he would probably only be an ordinary inner disciple. After a lifetime of hard cultivation, at most he would only reach the level of a grade 1. And he was also living in this broken place of Baika town. If he were outside, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live a peaceful and healthy life with his physique. But in a place like Baika town, which was overflowing with malevolent aura, this kind of yang-filled physique would instead become a shackle, making it easier to attract the attention of those vengeful spirits. Just like now, in a corner of the convenience store, there was a ferocious-looking, mid-level vengeful spirit staring at this young man, eager to make a move. He really had to thank that unknown, powerful exorcist for this. He had cleaned up the malevolent spirits and monsters of Baika town. Now, the number of powerful, vengeful spirits in Baika town had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, the yang energy on this young man would have probably been devoured clean by those powerful, vengeful spirits long ago. And perhaps it was also because his gaze had been on this young man for a long time that after a while, it naturally attracted his attention. The young man turned his head with some confusion and asked him, "Hello, is there something you need?" Nanami Kinto pulled back his thoughts, then reached up and adjusted his glasses. "It's nothing. You should be a resident who has recently moved into Baika town, right? Because the situation here is a bit complicated, so I'd like to take up a few minutes of your time to ask you a few simple questions." Facing the young man's puzzled gaze, Nanami Kinto took out his work ID. It was naturally not the Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer certification from Jiu-Jitsu headquarters, but a special consultant certificate provided by the Japanese Public Security Department. Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers would often appear in various places. Although what they did could not be known by ordinary people, sometimes they did indeed need to deal with them. An official identity could naturally make it easier to dispel other suspicions. After seeing this certificate, the young man's eyes did not show any fear, but instead, he nodded slightly at him. "Nanami-san, what do you need from me?" An ordinary person, when faced with an inquiry from the Public Security Department, wouldn't be so calm, would they? Not to mention he is only a 16 or 17-year-old boy. It seems this young man's identity is indeed not ordinary. "Shall we go outside to talk?" Nanami Kinto usually slacked off when he could, but when he was working, his attitude was still relatively serious. The young man thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, but let me pay for my things first." A few minutes later, the two of them arrived under a streetlight not far from the convenience store. Nanami Kinto first asked the young man for his name and identity. Mayachi Hikage, 16 years old this year, a new first-year student who has just enrolled at Toyogaseki High School. It matched the file. He wasn't lying. Nanami Kinto found his file on his phone and confirmed it. "You don't seem nervous. Could it be that you know why I came to find you?" Nanami Kinto asked, a hint of probing in his tone. Mayachi Hikage's expression was still calm. Starting from a few days ago, he could sense that besides the girls who had the diary, other strangers were mentioning his name with him as the target. Yes, it was his name, and not just a code name like Mysterious Person or Mysterious Exorcist. He had, through the ability of the name spell, traced back to the people who had mentioned his name, and after spending some effort, he had figured out the specific situation. More than half a month had passed since he had moved into Baika town and, relying on the passive ability of his pure yang body, had returned a clear sky to the town. The official side seemed to have finally discovered the changes here and had begun to send spirit mediums over to investigate. And the result of their investigation was to confirm that a powerful exorcist of unknown identity had appeared in Baika town and had cleaned up many powerful vengeful spirits. Of course, when the official side had sent the first batch of spirit mediums over to investigate, Mayachi Hikage had already, through the enhanced ability of Yellow Temperance and the Sealing Talismans, sealed off his own physique. In the end, that batch of spirit mediums had naturally returned without success. But officials were officials, after all. They had compiled a list of everyone they could find who had entered and exited Baika town in the past month. Mayachi Hikage, this student who had just recently moved into Baika town, was naturally also on their list. Fortunately, The rewards given by the diary had directly adjusted the timeline and the perception of some people. After being modified by the diary, Mayachi Hikage's bank account records could, from all aspects of human and material evidence, prove without a single blind spot that he had completely relied on his own efforts and sweat to earn such a large mansion at this age. And his appearance at this convenience store at this time was, one, because he did have the habit of coming to the convenience store to buy some snacks and drinks at this time. And another was that he had discovered that the person sent over to conduct the second round of investigation tonight was someone he knew. In the entire Jujutsu Kaisen, Nanami Kento was one of Mayachi Hikage's favorite characters. A salaryman, longing for a peaceful life, with blonde hair and a tie. He had a similar persona to Kira Yashikage from JoJo, but a completely different personality and essence. Most importantly, he had already received his bento and gone offline before the plot of Jujutsu Kaisen had become completely abstract, so his persona had not been affected by the later abstract plot. Therefore, after confirming that he was the Jujutsu sorcerer who had come to conduct the second round of investigation, Mayachi Hikage had prepared to come over and punch the clock. By the way, he also wanted to confirm how the disguise ability of Yellow Temperance was after it had devoured the vengeful spirit from the library. Although the theme of the videos I've been shooting recently may indeed be a bit sensitive, it shouldn't have reached the point of being against the rules, right? And haven't those cases all been solved by the police? At most, I've just added a little of my own understanding into the videos for the sake of entertainment value. Mayachi Hikage said this casually, which on the contrary, made Nanami Kento feel a little puzzled. He had, after observing that the other had some talent for cultivation, also thought of persuading him to leave this garbage dump of Baika Town as soon as possible, to avoid being entangled by more vengeful spirits in the future. But keywords like sensitive against the rules, cases, and entertainment value sounded a little unfamiliar to Nanami Kento. However, the experienced Nanami Kento's expression did not change at all. Even those cursed spirits could not judge his emotions from his expression, let alone dealing with an ordinary person like this. He had Mayachi Hikage's file in his hand. He was indeed a video blogger. It seemed that before coming to Tokyo, he had been making money by shooting internet videos. So, he was now settled in Baika Town also to shoot videos? Is making videos so profitable these days? To be able to buy a villa in Tokyo in just a few short years? As expected, Jujutsu headquarters and the Jujutsu higher-ups are terrible. The money he, a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, has earned over so many years is not even enough to buy a large villa in the city center. He quickly analyzed the other's words, and by the way, cursed the Jujutsu higher-ups again, but the expression on his face remained serious. Whether it's against the rules or not is not determined by your personal thoughts. This is also for your safety and the safety of the other residents of Baika Town. Now, take out the videos you've shot. Mayachi Hikage took out his phone and switched to his video interface. The length of the video was relatively long, which was actually a bit out of step with the trend of the short video era. But with the golden rule, he didn't need to care about these things. He just needed to shoot the video and then upload it and wait to collect the money. During the process of the video playing, Nanami Kento was frowning the entire time. This kid, he's really bold. It was very clear that this young man, named Mayachi Hikage, had no idea about the truth of this world. It could also be because his hot-blooded physique had given him a personality that was easy to get carried away. That was why he would so fearlessly appear at those crime scenes and use those cases with horror and thriller elements as the content of his videos. To be honest, the quality of this video was indeed good. The reaction of the guy in the video was sometimes quite similar to the reaction of ordinary people when they encountered a cursed spirit. Seeing that this video had already surpassed 500,000 views, to be able to find such a brand new video racetrack that few people had tried. This young man in front of him could indeed be considered a genius. It served him right to be able to buy a large villa in Tokyo at such a young age. But the problem was that this world really did have all sorts of messy demons and ghosts. Now it was because a powerful exorcist had suddenly popped up and had thoroughly cleaned this garbage dump of Baika Town, so it wasn't a big problem in the short term. But if this continued, If they kept going in and out of murder scenes and other supernatural locations, they would sooner or later run into a truly powerful vengeful spirit or cursed spirit and get themselves killed. I must stop this young man from getting deeper and deeper on the path of courting death. Chapter 129. The new ability of Yellow Temperance Japan has a population of over 120 million, with over 1 million deaths each year. Among these, more than 90% of the deceased have a specific cause of death. But every year, there's still more than 50,000 people who die unnatural deaths or go missing. And among these 50,000, the cause of barato and disappearance for nearly half of them is due to the influence of supernatural forces. On the way home from school or work, they encounter a passing cursed spirit or yukai and are taken by them. During Omegadoki, that is, the period from when the sun begins to set below the horizon to when it has completely set, this is the time when ordinary people are most likely to intersect with the hidden world. Some people will briefly activate their yin-yang eyes at this time, see things they shouldn't have seen, and expose their own fear, thus being discovered and killed by those vengeful spirits. In addition, in the early hours of the morning when the yin energy is at its heaviest, it is also when cursed spirits and yukai are more likely to appear and when vengeful spirits can more easily influence human consciousness. Under the influence of these vengeful spirits over the years, some people develop dark and destructive thoughts, ultimately walking down a path of no return. Of course, these are, after all, extremely low probability events. The reason why the hidden world is still the hidden world now is because these situations are, after all, in the minority. In a place like Tokyo, besides the garbage dump of Baika Town, the major supernatural forces of the hidden world still maintain a relatively high level of security in other parts of the city. The appearance of a yukai will have a reaction from yuki, and there are also many defensive barriers against yukai within the Tokyo metropolitan area. Therefore, it is very difficult for any great yukai to appear in a place like Tokyo. Third and fourth grade cursed spirits are not likely to cause too much danger. Vengeful spirits of the second grade and above might only appear once or twice a week on average. By the time the Jiu-Jitsu headquarters dispatches a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer to deal with them, they generally won't have caused too many casualties. As for those vengeful spirits that want to influence human consciousness at night, as long as humans can't see them, most of the low and middle-level ones can only act as a catalyst. It is only when a person first develops pessimistic and angry emotions, and their own will is not firm enough, coupled with the long-term influence of the vengeful spirits, that those cases of self-harm and danger to others occur. Actually, seriously speaking, if it were barato then 10 years ago, Nanami Kento would have been able to be calmer when encountering a situation like Mayachi Haikage's. After all, at that time, the supernatural had just begun to revive. A physique like Mayachi Haikage's was enough to deal with 99% of unexpected situations back then. But in these 10-plus years, the strength of the entire hidden world has been constantly increasing. 30 years ago, you couldn't find a few Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers in the entire Jiu-Jitsu world who dared to casually use domain expansion. 20 years ago, although the young Gojo Satoru had what could be called a miraculous talent, because the supernatural of that era had only just stopped declining. Everyone at that time felt sorry for him for being born at the wrong time. 10 years ago, with the revival of the supernatural, the unshackled Gojo Satoru comprehended the reverse curse technique on the verge of death, logically becoming the strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer of this era, and allowing Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers to return to the stage after 100 years. It seems to have started from Gojo Satoru's Nirvana-like rebirth 10 years ago that more geniuses and more powerful enemies began to emerge in the hidden world. Hearing that more and more geniuses were being born, a physique like Mayachi Haikage's was indeed nothing special. If he were filming in other parts of Tokyo, it would be fine, but here in Baika Town, his actions were a complete provocation to those vengeful spirits. Nanami Kento sternly criticized Mayachi Haikage's behavior. Of course, he did not mention anything related to the supernatural. For him, whether it was the jiu-jitsu world or other supernatural forces, they were all worthless. Although the young man in front of him had a talent for cultivation, with his ability to buy a large mansion here at such a young age, he should be using his talents in the surface world, not wasting his life in this increasingly unpredictable hidden world. He was simply using Biketown's high crime rate to remind Miyachi Hikage, stating that Biketown was very unsafe at night. And the videos they filmed could also cause discomfort to the residents of Biketown at any time, and could even cause panic within the town. If it were to cause other viewers to imitate and result in some accident, he, as the earliest blogger to film this kind of video, would also need to bear some responsibility. In short, he said it as seriously as he could. Anyway, all rights of interpretation were on his side. Miyachi Hikage had not expected Nanami Kento to be able to come up with so many reasons to stop him in such a short period of time. Actually, seriously speaking, he didn't really care what he filmed in the future now. After all, because of Shina Mishiro, Miyachi Hikage, who had originally planned to reveal his disguised identity bit by bit, was now completely exposed in the eyes of those girls. A male passerby, supporting character who had already been exposed and had also been observed by multiple diary-holding girls. This identity was already enough for him to use for a long time. In fact, even the identity of a descendant of the Demon Slayer Corps, which he had planned for a long time, was not so important now. Because Shina Mishiro had already said in the chat group that she would teach the simplified version of ripple breathing to her friends. So the current Miyachi Hikage really had no pressure at all and could completely use the abilities of Yellow Temperance and Jerry to do other things. Logically speaking, now that Nanami Kento had warned him, he would be safe if he presented evidence that the Public Security Department had issued the warning. He could then continue with a normal criminal case review, analysis, or mukbang. In any case, given the passive nature of the Golden Rule, he couldn't lose money no matter what. But the problem was that Miyachi Hikage's previous persona was set here. It would naturally not be good if the change was too sudden. At the very least, Miyachi Hikage still had to insist on his attitude for a little longer. After there was absolutely no room for maneuver, he could then put on a dejected look to score a wave of sympathy points. And so, Miyachi Hikage frowned and put on a thoughtful look. I came to Tokyo and found this place, Biketown, because I felt that this place is very special and has many stories that can be filmed for everyone to see. I can accept your review of my video content, and I can also blur the specific location where the case occurred. I will maintain a cautious attitude during filming to avoid the videos making others feel uncomfortable. That should be no problem, right? What Miyachi Hikage actually meant was for Nanami Kento to go and get a ban order, then he could directly transition to the into science and legal zone segments. However, Nanami Kento, watching the glint of confidence flash in Miyachi Hikage's eyes as he spoke, couldn't help but fall into a moment of silence. 10 years ago, he had become a student at Jujutsu High at the age of this boy in front of him. At that age, he had not had time to find his own direction in life before he first encountered despair, witnessing his friend die in front of him, and realizing how much of a mess this world was. Until now, he still didn't know what exactly he was working for. He suddenly thought of that friend of his. Although Miyachi Hikage, no matter from which aspect, seemed to have no similarities with that friend of his. But he still couldn't help but think of the words the other had said before they went on their last mission together. To do my best to do what I want to do and can do, I really like this feeling. That's probably what it meant. 10 years had passed. He couldn't even remember the other's appearance and the words he had said clearly. That's why I don't like dealing with young people like this, especially a guy who has already found the meaning of his life at such a young age. Nanami Kento thought to himself, but his words still held no mercy. You're still a minor, aren't you? A minor should just honestly do what they're supposed to do. I will contact your parents after this to know their attitude towards you doing these things. I will also report this to my superiors. During this period, you'd better not upload any new videos to your account, nor are you allowed to do any more filming work. As he said this, Nanami Kento adjusted his tie. It's getting late now. I've taken up so much of your time. You should go back and rest. After the results of the processing from above come down, I will contact you again. Nanami Kinto didn't care about Maiachi Haikage's reaction. After saying these words, he turned and walked towards the convenience store again. But Maiachi Haikage knew that Nanami Kinto's target was the pseudo-vengeful spirit in the convenience store, which was disguised by a small fragment of yellow temperance that had been separated from the main body. In the original JoJo manga, yellow temperance could only grow by devouring organic matter. In this half a month, by constantly feeding it, its size had also been constantly growing, and it had derived the functions of splitting and suppressing his physique. Originally, these changes had already made Maiachi Haikage very satisfied. After all, as a stand that appeared in the third part of JoJo, before the settings of stands were further perfected, Senchuredo, 9 of his Pyryong Bodis physique, and was finally able to see those so-called vengeful spirits with his own eyes, he had discovered that yellow temperance seemed to be very interested in these spiritual bodies as well. And after devouring the vengeful spirit from the library, yellow temperance had gained another form, that of a vengeful spirit that ordinary people could not see. Tonight, after confirming Nanami Kinto's whereabouts, Maiachi Haikage had separated a small fragment of yellow temperance, had it disguise itself as a vengeful spirit and follow behind him within 10 meters, and then had broken the connection. At the same time, he had also taken a tiny bit of the main body of yellow temperance and covered his face with it. One was to assist him in completing some subtle expression changes, and the other was to confirm whether Nanami Kinto could detect these two different forms of yellow temperance. Chapter 130. The current strength of Maiachi Haikage facts have proven that when yellow temperance disguised itself as a vengeful spirit and followed behind Maiachi Haikage, although ordinary people still couldn't see it, it could still be detected in the eyes of a jujitsu sorcerer like Nanami Kinto. But if yellow temperance was allowed to cover Maiachi Haikage's body in a materialized form for disguise, then Nanami Kinto couldn't detect it at all. From a distance, he watched as Nanami Kinto casually landed a punch on the 7:3 point of the vengeful spirit disguised by the fragment of yellow temperance, and the disguised spirit immediately collapsed and disintegrated just like a real one. Maiachi Haikage knew that this was his innate technique, the ratio technique. It divides the length of the target into equal parts and, according to Nanami Kinto's will, can arbitrarily create a weak point at the 7:3 position in a certain area. Height, arms, torso, head, as long as that point is hit in this 7:3 area, it can cause critical damage. It is also effective against non-living objects. It looks somewhat similar to the mystic eyes of death perception. Both were abilities that required the user to hit a specific position on the enemy. However, the lines or points of death seen by the mystic eyes of death perception could cause instant death upon being touched. But the damage caused by the ratio technique was just a critical attack, close to true damage, and could not achieve a decisive effect. Most importantly, even the mystic eyes of death perception would often encounter situations where they couldn't hit the person, let alone the ratio technique. Even if he learns domain expansion and relies on the sure hit effect that comes with it to improve his efficiency in clearing out small fry, for those enemies who have ways to deal with a domain, he still has to play close combat with people. Maiachi Haikage sighed with emotion in his heart about Nanami Kinto's ability. Although he was indeed a very reliable adult and did have many highlight moments in the plot, but a grade 1 jujitsu sorcerer was probably his limit. Unless she could, like Ryugi Shiki, develop the ratio technique to the extent that it could affect space and even concepts, perhaps then she would have a chance to become a special grade sorcerer. With the buffs from the Pyryong body and Hammond, my current physical fitness is definitely above Nanami Kinto's. If I wrap my body with yellow temperance and Hammond, the ratio technique would probably have a hard time breaking through my defense. This was Maiachi Haikage's thought after observing the exorcism methods of those spirit mediums and Nanami Kinto from a medium distance through the name spell, and then having a close encounter with Nanami Kinto, personally feeling the fragment of yellow temperance being defeated by his normal attack. The bonus from the Pyryong body plus Hammond was far greater than 1-1. Even if the ultimate life-form cars were to appear in front of him now, he didn't think his own ripple would be weaker than his. One could say that although his only means of attack now was Hammond, just by relying on his already perfected Hammond and his own physical fitness in the jiu-jitsu world, he would be at the level of a grade 1 sorcerer. This didn't even count the suppressive ability of the Puryong body against Een and Filth. If this anti-go special attack were to be added, reaching special grade would probably be a sure thing. I wonder how I compare to those jiu-jitsu sorcerers with a heavenly restriction, who trade their cursed energy for physical strength. Just like Fushiguro Chi from Jiu-Jitsu Kaisen, who traded 0 cursed energy for the strongest physical body. Just by relying on his physical fitness and curse tools, he had almost completed a solo kill on Gojo Satoru. Even when facing a fully awakened Gojo Satoru, he had a chance to escape, but he had given it up himself. However, the Harvest tonight was already quite good. He had met Nanami Kento, learned his own approximate strength, and confirmed the concealment effect of his stand. The only pity is that the paranormal videos will probably have to be stopped. They'll have to find something else for Itu Kaiji to do. Muttering this, Mayachi Hikage turned and silently walked towards his own home. Yellow Temperance had lost a small fragment. Although it wouldn't cause any damage to the main body or himself, he should still go back and feed it some more food to let it recover quickly. The next day after school, Mayachi Hikage told Shina Mashiro and Mayachi Hikari in advance that he wouldn't be going to Mahira's house for dinner today. After having a showdown with Shina Mashiro, Mayachi Hikage's visits to her house had also become more frequent. Of course, he wasn't as lazy as Mashiro and Hikari, who would just sit on the side and wait for food to be delivered to their mouths. He would also help out and make some of his own home-cooked dishes. This kind of life, on the whole, was still quite comfortable. Except when he occasionally ran into Kasumiga Kakayutaha at school. She would sometimes cast a suspicious look at him, not suspecting that he was the mysterious person, but suspecting that he might be trying to get with both sisters. After all, every time Kasumiga Kakayutaha went to find Shina Mashiro to discuss something, Mashiro would tell her to go and discuss it with Mayachi Hikage directly. And according to Shinomiya Kagai's observation, sometimes Mayachi Hikage would even go to the market to buy groceries with that Shina Mahiru, and the two of them looked quite harmonious. However, Kasumiga Kakayuta's focus was still on finding the mysterious person. She didn't spend too much thought on him and Shina Mashiro. After all, Shina Mashiro was also a girl who had a diary. Even if she was a little ditzy, she wouldn't be so easily won over by a male passerby supporting character. In any case, after school, Mayachi Hikage called Sakakibara Kichi and Itu Kaiji over to talk about the matter that the videos might not be able to be filmed anymore. Hearing this, Itu Kaiji, who had originally thought that everything was starting to get better, couldn't quite take it. After all, watching the video account's followers break through 100,000 at lightning speed, and all aspects of the data looking very good. According to this ratio, for every 1,000 views increased, he could get nearly 1,000 yen in revenue. He also got a share of this revenue. These past few days, he had often stayed in his old single room, calculating that with 6 videos a month and hundreds of thousands of views for each video, he could get at least 5 or 600,000 yen a month. Although it was still a bit short of the 10 million annual salary that Mayachi Hikage had painted a grand picture of for him before, they had only just begun and were still in a period of rising popularity. There was clearly still a lot of room for improvement. Thinking that he could soon move out of this shabby single room, live in the big house he had dreamed of for many years, enjoy the delicious food he had never dared to think of before, and then find a beautiful girlfriend, Itu Kaiji had hummed to himself more than once during his fantasy. But now, they had only just started. How could they be directly banned by the officials? Could it be that some competitor is trying to deliberately mess with us? Itu Kaiji said his suspicion with dissatisfaction. Sakakibara Kichi was more rational, and his inner thoughts were also much more delicate. Is it because the content we're filming is too sensitive? If it were just a simple case analysis, it probably wouldn't have been warned. But Mayachi Hikage was indeed a genius. Relying on some of the scripts he had given in advance, combined with his camera language and soundtrack. And of course, Kaiji's natural reaction to hearing those ghost stories. In the end, although nothing had happened, it still gave people a feeling that they might run into a ghost at any time. One could say that although it was just a video, Maiachi Haikage had indeed captured a bit of the oppressive feeling from the middle part of The Shining. That was why he had added a reminder at the beginning of each video. Viewers with a history of heart disease, epilepsy, or a mental illness, please do not watch this video. However, if someone really had some problems because of their video, they would probably have to bear some responsibility for it. As for the officials coming to find them so quickly, Sakakibara Kichi also felt it was understandable. After all, he was most likely one of the creators of the Asagauka Miracle, an undisputed T0 top-tier influencer on the Japanese internet. It was quite normal for the officials' side to pay more attention to him. Thinking of this, Sakakibara Kichi only felt a little regret. After all, he had finally found something that interested him, only to be warned because it was filmed too well. He didn't know what Maiachi Haikage's plans were after this. And just as Maiachi Haikage was preparing to continue to paint a grand picture for the two of them, a strange phone call came to his mobile phone, interrupting his train of thought. After answering the call, Maiachi Haikage raised his eyebrows when he recognized the voice on the other end of the phone as Barato-S. He quietly told Kaiji and Sakakibara Kichi that the call was from the officials and that the processing results should have been discussed. And then he greeted the Nanami Kento on the other end of the phone and asked about the final processing result. It was just that he, who had already been prepared to switch to a new racetrack, had received an unexpected answer from Nanami Kento's side. The videos could still continue to be filmed, but before each shoot, he needed to report to him once. It was best if, 2 days before the shoot, he reported the location of the next video and the specific details of the case to him, and then Nanami Kento would decide whether this video could be filmed based on the case information. If you are unwilling to accept, then you can no longer continue to shoot this series of videos. Maiachi Haikage listened to the answer from Nanami Kento on the other end of the phone, which had no fluctuation in tone, but his heart couldn't help but waver a little. He could sense whether Nanami Kento had mentioned his name to anyone today. Besides calling his parents this morning, he hadn't mentioned his name to anyone else at all. The so-called decision from the higher-ups was actually completely Nanami Kento's own decision. After all, a Grade 1 Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer was a mainstay no matter where he was. He could make his own decision on the matter of a video blogger, and it wouldn't attract the attention of the Jiu-Jitsu higher-ups at all. A guy who likes to court death, he had already persuaded him as much as he should have. Since he wouldn't threaten the safety of the hidden world, just let him die on his own. Anyway, tens of thousands of people in Japan died every year due to supernatural events. It wouldn't make a difference with one more. In fact, Nanami Kento's side could have indeed directly given a reply of cannot continue filming and ended this incident neatly. But he had still chosen this more troublesome way to solve Maiachi Haikage's side of the matter. The so-called reporting was probably that Nanami Kento would help to go to the places where the cases had occurred in advance to confirm the situation inside. Although he was always talking about how he hated work and trouble, in essence he was still an old good guy, wasn't he? Maiachi Haikage muttered to himself. It seemed his acting last night was too good and had completely fooled Nanami Kento. Now in his heart, he should be a young man with a firm ideal and indeed some talent. Perhaps he also had a little talent in cultivation, so he wanted to use this method to maintain contact between the two to see if he should pull him into the hidden world. Maiachi Haikage judged. He was even a little embarrassed by this. As a return gift for this favor, at that time, if the Shibuya incident still happened, then he would just find a way to save his life. Or if there was a chance in the future, he could help him awaken a domain, so he wouldn't just have to take a beating in someone else's domain. Or he could find a way to pull Nanami Kento into his team in the future. Of course, that would have to wait for a more natural opportunity. Thinking this, Maiachi Haikage also continued to maintain his acting and expressed his gratitude to the Nanami Kento on the other end of the phone. After agreeing on the time for their next meeting to discuss the matter of filming the video further, Nanami Kento hung up the phone. Mayachi Hikage recorded Nanami Kinto's private number. It seems that our team can be maintained for the time being. It's just that in the future, we'll have to add a reminder at the beginning of the video. The story is purely fictional. Please do not imitate. Although there was an additional reporting process that sounded a bit strange, since the video could continue to be filmed, for Itu Kaiji and Sakakibara Kichi, it was still a matter worth celebrating. After the breakup dinner turned into a celebration banquet, by the time Mayachi Hikage returned home today, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock at night. He casually took the plot of Ashi no Ko that he had drawn a few days ago and shared a bit of Aqua's world-shocking wisdom with the girls who had the diary, giving them some shock from the great AK-sensei. He didn't know what Kagaya-sama and Hoshino AI would think after seeing this plot. But this plot still lacks a bit of flavor compared to the final battle of Jujutsu Kaisen. It should be very difficult for a work that surpasses the level of abstraction of Jujutsu Kaisen to appear in a short period of time. After leaving enough room for imagination for everyone in the diary, Mayachi Hikage then continued to edit his video. He himself had not realized that today was also the full month anniversary of him obtaining the diary. He had already written in this diary for a whole month. Chapter 131. The two shrines. Mayachi Hikage himself hadn't even noticed that he had already been writing his diary for a whole month. But for the girls who possessed a diary, quite a few of them had been keeping track of this matter. After all, after obtaining the diary and reading the entries on it for a continuous week, their diary permissions had already been upgraded to level 2, providing them with many useful functions, like the diary's messaging function and the ability for the diary to change its appearance to something more convenient. And for most of the girls, although they had never used it, it didn't affect their high evaluation of the crisis warning function. They also wanted to know when they would be able to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 permissions. And what kind of effects would level 3 permissions bring them? Anyway, just the crisis warning alone was an ability that could save their lives at a critical moment. Besides Shinomiya Kagaya, this conglomerate's young mistress who had ample resources to test the crisis warning function, there was also Yatsuya Miko in their chat group, who was in close contact with different vengeful spirits all day. This function was almost perfectly tailored for her. Don't be fooled by the fact that Yatsuya Miko had now learned to use the diary to disguise herself. But just as the mysterious person had reminded her in one of the diary entries, many vengeful spirits would disguise themselves as ordinary people. At first glance, they might seem no different from normal people, but as long as they confirmed that someone was looking at them, they would directly reveal their true form and launch an attack on those who could see them. Under these circumstances, even though Yatsuya Miko was already very careful, every 3 or 4 days, reading points would still be deducted to provide her with a crisis warning. After more than half a month of testing, Yatsuya Miko had already connected the deduction of reading points and the method of the reminders with what the godly mother of Shitamachi had told them about the level classification of cursed spirits and vengeful spirits, and had sorted out a relatively complete crisis warning mechanism for the girls in the chat group. According to the godly mother, 3rd and 4th grade vengeful spirits were low level. Basically, even if ordinary people saw them, there was a high probability of surviving from their hands. For those with strong life energy, they might even be able to directly disperse those vengeful spirits. Of course, these vengeful spirits could usually also sense the threat from exorcists, jujitsu sorcerers, and those with special physiques, so their targets of attack were basically those ordinary people. When encountering vengeful spirits of this level, Yatsuya Miko would receive several crisis warnings almost every day, and these warnings would not consume reading points. It should be that the diary in her hand believed that as long as she did not further provoke these vengeful spirits, no danger would occur. In the 2nd grade, that is, the mid-level vengeful spirit, a vengeful spirit of this level, even just by standing next to an ordinary person, could already cause some mental impact. Even though they still had to abide by the rule of only attacking humans after being noticed, constantly putting heavy mental pressure on humans, causing them to suffer mental breakdowns, or fall into deep despair, this kind of thing was basically done by mid-level vengeful spirits. The godly mother of Shitamachi, in her youth, had also had to spend a lot of effort to deal with these mid-level vengeful spirits. When encountering a vengeful spirit of this level, the diary would not only issue continuous warnings, but would also automatically deduct reading points at critical moments to provide Yatsuya Miko with a solution to the danger. As for the higher-level vengeful spirits, Yatsuya Miko had only triggered it once so far and had not even seen the other party's appearance in person. At that time, she was out playing with her friend Yurikawa Hana on the weekend. The other party had been followed by at least a second-grade vengeful spirit on her way over. After that, because that vengeful spirit had not been interested in her at all and could not trigger the diary's warning mechanism, Yatsuya Miko could only find a way to take her to a nearby shrine to pray, to see if she could use the power of the shrine to drive away this vengeful spirit. The result was that when she used her mobile phone to navigate to the direction of a nearby mountain shrine, before she could even start to act, she had received a crisis warning from the diary, reminding her that she absolutely could not follow the phone's navigation to that shrine, and had even recommended another, also relatively remote shrine for her on the diary, telling her to just go there to worship. Upon seeing that the diary's crisis warning was actually for a shrine she had randomly navigated to, Yatsuya Miko at that time almost threw the phone in her hand away, especially when she exited the navigation program and logged in again, only to be unable to find the address information of that shrine named Senkoku Shrine that she had navigated to before. Yatsuya Miko directly broke out in a cold sweat. And then she quickly pulled Yurikawa Hana along for an hour's train ride to that somewhat remote, but not secluded, small shrine that the diary had reminded her of to worship. Although there was no one in the shrine at that time, believe it or not, after the two of them walked into the shrine, the vengeful spirit that had been following Yurikawa Hana all the way had run away on its own, as if it didn't dare to enter the shrine at all. For this, Yatsuya Miko naturally told her story that night, and also mentioned in the group both that threatening shrine that was suspected of having a high-level vengeful spirit and could even directly interfere with her mobile phone signal, and the other suburban shrine that was highly recommended by the diary, and which she had personally tested to be effective. This also led to the fact that the number of visitors to that originally not-so-conspicuous small shrine had recently increased quite a bit. It was just that the manager of that shrine seemed to be a person who disliked trouble. When encountering normal worshippers, she didn't even come out to see them. Even when Kage-sama, the young lady of a conglomerate, personally visited the other party at most, only for the sake of money, gave her a simple fortune-telling. And then Kage-sama, along with the Hayasaka AI and several bodyguards she had brought with her, was directly kicked out of that shrine. According to her, it was people who are already protected by other big shots shouldn't come to my small shrine for no reason. I can't afford to entertain you. It's unknown if the big shot that woman was talking about was the mysterious deity behind the diary, whose situation even the mysterious person couldn't figure out. In any case, although the owner of that shrine had kicked Kage-sama out, this, on the contrary, made the other girls who had the diary even more certain that she was indeed a real exorcist. It was just a pity that according to the godly mother of Shitamachi, the path she walked was the purest Shinto. 80% of her skills could only be brought out when she was on her own territory. And this kind of restriction was obviously not something the girls with diaries were willing to accept. In addition, since she had directly said not to go to her place if they had nothing to do, the number of times the girls went to that shrine had gradually decreased. As for that more mysterious Senkoku Shrine, when this name was mentioned, Kage-sama had, for the first time, seen a look of shock and suspicion from the godly mother of Shitamachi. From her reaction, it seemed that the godly mother had also had some dealings with this mysterious shrine in the past, and that it had not left her with many pleasant experiences. Chapter 132. The diary's new functions are unlocked. When Yatsuya Miko came to her senses, she also realized that that Senkoku Shrine might have been a crisis she would have encountered in her original story. Anyway, after knowing that the teacher who had introduced the godly mother of Shitamachi to the line of exorcists back then had lost her life, because of that mysterious shrine. Yatsuya Miko couldn't help but sigh in her heart that the diary had saved her life again. She was not some curious baby who had to find out what happened back then. It was better to leave the vengeful spirits of that shrine to be dealt with by professionals. Right now, she just wanted to live in peace until she had saved up enough reading value to freely master her spirit sight. What she was more concerned about now was that she had previously treated the diary as another type of vengeful spirit and had not dared to approach it. In terms of acquiring reading value, she was more than 10 days behind the other girls, and even the speed of her permission upgrades was a step slower. And because many powerful, vengeful spirits would appear around her for various reasons, the speed at which she accumulated reading value was also much slower than the other girls, to the extent that she had only just gotten started with ripple breathing now, and it was of almost no use when facing vengeful spirits. And it was on this day. Everyone in the chat group had originally been discussing the story of the doctor who, in the original storyline, was reincarnated as Hoshinoe's son. His own teammate was close to finding a perfect clear, and then he, as the protagonist, chose to abandon his teammate and go for a solo fight. Then, to frame Kamiki Hikaru, he had stabbed himself with a small knife, and finally had jumped off a cliff with him, pulling a mysterious operation that paid tribute to Holmes and Moriarty. In addition, the mysterious person had also brought up the protagonist's identity as a top medical student in his past life, and paired with texts like Aqua's carefully crafted plan left the police fooled. It seemed particularly mind-boggling. Only Hoshino AI, who had only been an idol since the age of 12 and currently had only an elementary school education, seemed not to understand why everyone had suddenly fallen silent when they were discussing this point. However, everyone had already known each other for more than half a month. The girls in the group were relatively clear on the personalities of those who were often mentioned by the mysterious person and were more active in the group. Although Hoshino AI had amazing talent and learning ability in the idol industry, in terms of her own personality, because of the lack of love in her childhood, she was missing some of the emotions of a normal person, and her perception was also different from ordinary people. Just like now, although it was impossible for Hoshino AI to walk down her original path again, she still insisted on believing that the mysterious person was her #1 fan and had, in this 1 month, repeatedly taken out her diary on stage to look for his whereabouts. The girls in the group had no doubt that even if that mysterious person was a woman, as long as she stood in front of Hoshino AI and announced her identity, and had a simple chat with her, she could coax her into the other's camp. If it was a man, and he wasn't bad-looking, that would be even worse. Even if she already knew the ending of her original story, the current Hoshino AI would probably still take the initiative to approach the mysterious person with just a beckon of his finger. However, the girls in the group were not that worried in this aspect. After all, Shinomiya Kagaya was very protective of this kohai of hers and would not possibly let the mysterious person take advantage of her. Another reason was that the mysterious person had also complained in today's diary that the genes of the Hoshino family are too strong to have transformed a medical student into his current state by relying on genetic inheritance. Fortunately, Hoshino AI also couldn't see the sarcastic component in this sentence. In any case, after Hoshino AI expressed her confusion, Kagaya-sama also seriously explained to her that the fingerprints on the weapon, the angle of the wound, and the direction of the impact were clearly different from a self-inflicted wound versus one caused by another person's attack. She tried her best to explain in words that even an elementary schooler could understand, which finally made Hoshino AI understand that this plan, which she had thought had no problems, was actually full of flaws. In the Shinomiya residence, Kagaya-sama also wiped her forehead. Actually, until today, she would still occasionally wonder why she would want to become a photographer. But after seeing the world-shocking wisdom that the author who had created her had shown in Hoshino A's story, she suddenly no longer struggled with this matter. That person is already like that. Why do I still have to think about what's going on in his head? Don't be fooled by the fact that the mysterious person in the diary was complaining about the Hoshino family's strong genes affecting the other. But at the end of the day, wasn't it his creator who had come up with this plot? Thinking of this, Kagaya-sama looked at the diary in her hand and let out another slight sigh of relief. She could deduce from the snippets of information the mysterious person had mentioned about her in the diary these past few days that her future self would change her current personality because of a boy. In a romantic school comedy, such a plot was indeed not uncommon. Although she found it a little difficult to accept that version of herself psychologically, she could still understand it. It was just that now, having obtained the diary, she would naturally not walk down her original path again. With this thought, she read the mysterious person's diary again, searching for any information that might be useful. She finally saw what she wanted most. A month after obtaining the diary, her access permissions had been upgraded to level 3. The initial access period lasted a week, and the next one lasted a month. So how long would the next upgrade take? A quarter? Or a year? Kagaya-sama didn't consider these things for now, but first studied the new functions that appeared after the diary's permissions had reached level 3. The previous functions had not changed, but a map function had been added, which could be used to observe the situation within 100 meters through the diary's map. It seemed the warning function had also been integrated into this. The specific situation would have to be tested after Yatsuya Miko, who had the spirit sight, had upgraded. And along with the map function, there was also a commission interface. It seemed that some acceptable commissions would be randomly refreshed on the map. By completing these commissions, one could obtain extra reading value from the diary. Kagaya-sama looked around herself and quickly found an A-level commission at the edge of the map. She clicked on it and saw that the client was actually the godly mother of Shitamachi. And the detailed content of this commission was to have her find out the truth of that mysterious Senkoku shrine. Below the commission, there was also a reminder from the diary. You have not yet met the minimum requirements to accept this commission. Please cherish your life. Chapter 133. Brand new diaries are being distributed all right. Even if the diary hadn't given this reminder, Shinomiya Kagaya knew that she definitely had no way of solving this commission. Yatsuya Miko had just navigated to that place on her phone, and it had already caused the diary to deduct reading points to issue a warning. And the godly mother of Shitamachi, in her youth, had at least the level of a second-grade exorcist. With her strength back then, she had not thought of going to that shrine to avenge her teacher for so many years. In fact, after hearing her inquire about the matter of Senkoku Shrine, her face had become quite nervous as she asked if she or her friends had done anything at that shrine. From this reaction, one could know that the situation of that shrine was definitely not simple. Grade 1? Or special grade? In any case, Shinomiya Kagaya decisively ignored this commission. Although her physique was much stronger now, it was only in comparison to ordinary people. Even with Hammond at full power in the hidden world, she was at most at a 4th grade level. Although after the diary's permissions have been upgraded to level 3, relying on commissions should be able to speed up the acquisition of reading value quite a bit, but it's still too far from being able to truly stand at the pinnacle of the hidden world. The upper limits of the 2 supernatural powers, spiritual power and cursed energy, were almost all determined innately. One could see a person's potential at the time of their first awakening. A person without aptitude, even if they awakened by luck, would ultimately not be able to go too far on this path. A person with aptitude, even if they had only awakened for a month or 2, could possibly ascend to the heavens in one step and become a 1st grade or even special grade supernatural being. Just like a certain guy who had caused quite a stir in the hidden world at the end of last year. This year, he seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old, relying on a special grade cursed spirit. After being discovered by the jiu-jitsu world, he had been directly promoted to a special grade jiu-jitsu sorcerer without much effort. Later, for some reason, he had lost his cursed spirit in an attack by a curse user and had reverted to the lowest level 4th grade jiu-jitsu sorcerer. But just after the new year this year, he had once again become a special grade jiu-jitsu sorcerer with his own ability. Anyway, the hidden world on Tokyo's side was in an uproar because of this news, to the extent that even an old fellow who had half retired from the circle like Takeda Sei had heard a lot about him from her old friends. She could only sigh that in the world of supernatural beings, the efforts of a family for decades or even hundreds of years might not be comparable to a single talented genius. Although the current Shinomiya Kagaya, relying on Hammon and the godly mother of Shitamachi's teaching, had already begun to feel a faint spiritual power. But because she felt that her own talent did not seem to be very good, she had not yet taken that step to officially awaken. A second or third grade exorcist was definitely not what she wanted. Therefore, Shinomiya Kagaya wanted to wait until she was more fully prepared before making an attempt. I should first share this information in the group to see what kind of commissions everyone can get and how many reading points their commissions can get. Thinking this, Shinomiya Kagaya sent the matter of the diary upgrade to the group and asked about everyone's commission situation. Because everyone had obtained the diary at the same point in time. Except for the exception of Yatsuya Miko. At most, it was just that because they had obtained the diary a little later, so it took a day's time before they saw the content in the diary. When Shinomiya Kagaya asked in the chat group, many of the girls had already unlocked the level 3 permissions and were studying them. Actually, besides Shinomiya Kagaya's side, which had gotten an ultra-high difficulty commission, the commissions triggered by the other girls, perhaps because they didn't have much contact with the hidden world, were mostly quite normal. Yukino saw that among the commissions she had unlocked, one was to establish the service club in advance and make it the most famous club in Sobu High. The other was to join the student council, become the student council president in her first year, and use her own philosophy to influence more students. Looking at these two commissions, she couldn't help but fall silent. Doma Amaru, on the other hand, saw that her commission mission was actually to have her finish all the housework at home every day and prepare a meal to wait for her brother to come back and enjoy. At this moment, she was also thinking with a conflicted expression whether she should give up her current slacker life for this commission, which would only grant an extra point of reading value for every 3 days she persisted. As for Bachi, she was trembling even bravado. There were actually several commissions around her, but all of them were the kind that would cause her complete and utter embarrassment. Live streaming with her Guitar Hero account, requiring her to show her face and chat with the audience, forming a band with herself as the core, and another one that was also to form a band, but with more requirements and also more rewards. You now have $15. Please select and form your own girl band, 5 members, according to the prices on the character list below. The team is required to have the ability to compose, arrange, write lyrics, and sing lead vocals and be able to hold a normal performance. Looking at that large pile of 2D avatars she didn't recognize at all, although she was very happy to see her own avatar placed in the $5 column. To have to investigate the real identities of these characters one by one, and then also have to take the initiative to invite them to join her band. Just thinking of this, Bachi felt that she was about to burn out. These commissions were simply not tasks that a human could complete. And Goko Ruri also posted her own commission information in the group. Kuroneko. The commission that popped up around me is to serve Marshal Uncle Jerry well. There shouldn't be any special requirements, just to fulfill it as before. However, after seeing the mysterious person's diary yesterday, Marshal Uncle Jerry is already planning to go back. This commission of mine should be gone by the time he goes back. To this, Goko Ruri even showed some reluctance in the group. It wasn't just because of the commission. After all, with a god of wealth like Jerry staying in her house, the life of the Goko family had been getting better at a visible rate these past few days. She had also been working overtime these past few days to make her Kuroneko VTuber model and had started to do game live streams online under Jerry's guidance. She really hadn't expected that Jerry would also be very good at live streaming. In just a few days, it had sorted out a sharp-tongued persona for her that fit her own personality and was also liked by the audience, and had even recommended many games with good entertainment value to her. In addition, with Jerry's wealth-attracting attribute, in just 2 or 3 days, she had already earned her family's previous monthly income. So she was even more reluctant for Jerry to return to the mysterious person's side. However, she also knew that Jerry was sent over by the mysterious person in the first place. Even if the mysterious person didn't let it go back, it had already been frequently visiting the other girls' houses in Chiba recently. Not just Yukino Shida Yukino. There were also those girls who did not have a diary. just like that number one female protagonist from the same work as her. That is, Saka Karino had been evaluated by the mysterious person as someone he could no longer view in the usual light, because a certain individual had been misusing her character avatar. Jerry had stopped by her house for the day, and the visit had apparently caused quite a commotion. It was estimated that it had directly exposed that girl's hobby of playing Little Sister-themed games. But in the end, it was probably that extremely sibling-obsessed person who had taken the fall for everything. Goko Ruri thought to herself. According to the mysterious person, her situation was somewhat similar to that of Shinomiya Kagaya and Hoshino AI. That great Eike-sensei on their side always played nasty tricks during the later stages of the plot. As for the author, he was extremely devoted to his sister in his stories, even though his real-life sister utterly disliked him. He had still continuously written two popular Little Sister-themed works. The first one, which was the work she was in, had an open ending in the end because she was a real sister. The second one, having learned its lesson, had used the persona of an adopted sister, and in the end, the couple had tied the knot. In any case, after learning that her original self had actually intended to share her older companion with that Saka Karino in the story, Kuroneko had also been too lazy to remain silent in the chat group for a day or two, lest she be tracked by her defeated opponent. Hinami Aoi, the moment she popped up, but no matter what, the her of this world already had more friends in the chat group, and had also truly come into contact with supernatural powers. As long as Saka Karino's side did not obtain a diary, it was obviously impossible for her future to have any connection with that pair of siblings again. There should be no more connection. After all, at present, it seemed that only one person in a work would get a diary. Goko Ruri thought to herself. After explaining her situation in the group, she went to livestream again. After all, these are the last few days that Jerry, this god of wealth and manager, was by her side. She had to take advantage of these last few days to properly consolidate her popularity again. While the girls in the chat group were studying the new functions unlocked after their diaries were upgraded to level 3. As the time passed midnight, by the bedsides of many of the girls who had already entered their dreamland, diaries appeared one after another without a sound. However, the first to discover the change was not someone else. It was Maiachi Hikage, who was still staying up late to edit his video. He had just received today's reward. Another set of manga that had been wholesaled from somewhere. And it was a set of manga with a particularly strange-looking name. Dandadan? What kind of broken name is this? After a retort, Maiachi Hikage casually opened it for a look and immediately remembered. So it's this manga. He really had some impression of it before he transmigrated. At that time, it was just when Chainsaw Man was at its most popular. Because this manga artist had served as an assistant to Tatsuki Fujimoto, he had read the first chapter of this manga online when it came out. One could only say that the imagination was indeed quite wild. Urban myths, aliens fighting ghosts. However, Maiachi Hikage hadn't paid much attention to the content that followed. And as he was looking at the manga, he suddenly realized a problem. At present, the works he had drawn were basically all existing works in this world, such as Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, Oremo, Passerby Heroine, and so on. Now to suddenly draw out such a manga, was it hinting to him that the story of this manga also existed in this world? This world was already messy enough with jujitsu sorcerers and various exorcists. Don't tell me aliens are really going to pop out now? Then ID better hurry up and call Ultraman over to hold the fort. Otherwise, this Earth is really too dangerous. Thinking of this, Maiachi Hikage couldn't help but wipe his forehead. He immediately took out his diary to have a late-night complaint session. Anyway, it was already past midnight, and consider the next day. This diary wouldn't be written for nothing. And then he saw that a dark gray line had suddenly appeared on the cover of his pure black diary. What's wrong with this diary? Did it suddenly change its packaging? Maiachi Hikage reached out and touched the gray line on it. In the next moment, the entire diary turned gray before his eyes, leaving only a single black line. And a mark had also appeared on the top of the diary. Maiachi Hikage opened the diary and found that everything he had written before had disappeared. He looked at the once again blank diary, thought for a moment, and then try to change it back to its original appearance through the black line. This time, the content in the diary had changed back to the familiar things. It's starting to distribute diaries again, and it's even given me a new server. Mayachi Hikage looked at the diary, which could now be switched between colors at will, and couldn't help but make such a deduction. Because too many things had happened this month, or perhaps because living in a place like Baika Town made it easy for one to have a misconception of time. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that it had indeed been a month since he had obtained the diary. So what's the point of this? To prevent the second batch of girls who get the diary from seeing the previous entries? Mayachi Hikage analyzed in his heart. Judging from the color, perhaps the second batch of girls who got the diary would receive this kind of gray one. He didn't know what the difference in function was between it and the first batch of black diaries. But the troll god behind the diary had deliberately made this move. There must be a difference between these two types of diaries. Could it be that it's going to start a battle royale route, letting the diary holders of different factions start to kill each other? Isn't this development a bit too future diary? However, Mayachi Hikage quickly shook his head, feeling that troll god should also be an old 2D world enthusiast and wouldn't do such an operation. Mayachi Hikage tested it a little, but got no response and couldn't figure out the difference between the two. But now, he could indeed, after finishing one diary entry, choose whether to sync the content to the number 2 diary. But if I write 2 diary entries every day, can I get 2 rewards? Thinking of this, Mayachi Hikage became a little interested. At that moment, he began to write in his own diary. Found a new change in the diary. It should be starting to distribute new diaries again. But the new diary seems to be a little different in color from the old one. At present, I don't know what the meaning is. Anyway, today I'll first test writing a little something different in the different diaries to see if I can get 2 rewards. Chapter 134. Being sentenced to death by the Jiu-Jitsu world is actually a good thing. By this point in the early morning, there weren't many girls still awake. But this did not include Kasumigakaka Yutaha. After all, she had always been the type to stay up late to create and then catch up on sleep at school during the day. As for the teachers, I'm first in the entire school with a deviation score of over 85. I study at Toyogaseki because it's close to home and the management isn't strict. If I wanted to get into the University of Tokyo, I would have long since gone to one of those other famous high schools with higher admission rates. How would it ever be Toyagasaki's turn? One could say that it wasn't her who had to watch the teacher's expressions, but rather the teachers who were counting on her to be the model produced by Toyagasaki's liberal school culture. It was just sleeping in class. Those teachers even had to worry about what to do if the weather was too hot or too cold, and she couldn't sleep soundly. And so, Kasumigakaka Yutaha was also the first to notice the diary's update. Updating the diary in the middle of the night. Could it be that something has changed on the mysterious person's side? Kasumigakaka Yutaha thought to herself. Tonight, because of the unlocking of the level 3 permissions and a large pile of messy commissions, the diary chat group was quite lively. The commissions the diary arranged for each person were different. There were even people in the group comparing who had received the most absurd commission. Anyway, the highest level commission at present was the A-level Shrine Investigation Commission received by Shinomiya Kagaya. However, besides that, there was another A-level commission that had been received by the gaming expert and troll Hinami Aoi. A level commission. No matter the game, no matter the means. Find blank and completely defeat blank in a game. If it were just this one commission presented, it would actually just give people a slightly exaggerated feeling. But when placed together with Shinomiya Kagaya's A-level commission, which required facing at least a first-grade vengeful spirit, it inexplicably gave people a sense of pressure. So the difficulty of defeating that so-called blank in a game was at least equivalent to them going up against a first-grade vengeful spirit? Too absurd. Amaro even directly proposed in the group that they should try to find an invincible cheat or just directly ask the game officials to change the data. Even if the means were a little insidious, the reward for an A-level commission was simply too tempting. A blank Durang commission and below required accumulating for many days to obtain 1 reading point. D rank was 1 point per commission. C rank was 2 to 10 points per commission. B rank went up to 30, and A rank went up to 100. And this level commission from Hinami Aoi started at 100 reading points, plus 2 random lottery draws. As for whether there were even higher commissions, that was not something the girls could know for now. Although the mysterious person often complained in his diary that the rewards for writing were not good, just by writing in the diary every day, he could draw a reward. This made the girls very envious, especially after knowing that only by completing an A rank or above commission did one have the qualification to draw a lottery. They were even more furious at the mysterious person for acting humble after getting an advantage. However, Hinami Aoi still had her pride. Even in the face of the reward for an A-level commission, she was not swayed and insisted on trying to complete this commission with her own strength. Of course, ever since she had lost to the equally surprisingly strong Amaru in the arcade before, she also knew that her current gaming level was definitely even further from blank. Her current idea was to find a way to find out what game blank was playing now, and then spend money to find a group of professional players and regular players to go and besiege them in the game. As long as she could catch a single mistake from blank, she would have a chance to complete this commission. To this idea of hers, the girls in the chat group still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, in the entire chat group, only Hinami Aoi had ever fought against blank. The other gaming experts, like Umaru and Kuroneko, had at most only heard some rumors online. Their impression of blank was actually only the few sentences the mysterious person had mentioned. Blank's strength crushed this era. They had never been defeated, and in the end, they were even pulled to another world by the god of games of another world. Just the point of being involved with the god of another world was already enough to make people look up to them. In comparison, Kasumigakake Yudaha's commissions seemed particularly plain. Commission 1. Make Quasar Metronome one of the top 10 best-selling light novels of the season. Commission 2. Make Sawamura Eruri a loser heroine again, or let her win in the end and give a victory speech. Commission 3. Make Mayachi Haikage's talent work for her. The first commission was a bit difficult, but if the follow-up promotion could keep up, there was a chance. The second commission seemed like a freebie. No matter how Iriri's ending turned out, it seemed she could still get reading value. However, Kasumigakake Yudaha had seriously read the plots the mysterious person had posted, and felt that no matter what, the possibility of that girl, Eruri, giving a victory speech was ridiculously low. If she really wanted to complete this commission quickly, then it would be more efficient to just let Eruri become a loser heroine directly. As for the third one, Kasumigakake Yudaha was a little confused. Is the diary trying to stir up trouble? Isn't this just trying to provoke infighting among us girls who have the diary? After all, Mayachi Haikage was already Shina Mishiro's assistant. Although at present it didn't seem like there was anything special about their relationship, who knew what would happen later? If she were to get involved again, wouldn't that be stealing someone's love? It was also because this commission was a bit controversial that Kasumigakake Yudaha had not posted this commission in the group, but had just made some more deductions in her heart. It seemed she still had to be careful if there were any traps behind the commissions given by this diary. Maybe these commissions were all designed by that mysterious person guy himself, just to see me and the other girls make a fool of ourselves. Kasumigakake Yudaha subconsciously shifted the blame to the mysterious person. In any case, that mysterious person had never been willing to say more about himself in the diary, and was always secretive about everything he did. Perhaps that guy just wanted to use this method to create contradictions between them, and then watch the fire from the other side of the river. Thinking this, she continued to view the diary that the mysterious person had updated tonight with a scrutinizing attitude. The diary has started to be distributed again. So is the distribution on a monthly cycle? The mysterious person said that the diary he's distributing seems to be different from the diary in their hands. So what is the difference between those new diaries and the diary they have now? Seeing that the mysterious person was already not satisfied with getting 1 reward a day and wanted to get 2 rewards at the same time, Kasumigakake Yudaha couldn't help but grit her teeth and continue to read. And after that, the mysterious person began to analyze the commissions they had unlocked. As expected, those commissions have something to do with this guy. One of the two A-level commissions is to defeat blank. That's not strange. Don't be fooled by the fact that blank seems to be just an ordinary pair of siblings. In fact, there's not much difference between them and having superpowers. The older brother is good at reading psychology to find loopholes, and if predictions about people's hearts are almost never wrong. The younger sister has computational ability comparable to a supercomputer, and her hacking skills are also among the top in this world. To try to defeat them with brute force methods like cheating or directly changing the data will only be counterproductive, and you might even have your own whereabouts found by them directly. For an ordinary person, it is indeed a bit too difficult to defeat them. However, although they have indeed never failed in this world, I remember that after they transmigrated to another world, they did lose a few times for various reasons. Of course, let's not talk about the other world for now. Just in this world, the way to defeat blank is naturally to separate them. If you can find them offline and separate them, you still have a chance to defeat them. However, I'm not sure if this can complete the commission. After all, according to their own words, only when the two of them are together can they be called blank. Anyway, if you still want to try, I have checked the information of blank before and confirmed that they should not have been pulled to another world yet. If you want to challenge and take revenge, you do have a chance. I'm still looking forward to one of you really being able to defeat blank. When that time comes, I will definitely run Overwatch. As expected, he's instigating people to challenge that blank, and he's using himself coming over to watch as bait again. But after this month of back and forth, the girls who had the diary had long since confirmed that the mysterious person most likely had obtained the ability to disguise or change his appearance in some lottery draw. A small probability was that he had obtained some kind of invisibility or long-range observation ability, which is why he could be so clear about their affairs. Even if he really appeared offline, they probably still wouldn't be able to find his whereabouts. And according to the mysterious person's description, that pair of blank siblings was basically invincible in the field of gaming. Unless one had stronger hacking skills than them, or found them offline and competed in a game where luck was far greater than skill, only then would there be a chance to defeat them. So the question was, how to find them when one of them is a hacker genius and has not revealed any identity or address information. In comparison, the information contained behind the A commission that Shinomiya Kagaya had received was more attractive to her. As for the commission for the Senkoku Shrine, it's quite normal for this to be listed as A. After all, the mountain god enshrined there does have some real strength. Dealing with ordinary ghosts is very easy. It can be said to be the most powerful enemy that has appeared in Micah's story, and can also be considered her main plotline. But seriously speaking, although that mountain god is powerful as a spirit bound to the land of the shrine, it cannot leave a place too far from it, and it seems to be just an existence that guards a seal. The reason it has been attracting others to the shrine, judging from the later plot, should be that it needs to obtain the souls of others through this method to continue to maintain the existence of the shrine and the seal. Of course, it will not directly take a person's soul. It will usually give a person a contract. When the other party is in danger, it will help them a few times. After the contract is completed, it will then take their soul as agreed. It's just that this contract is a forced sale. It insists on signing it with you, and you have no room for resistance or bargaining. Just like the teacher of the godly mother of Shitamachi back then, in order to save her former disciple, she had chosen to voluntarily offer her own soul and become the shrine's Miko, and has been bound by that mountain god until now. And in this chapter of the plot, Miko, in the end, with the joint help of the godly mother of Shitamachi and her former disciple, breaks the shrine seal and makes the mountain god completely dissipate. However, after the shrine seal was broken, what kind of guy crawled out from behind? The manga had not yet updated to this point before I transmigrated. It should be a more powerful, vengeful spirit or yukai. I wonder if this vengeful spirit can reach special grade. If this vengeful spirit is also counted in this commission, then this commission is indeed quite valuable. However, this commission only asks you to investigate the truth of the shrine. It is estimated that it just wants you to find out who the vengeful spirit sealed under that shrine is, and does not require you to solve it. It's a pity that I really don't know its identity. Otherwise, I would really want to give you, Kagaya, 2 lottery chances. In any case, since that seal has not yet been cleaned up by the big shots of the hidden world in this hodgepodge world, then it should be that compared to the mountain god who occasionally extracts the souls of others, the existence that is sealed is more of a threat, which is why they have been letting that shrine exist. After all, in Japan alone, nearly 10,000 people die every year due to these supernatural events. In comparison, this shrine might only need 1 soul every few years. This price is completely affordable for them. By the way, with the style of the Jiu-Jitsu world, if Miko really signed a contract with the mountain god according to the original story and finally broke the shrine seal in order to save her own life, if that unsealed existence were to do something, she would most likely be sentenced to death by those guys from the Jiu-Jitsu world. But thinking about it carefully, this might actually be a good thing for Miko. As everyone knows, when the higher-ups of the Jiu-Jitsu world want to execute someone, they can't succeed. After all, the favorite thing for that so-called strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer to do is to take in those who have been sentenced to death by the Jiu-Jitsu higher-ups as his own disciples. And Yatsuya Miko, who has the highest level of yin-yang eyes, should also be able to get proper guidance from him. Although after he was taken down by Ryman Sukuna's off-screen space cleave, not a single one of his disciples had mourned his passing, and he was even blamed by his own disciples after he was gone. Laughs. Looking at the mysterious person's description in the diary, Kusungakaka Yudaha couldn't help but let out a long breath. Although she had had a premonition about the danger level of Senkoku Shrine, after the mysterious person's explanation, her understanding of the danger level of the hidden world had increased by another level. Because this shrine's appetite is small, and it also suppresses some powerful existence, so they have just been letting it exist. Chapter 135. The Darkening of Kasumi Yutako Kasakaka Yudaha, who had originally felt some longing for the powerful supernatural forces of the hidden world, at this moment finally realized that the situation over there was perhaps not as good as she had imagined. It was similarly filled with all sorts of calculations and conspiracies. The mysterious person had even directly mentioned the death penalty in the hidden world. Although Kasumi Kakayudaha didn't have any particular thoughts on the death penalty in Japanese law, on the hidden world side, it seemed that the trial for the death penalty was not the same thing as on the outside. After all, according to the mysterious person, if Yatsuya Miko really followed her original plot and released the mysterious existence suppressed under that shrine, she would probably be sentenced to death by the Jiu-Jitsu world. At this moment, Kasumi Kakayudaha couldn't help but wonder if she was really ready to enter that world that she was not familiar with at all. However, the content at the back of the diary made her a little confused again. Although the so-called higher-ups of the Jiu-Jitsu world seemed to have some problems, that guy who was called the strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer also seemed a bit strange. What did he mean by liking to take in those who had been sentenced to death by the Jiu-Jitsu higher-ups as his own disciples? Was the train of thought of this strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer so peculiar? Because she did not knowing the specific situation or what those who had received the harshest sentence had done, Kasumigakaka Yudaha naturally couldn't make a judgment. But at least the clue to the identity of that honored one mentioned by the mysterious person before had finally come out. The person who was defeated by that king of curses from 1,000 years ago, Ryaman Sukuna, should be the current strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer in the Jiu-Jitsu world. His personality was uncertain, but he seemed to be the malicious type. Otherwise, he wouldn't be disliked and possibly even hated by his own disciples. No disciple had mourned his death, and after it was all over, he was even blamed by his own disciples. So was this strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer also some kind of villain character? Kasumigakaka Yudaha shook her head, feeling that her guess was probably wrong. If he were really some kind of villain character, the mysterious person wouldn't have mentioned in the diary that this might actually be a good thing for Yatsuya Miko. After all, what good thing could come from being taken in as a disciple by a villain character? It seemed that these matters still had to be investigated by Shinomiya Kagaya. Kasumigakaka Yudaha tugged at her own hair slightly, then shook her head. Among them, the first batch of girls who had obtained the diary, after a month's time, had indeed developed many differences in their future development. There was Shinomiya Kagaya, who, after obtaining supernatural powers, had a firm will to move forward and wanted to make a name for herself in the hidden world. Perhaps Takanashi and Kuroneko, those two Chinibius, also thought so. It was just that their attitude was not as firm as Kagaya's. There were those with poor health who needed Hammond to adjust their bodies, who hadn't thought about the future, like Minma and Sakura, who suffered from a pancreatic disease. There was Amaru, who, after knowing her own future, had decided to lie flat and watch the fun. And there were those who had no special thoughts on the hidden world and still insisted on their original ideals, like Hoshino AI, Tsukimi Eiko, and Shina Mishiro. They were worried about the affairs of the hidden world, but only because they were worried that the changes over there would make it impossible for them to persist in completing their own ideals. Of course, there's also her, who hadn't quite figured things out yet, and was still wavering between the hidden world and reality. Right now, she really hadn't thought clearly about what she should do in the future. In the surface world, she had good grades, good looks, and could become a popular author just by casually writing a book. The regret in her life was that her original future was to become a loser heroine character in a love triangle novel, and now she had to be written about in the diary by the mysterious person for other girls to watch. But to say that she had much longing for the hidden world was not necessarily true. Her biggest obsession with the hidden world right now was just to find the whereabouts of the mysterious person through it. But now, seeing the complicated situation on the hidden world side, she would still feel some hesitation and conflict. After thinking for a good while, she clutched the diary in her hand tightly. Kasumigakaka Yudaha, who already had some latent Yandere tendencies, gritted her teeth forcefully. No matter how I think about it, I still can't swallow this anger. If she gave up on finding the whereabouts of the mysterious person, then probably in a while, even fewer people in the group would be willing to spend their effort to find him. Thinking that that guy might be hiding in some dark corner, watching her in this state of powerless rage, Kasumigakaka Yudaha made a choice. Do commissions, farm points. Tomorrow, I'll go find Mishiro, tell her my commission in private, and ask her to lend that creative assistant of hers to me to help me take down the first 2 commissions in the shortest possible time. Is that woman, Kasumigakaka Yudaha, crazy? After Maiachi Haikage had sent out the contents of the Black Diary, he could constantly feel that woman, Kasumigakaka Yudaha, muttering his name. First, she was frantically muttering the name of the mysterious person, as if she had been possessed. And then, suddenly, she mentioned his name, thinking of her hidden Yandere attribute. It made Maiachi Haikage a little nervous. He thought she had sensed something. Fortunately, the straight-line distance between him and her was about 5 or 6 kilometers. At this position, although he couldn't completely figure out what she was saying, he could still sense the general situation. So, she was intrigued by the jiu-jitsu world I described and wants to find me to help her complete her commission to improve her strength. This woman hasn't had a full fall to the dark side, has she? Could it be that I went too far with the Barato before? Maybe I should switch to a different target for a while? He'll just pick on Bachi-chan Barato from now on. Through the intelligence from his mole, Shina Mishiro, Maiachi Haikage knew that tonight, after he had sent out the diary permissions of most of the girls had been upgraded from level 2 to level 3, and a commission function that looked like it was made purely for entertainment value had also been unlocked. Anyway, Maiachi Haikage didn't think Bachi-chan could complete that commission of forming a band for $15. Let alone having her find the people on the list to form a band. Just having her find them one by one and greet them could at least be considered a C-rank commission. And so, after thinking for a while, Maiachi Haikage decided to first put aside this woman, Kasumigakaka Yudaha, who was on the verge of a dark turn. And for this period of time, he would properly guide Bachi-chan to complete this seemingly impossible commission. In any case, through Shina Mishiro's side, he naturally knew about the 2 commissions Kasumigakaka Yudaha had received. But he really hadn't expected that she, in order to speed up the completion of these 2 commissions, would think of finding him for help. So is she treating me as some kind of idea man? Mayachi Haikage shook his head. If she just wanted to complete these 2 commissions, there was no need to find him for help. Or was it that that woman, Kasumigakake Yudaha, was still hiding her 3rd commission in the group? According to the snippets of conversation he had sensed, it seemed that when Kasumigakake Yudaha had made this decision, her emotions were indeed a little too agitated. Thinking that the diary might be secretly backstabbing him, Mayachi Haikage couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. His current persona of a male passerby supporting character was already quite successful. As for the identities of Sakakibara Kichi and Itukaiji as male anime protagonists, if he didn't say it, it would be impossible for those girls to know. But he really hadn't expected that the diary would pull such a trick. This time, it was Kasumigakake Yudaha who was suspected of receiving a commission related to him. Then would this kind of situation happen again in the future? Mayachi Haikage muttered to the diary in his hand. Haven't we been cooperating quite happily these past few days? Don't be so eager to have me reveal my identity. It's enough that Shina Mishiro alone knows my identity. I can't handle any more people. In any case, since he knew in advance that Kasumigakake Yudaha would come to him for help, Mayachi Haikage could naturally also think in advance about what he should do at that time to continue to consolidate his persona of an idea man. Besides the content of the old diary, the rest is to see what the reactions of the new girls who have obtained the diary will be. Because he wasn't sure if the new holders of a new diary could see his previous month's diary, nor did he know the stance between the holders of the 2 batches of diaries. So on this side, he continued to choose the method of hiding his identity plus leaking a part of the secrets. In any case, the content he wrote was somewhat similar to his first day's diary. For example, he had also mentioned his identity as a transmigrator, but this time he had used a different alias to keep his entries separate and had also mentioned that before them, there were other girls who had obtained a diary. Of course, he didn't plan to reveal the information of those diary-holding girls for the time being. He would leave these as Easter eggs for this batch of newcomers to investigate themselves. And the secrets he leaked were also mainly based on supernatural phenomena, such as puberty syndrome, and also some simple intelligence about the jujitsu world and the exorcism world, and the Shibuya incident that might occur at the end of October. He had even mentioned some topics about aliens. He hadn't even told his old readers about his new discoveries today. It could be considered a special treatment for the new readers. About 10 minutes after the previous diary entry, Mayachi Haikage sent out this diary entry welcoming the newcomers. Soon, Mayachi Haikage received confirmation. No matter how many diary entries he posted in a day, he could only get 1 reward. But the quality of the reward item would be improved. According to the diary's explanation, if the probability of winning a grand prize before was 0.01, then now it was at least 0.015. A huge increase of a full 50. Of course, this reward probability was an overall increase. The probability of those trash rewards had also been reduced a lot. Just like when he had first obtained the diary, Mayachi Haikage would still draw novels and manga one by one. After those girls had all unlocked the 2nd level permissions, now they basically came in sets. And among them, there were also many works whose endings Mayachi Haikage had not seen before he transmigrated. He didn't know what other differences would appear after the rewards were upgraded. In any case, after sending out his new diary, Mayachi Haikage patiently waited for those new diary holders to say the name Voldemort. Chapter 136. The Melancholy of Suzumiya Haruhi. I have no interest in ordinary humans. If there are any aliens, time travelers, people from another world, or espers among you, feel free to come find me. April has come to an end, and the uneventful month of May is about to begin. More than half a month has passed since Suzumiya Haruhi made such an earth-shattering declaration at the start of school. Of course, during this period, it was naturally impossible for her to have encountered the existences she had spoken of. In the month of April, Suzumiya Haruhi had still tried out all the clubs in the school. Although she was still as all-powerful as ever, and most of the clubs, after seeing the talent she displayed, had hoped she would stay in their club. But in the end, she was deeply disappointed by the dullness of these clubs, and, without the slightest bit of nostalgia, became a member of the Go Home Club. So, did I choose the wrong school back then? After entering high school, for some reason, Suzumiya Haruai suddenly began to have a strange dream. In the dream, for some reason, she had given up on the Kin Academy with its higher admission rate, and had chosen the more ordinary North High as her high school. Suzumiya Haruai, who had this thought in her dream, shook her head. If she had had this dream when she was in middle school, she might have changed her choice. But now she was already a student at Kin Academy. With her personality, she would naturally not regret the decision she had made. But the life at Kin was still as uninteresting as ever. The clubs were uninteresting, and school was equally uninteresting. The next 3 years of her life could be seen through at a glance. To be precise, she, who had just entered high school, seemed to have already seen herself 10 or 20 years later. Just thinking about it was a little depressing. She opened her eyes on time before the alarm clock rang, and turned off the alarm the moment before it was about to sound. After doing all this, Suzumiya Haruai stretched and sat up from her bed. However, unlike usual, she found that a gray diary, which she didn't know who had left there, had suddenly appeared beside her. A strange diary. There was not the slightest strange expression on Suzumiya Haruai's face. Instead, she picked it up with great interest and began to flip through it directly. After opening the diary, her just-awakened eyes instantly became bright. A transmigrator from another world. She recalled her speech at the start of school, which had been viewed with strange looks by countless classmates. She had not originally prepared this line, but a more normal and more indifferent self-introduction. But it was from that day on that she began to have this strange dream of herself wearing the North High uniform and going to school there. Under the influence of this strange dream, she, who was in a bad mood on the first day of school, had still chosen this self-introduction that could best symbolize her personality, to give a reminder to the boys in her class who had been staring at her because of her appearance. She hadn't expected that after a month had passed, a guy who claimed to be a transmigrator from another world would actually send the diary he had written to her bedside. To be honest, if this were really a prank, Suzumiya Haruai would actually find it quite interesting. After all, before this, she had never met a boy who would do such a thing to confess to her. Whether it was true or false, in any case, this idea was indeed quite interesting. She thought to herself, and then continued to read. There was not much content in the diary. Senchuredo is a crossover anime world that has integrated a large number of anime and film works. The young girl, who was more Chinibu than any Chinibu during her Chinibu period, accepted the settings mentioned in the diary with almost no barrier. In other words, the people who obtained this diary were basically all the female protagonists of their respective works. So, in the world where that transmigrator had lived before, she was also the female protagonist of some work. Suzumiya Haruai looked at the diary and made such a judgment in her heart. To this, she was not surprised at all. After all, a person like her was supposed to be a female protagonist in the first place. Especially thinking about the strange dream she had been having recently, it was even more like a treatment that only a female protagonist could have. She continued to read. Am I in the second batch of people to get the diary? Before me, more than 10 girls have already obtained a diary. And through the spoilers of this person who writes the diary, have they changed their own destiny in the past month? Suzumiya Haruai was not a person who would be jealous of others, because her ability made it so that she did not need to be jealous of others. But if what was written in this diary was true, then Suzumiya Haruai felt that she was really a little jealous of those who had obtained the diary a month ago. Perhaps in that 1 month's diary, the other party had also mentioned her own affairs in it. That way, she would be able to know what on earth was going on with the strange dreams she had been having these days. Espers, psychics, aliens, and yukai, vengeful spirits, and cursed spirits. I wonder if what this guy wrote in the diary is true or false. The king of curses from 1,000 years ago will be revived in half a year. Shibuya will be attacked. And after that, the existence of the hidden world will be completely made public. Looking at this content, there was not the slightest bit of fear in Suzumiya Haruai's eyes. On the contrary, it was full of longing. The world she was living in now was simply too uninteresting. If this world could really welcome the night parade of 100 demons again in half a year, then her wish would truly be granted. After finishing this diary, the degree to which Suzumiya Haruai believed in this diary had already reached 60%. The other party had mentioned some of the characteristics of the diary in it. Suzumiya Haruai felt that if he were really playing a prank, there would be no need to use this kind of thing that was very easy to verify to lie. So if this diary is real, besides the fact that no one else can see the diary in my hands, it can also appear and disappear according to my own thoughts. With this thought, Suzumiya Haruai tried to issue a command in her mind to the diary in her hand to hide. And then, in the next moment, the gray diary in her hand really did slowly disappear from her hand. Immediately after, under the control of her thoughts, that diary reappeared on the not-so-distant desk. It's real. The diary is real. The transmigrator from another world is also real. In other words, the mysterious resurgence mentioned by the other party in the diary is also real. Seeing this, Suzumiya Haruai couldn't help but show a fervent look in her eyes. Besides time travelers, the self-introduction she had made at the start of school seemed to have all come true. Chapter 137. The sweating Miwa Kasumi. There were not many girls like Suzumiya Haruai who could calmly accept the supernatural world. At least for the other girls who had obtained the diary. The sudden appearance of this diary had indeed caused quite a few of them to feel flustered. For example, Kyoto Jujitsu High, Miwa Kasumi, who had no innate technique and no special talent, was now looking at the diary in her hand, sweating profusely. She was not a descendant of a jujitsu family, but had just accidentally encountered a cursed spirit incident. Because she had practiced kendo since she was a child, and her cursed energy had awakened at a critical moment, she was noticed by the highest master of the new shadow style who was passing by. He had her form a binding vow with the new shadow style, and after she had practiced kendo in the dojo for several years, he had recommended her to Kyoto Jujitsu High, allowing her to officially debut as a jujitsu sorcerer. This year was her second year as a student at Kyoto Jujitsu High. Although her talent in jujitsu was not very good, her talent in kendo was not bad, and she had already mastered the new shadow style, simple domain, early on. Although the simple domain was called the domain of the weak, and it was said that those who practiced the new shadow style sword techniques also had to obey the orders of the new shadow style head at critical moments. She, who had mastered this skill, could also be considered to have the qualification to stand in front of the strong in the jiu-jitsu world. Perhaps at this year's exchange event, she could even win the favor of that so-called strongest jiu-jitsu sorcerer in history, Gojo Satoru. Originally, Miwa Kasumi was still looking forward to the exchange event next semester, until she had woken up this morning and had seen such a diary by her pillow. At first, she had thought it was placed on her bedside by one of her classmates, but after she picked up the diary, she felt that she had formed a more coercive binding vow with the diary in her hand. She could not, in any form, try to tell anyone about the existence of the diary. Otherwise, she would lose all her cursed energy and have all her life force drained by the new shadow style's binding vow. When she realized this, she was already on the verge of tears. Although she had practiced the new shadow style for 4 years and had been fully in the hidden world for more than a year, she sometimes still tended to overlook these details. Living in the hidden world, one had to be careful of all sorts of messy things that appeared around them. Who knows, one might be screwed over by those items in a moment of carelessness. She was not her idol, who possessed the strongest strength and could ignore these details. Seriously speaking, without using the simple domain, her strength was only that of a slightly stronger third-grade jiu-jitsu sorcerer. After confirming that she had been forced to form a binding vow with the diary in her hand, Miwa Kasumi finally opened the diary with a reckless attitude, wanting to find out what on earth was written in this mysterious thing. And then her mentality collapsed even further. The legendary Raiman Sukuna would be revived in half a year, and then he would personally slay the modern strongest jujitsu sorcerer. If it were a year ago, her idol Gojo Satoru, had still shared the title of strongest jujitsu sorcerer with someone else. But since the end of that battle at the end of last year, when that Geto Suguru, who had defected from a jujitsu world and become a curse user, was personally killed by him, Gojo Satoru's title of the strongest jujitsu sorcerer had been completely solidified. Even looking at the entire hidden world, the strength of the not yet 30-year-old Gojo Satoru was completely top tier. One could say that after entering the jujitsu world and hearing about Gojo Satoru's life experiences, Miwa Kasumi had always regarded him as her idol. And then, she had seen in this diary the description of her idol being personally slain by Ryaman Sukuna in the future. And looking at the attitude of that guy who called himself Voldemort, he had even written about Gojo Satoru's death in battle extremely casually in the diary, and his tone seemed to be a teasing one. So even if Gojo Satoru really was defeated in battle with that king of curses from 1,000 years ago in half a year, he shouldn't be described in such a frivolous tone. At this moment, Miwa Kasumi, as Gojo Satoru's #1 diehard fan, felt a trace of resentment toward the person who wrote the diary and even wanted to directly chop this diary into pieces with her own sword. But the existence of this diary was indeed beyond her imagination. Even with her simple domain open, she could not destroy this diary at all. After trying for a good while, and not being able to find a way to deal with this thing, she had no choice but to admit that she was indeed still too weak. If it were Gojo Satoru, he would definitely know what on earth was going on with this suddenly appearing diary. Miwa Kasumi, pouting, couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that the binding vow prevented her from mentioning the diary to anyone. But the binding vow didn't say, I can't mention the possibility of Ryaman Sukuna's revival, right? As long as I report this matter to the school first, the school side will definitely handle this matter properly. Although she still didn't believe that her idol would die in battle so simply in half a year, the revival of Ryaman Sukuna, and the possibility that the hidden world might be completely exposed to the sight of ordinary people. These things could still be prevented. The current 17-year-old Miwa Kasumi still had hope in her school and the jujitsu higher-ups above the school. She felt that as long as she reported this matter to the higher-ups in advance, they would be able to solve this matter smoothly. But thinking of this, she felt a headache again. How was she, a rookie jujitsu sorcerer with no background, who had barely left the school gates, and whose normal strength was only at the level of a third-grade sorcerer, going to report to the school? Should I say I dreamed about it? In the middle of her conflict, Miwa Kasumi still walked to the door of the principal's office. Before she could figure out whether to knock on the door and talk to the principal, the door to the principal's office had already opened. Miwa, you're here. I was just about to have someone go and get you. The principal of Kyoto Jujitsu High, Gakuganji Yoshinobu, was an old man over 60. He usually looked as if he had no spirit, but his hobby was rock and roll. During the school festival, he would occasionally perform his bass skills in front of the students. Miwa Kasumi was very respectful of her principal. She, who had been a little flustered, also subconsciously adjusted her state. Principal, is there something you need from me? Gakuganji Yoshinobu tapped the ground with the cane in his hand, and then said the mission he was going to give her. Have you heard of the Shinomiya family? Shinomiya? Although Miwa Kasumi felt that this surname sounded very familiar, was there this family in the hidden world? Gakuganji Yoshinobu made a supplement. Not the jujitsu world, but the world of ordinary people. Principal, are you referring to that Shinomiya conglomerate? Miwa Kasumi immediately remembered. The famous Shinomiya conglomerate Japan, said to have assets of over 200 trillion yen, could be considered a super juggernaut conglomerate in Japan. But what's wrong with this conglomerate? Could it be that some cursed spirit has appeared within the Shinomiya conglomerate and needs her to go and exorcise it? However, Gakuganji Yoshinobu's words made her stunned. It seems the daughter of the Shinomiya family has supernatural talent. The head of the family has found a way to contact the jujitsu higher-ups, wanting to confirm his daughter's talent. Because the Shinomiya family's main base is in Kyoto, the jujitsu higher-ups have asked me to go and investigate. If she really does have talent, then before the Tokyo Jujitsu High, bring her back to Kyoto. Chapter 138. Shinomiya Kagaya's plan. Both Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High and Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High were facing a shortage of students in this era. One reason was that there were not many people who could awaken supernatural powers to begin with, and they also had to compete with the supernatural forces of Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples, which could be found everywhere in Japan. However, the main reason was that the situation on the jiu-jitsu world side was rather complicated. Although spiritual power, magical power, or cursed energy were all different manifestations of supernatural power. But cursed energy, a power that primarily originated from human negative emotions, had a somewhat heretical meaning in the eyes of spirit mediums and onmyoji. Even though negative energy could be converted into positive energy through a reversed curse technique, and one could obtain extremely strong healing abilities, this was something that only a very small number of genius jiu-jitsu sorcerers could do. In any case, because of the source of the jiu-jitsu sorcerer's power, and the fact that the proportion of supernatural beings in history who had fallen from being a jiu-jitsu sorcerer to a curse user was indeed much higher than the proportion of defectors from other supernatural forces. Even in this era of mysterious resurgence, although a strong individual like Gojo Satoru had appeared, a curse user like Geto Suguru, who wanted to eradicate all non-sorcerers, had also appeared. Therefore, the public opinion environment for jiu-jitsu sorcerers in the hidden world had not improved much compared to before. Miwa Kasumi, as an ordinary person who had not yet awakened an innate technique, if it weren't for her considerable talent in kendo and having become the successor of the new shadow style, she probably would not have become a jiu-jitsu sorcerer, let alone have been exceptionally admitted by Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High. However, Miwa Kasumi had no opinion on this. The cursed energy awakened in her body was not much. Even if she switched to being a spirit medium or an onmyoji, she probably wouldn't achieve much, nor would she be able to earn much money to raise and take care of her younger siblings at home. On the contrary, there were fewer people on the jiu-jitsu world side. Continuing to study sword techniques might be more profitable. In any case, Miwa Kasumi's family situation was no secret in the school. The school would also take care of her with some low-level exorcism missions, allowing her to earn a little money to support her family. And this kind of out-of-town business trip mission was not dangerous, and also required a person who was more familiar with the surface world and had a more normal personality to carry it out. Therefore, this mission, which seemed to have a decent amount of profit, had naturally fallen on her. The people from Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High probably won't take the initiative to snatch her. After all, we were the first to take a fancy to her. But if there's really some special situation, you shouldn't get into a conflict with them in Tokyo. Just show the style of our Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High and let her make her own choice. Gakaganji Yoshinobu actually didn't care that much about the so-called Shinomiya family. After all, the rules of the surface world and the hidden world were completely different. Except for a few who were born as ordinary people or were obsessed with money, supernatural beings rarely cared about how much wealth they had in their hands. Just like the sword techniques of the new shadow style, Miwa Kasumi, whose family conditions were not very good, had not spent too much money to learn it. She had just formed a binding vow with it, which prevented her from casually passing on the sword techniques to others and required her to contribute to the new shadow style when necessary. Although there seemed to be many conspiracy theories circulating in the jiu-jitsu world, Miwa Kasumi, at any rate, had not felt any problem so far. And after getting her principal's explanation, Miwa Kasumi didn't think too much and was even quite looking forward to meeting people from Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High in Tokyo. After all, Gojo Satoru was a teacher at Tokyo High. If Tokyo High was also interested in that young lady of the Shinomiya family, then wouldn't she have a chance to meet that Gojo Satoru? Thinking of this, Miwa Kasumi, who had originally wanted to mention the Sukuna crisis to her principal, instantly changed her mind. After all, as everyone knew, the relationship between the two jiu-jitsu highs in Tokyo and Kyoto was not that harmonious. It would be bad if she were to speak of her worries and some misunderstanding occurred in the middle. It was better to wait until she went to Tokyo, find a way to take a trip to the jiu-jitsu high over there, and then tell Gojo Satoru these things in person. At that time, she might even be able to get his autograph. Miwa Kasumi, having made this decision in her heart, was even a little delighted. She was even getting a little impatient. Then shall I set off now? Looking at this student of his, full of drive, Gakuganji Yoshinobu nodded with satisfaction. As Miwa Kasumi, on the first day of obtaining the diary, was about to meet her senpai, Shinomiya Kagaya, the girls who had woken up had also all seen the diary that the mysterious person had updated last night. Seeing that the mysterious person had nonchalantly mentioned the commissions that the few of them had received, Shinomiya Kagaya frowned slightly. So, are these commissions really, as Kasumiga Kakayudaha had said, actually all planned by the mysterious person himself? Or is it that the mysterious person's side can see the commissions they've received through his own diary? It was just a pity that they were completely ignorant of the situation with the diary in the mysterious person's hands. In the case of insufficient information, even she would have a hard time guessing that there was actually a mole lurking among them, tipping off the mysterious person. And looking at the mysterious person's evaluation of those two A commissions, Shinomiya Kagaya felt a little regretful. If the mysterious person could really tell her the truth of that shrine, the reading value she would have obtained would probably have been enough for her to directly become the strongest among the girls who had the diary. And then, relying on this advantage, she could go and complete other high-difficulty commissions to further enhance her strength. But she could also imagine that if it could be completed so easily, it would not have been rated as an A-level commission. But new diary holders? Looking at the beginning of the diary, Shinomiya Kagaya thought for a while, and then with some anticipation, asked Hayasaka AI. Although she also knew that such a probability was very small, what if Hayasaka had really also obtained a diary? However, looking at Hayasaka AI, who still didn't understand what she had just said, Shinomiya Kagaya regretfully confirmed that she had indeed not obtained a diary. A month after obtaining the diary, I've unlocked level 3 permissions. If I continue to unlock permissions like this, I wonder if I can let the people around me also obtain a diary. Shinomiya Kagaya had already thought of this idea before. After all, she had already made up her mind to further delve into the hidden world and use it to obtain the power of the Shinomiya family. Although she had secretly taught Hayasaka AI a part of the ripple breathing in private, hoping that this girl who had grown up with her could also continue to walk with her in the future. But she herself was still a half-baked amateur now, and she didn't have the kind of ability that Maiachi Hikage had to implant the ripple into others' bodies and forcibly change their breathing rhythm to adapt to it. Unable to use reading value to improve the abilities of others, her teaching was just to let the other party master the rhythm of ripple breathing as much as possible, and then bit by bit, let their own body sense the existence of the ripple. It was just a pity that this efficiency was still a little too slow. In addition, Hayasaka Ace work schedule for the whole day was packed, and she simply couldn't find much time to learn Hammond, to the extent that until now, Hayasaka AI could only barely feel the existence of the ripple, but could not truly produce new ripples with her own breathing. I hope level 4 permissions can unlock the ability to give diaries to others, or to be able to use one's own reading value to improve the abilities of others. Or at this time next month, just send the diary directly to Hayasaka Ace hands. If that really doesn't work, it's not impossible to send it to Fujiwara Chika. After all, these two are my only friends now. Thinking this, Shinomiya Kagaya then looked at the new commissions that had refreshed in her diary. Besides the A-level commission whose truth even the mysterious person didn't know, there were 2 more new commissions. One was to become the student council president of Shuchian Academy. The other was to have Hayasaka AI master Hammond. Regarding the details of the commissions, Shinomiya Kagaya had already researched a lot of useful information last night. At level 3 permissions, the commission board could refresh up to 3 commissions per day. If a commission was accepted, a new one would be refreshed the next day, and the upper limit for accepting commissions was 20. If 3 commissions could be refreshed every day, one could continuously accept them for a week. And if one chose not to accept them, They would also be refreshed according to the time, based on the commission's level. D rank and below commissions would be automatically refreshed every day. C rank would stay for 3 days, B rank for a week, A rank for a month, and an S rank commission would exist forever after it was refreshed, unless they took the initiative to abandon it. It seemed that as long as one accepted the refreshed commissions every day and abandoned those with low rewards, it would be fine. But it should be noted that accepting a commission was not without a price. Abandoning a commission required accepting a penalty. And there were also some commissions that had a time limit. If the commission was not completed within the time limit, one would also have to accept a penalty. As for this penalty mechanism, Shinomiya Kagaya did not ask for the specific situation, only knowing that it would not cause any substantial harm to the body, nor would it deduct reading value. It was purely to make everyone try to choose commissions that were within their ability when accepting them. As long as one did not abandon a large number of commissions in a short period of time, the diary would not give too severe a penalty. Under normal circumstances, it would generally just be the penalties that might appear after failing a game of truth or dare. It sounded like there was indeed no danger. But Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly thought of the situation on Jerry's side. According to the current view of the girls in the group, Jerry was sent by the mysterious person to confirm their mastery of Hammond and, by the way, to teach them some new knowledge. However, in order to let them know that this knowledge was not easily obtained, when they made a request to Jerry, he would more or less come up with some tasks that targeted their weaknesses for them to complete. Like Yukino Shida Yukino, who liked cats but not dogs, being forced to take an extremely wild husky for a walk in the center of Chiba. And like when she had gone to find Jerry, she had been directly turned into her little Kagaya state by his ripple. Shinomiya Kagaya felt that the penalty given by the diary was very likely of this type. Thinking of that overly little Kagaya state of hers, she gritted her teeth, determined that she could not expose that weak appearance of hers in front of others again. However, for these few commissions now, besides the A-level commission that still had to be hung on the commission board for her struggle with for a period of time, the remaining 2 commissions seemed to be acceptable. Teaching Hayasaka AI Hammond was something she was going to do anyway. Becoming the student council president, although this commission would take a longer time, she had carefully looked, and this commission had no time limit. Although she didn't have many thoughts on becoming the student council president at the moment, for her, as long as she wanted, becoming the student council president of Shuchian was a matter of course. According to the mysterious person, a year later, the male protagonist in her story would become the student council president of Shuchian, and then she would have a back-and-forth romantic comedy with him. In the end, because of a stunt operation by that manga artist, it would turn into an abstract farce. Although the plot of this story made Shinomiya Kagaya very dissatisfied, she could still obtain some intelligence from it. That male protagonist in her story was an ordinary person and had even become the student council president as an external student. Among this, although there was the reason that his grades were the first in the entire school, it was very clear that her intervention should also be in it. It should be that she had wanted to push him onto the stage and make him her subordinate, which was why she had chosen to let him become the student council president. It was just that her original plan had gone down, and in the end, not only had she failed to subdue him, but on the contrary, because she was the female protagonist of a romantic comedy, she had completely thrown herself into it. The Shinomiya Kagaya, who had not experienced all of that, and who is still in her ice Kagaya state in most situations at school now, could not imagine how her future self would be changed into that state by him. In any case, after she had seen the future, it was impossible for it to happen again in this world. The current Kagaya had already made up her mind to change. Romantic comedy and all that, she didn't need it. Her ideal now was not to become some photographer, but to, as a supernatural being, become the person behind the scenes who would rule the Shinomiya family. Thinking this in her heart, Shinomiya Kagaya, after just a round of contemplation, had made such a judgment. The mission to have Hayasaka AI learn Hammond had a time limit of half a month. Although the time was a bit tight, if she let Hayasaka take a good few days off in these 2 weeks and not let her continue to take care of her life and rest a little more, and have Barato time to practice Barato, so it should not be a major problem. As for becoming the student council president at Shuchian, the normal change of term was still a long time away. However, Shuchian was the most elite and prestigious academy in all of Japan. The students who study here will either enter the financial world or the political world in the future. Resigning in disgrace, a classic segment of the political arena, it was time to let those guys experience it in advance. With this thought, Shinomiya Kagaya accepted these 2 commissions. In her eyes, she could get these 2 commissions done in at most 2 or 3 weeks. They could be considered very stable, free-point commissions. Chapter 139, Maiachi Hikage's Flaw, Maiachi Residence. After Maiachi Hikage woke up, the first thing he did was sense how many people were thinking of his names. The number of times the mysterious person was mentioned was clearly overwhelming. Kasumigakaka Yutaha alone contributed a third of those mentions. The rest were scattered about from various others. After being thought of for so many days, he had long figured out the locations and identities of those girls. So, after just confirming that no one was secretly cursing him, he could choose the next target to take the heat for Kasumigakaka Yutaha. In comparison, the number of people thinking of the name Voldemort was much smaller. Within a 100-kilometer radius, Maiachi Hikage could only sense one voice. Judging by the distance and direction, it didn't seem to be in Tokyo, but rather in the direction of Chiba. Did the number of diaries in the second batch decrease? Or did the distribution range become wider? Through his experience of lurking in the chat group many times, the first batch of girls who received a diary and joined the chat group numbered around 20. Nearly half of them were within the Tokyo metropolitan area, and about 6 or 7 had a relatively high presence in the chat group. And the name curse he had completed could only confirm the location of people who said his name within 100 kilometers. The closer they were within that 100 kilometers, the more he could perceive when someone mentioned the name he said. Beyond 200 kilometers, he couldn't sense anything at all. So, under these circumstances, he could basically sense 7 or 8 people mentioning his name every day. As for Chiba, besides Oreguru and Oremo, are there any other popular series? Thinking about it, Maiachi Hikage could recall a few other works, like Amigami SS, Rokyubu, or Watamote. He could try to search for possible diary holders within those. Of course, there was also the possibility of 2 diary holders appearing in the same work. For example, a certain Ajisen. Maiachi Hikage shook his head, correcting his own perception. But he had to admit, compared to Kusaka Karino, who was active 10 years ago, the Ajisen who was active in the following decade and still uses Karino's avatar to this day left a deeper impression. So much so that before he transmigrated, whenever he saw Karino's avatar, he would have to subconsciously discern who the poster was actually referring to. Thankfully, the diary isn't causing too much trouble. Although Kasumigakaka Yuta's side seems to have generated a request related to me, it probably isn't a big issue. If the diary really wanted to stir up trouble, there wasn't much he could do. For example, it could directly give a diary to his dumb older sister, or to Mahiru or Kato Megumi who were close to her. Besides his sister, if either of the other 2 got a new diary, there seemed to be a high probability they would realize his identity through Shina Mashiro. Maiachi Hikage didn't pay much mind to the girls who were too far away. There was no way they could suddenly pop up and lock onto his identity from so far. He just needed to keep an eye on the girls within 100 kilometers, who were more likely and more able to cross paths with him. After a quick wash, Maiachi Hikage left the house and walked towards Shina Mahiru's apartment. Because the system's permissions had been upgraded last night, although he had called Shina Mashiro and had her send him a copy of the chat group's information, there were still many things he needed to learn from her face-to-face. So, he had told Shina Mahiru last night that he would come over this morning to discuss manga matters with Mashiro, and Shina Mahiru had told him to come over early for breakfast together. By the time Maiachi Hikage arrived and Shina Mahiru opened the door for him, he immediately smelled a fragrant aroma. It smelled like preserved egg and lean pork congee. Did Hikari bring the homemade preserved eggs she got from Asegauka over to Mahiru's place and also teach her how to make the kanji? Smelling this familiar aroma, Mayachi Hikage couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The 10-plus years he had lived in this world had indeed left him with quite a few flaws. For example, this preserved egg. Of course, Japan has preserved eggs. However, because the taste of preserved eggs differs from Japanese dietary habits, coupled with different preparation methods, this thing was considered a type of dark cuisine in the eyes of most Japanese people. Only someone like Mayachi Hikage, who lived in the countryside and wanted to reminisce about the delicacies of China, had enough time, energy, and duck eggs to tinker with this stuff. The result was that he made several batches of preserved eggs, found a few people in Asagaoka with strong stomachs to test them, and carefully tasted them a few times himself. After a few minor bouts of diarrhea, Mayachi Hikage successfully mastered the method of making preserved eggs. And afterward, he had happily made cold-dressed preserved eggs and preserved egg kanji at home several times. Perhaps because they were twins, while the rest of the Mayachi family's acceptance of preserved eggs was merely okay, it was Mayachi Hikari who particularly loved the taste. Not just preserved eggs. She also showed a surprising adaptability to things like stinky tofu and snail rice noodles. In any case, the reason Mayachi Hikage had thought about having his older sister make food tour videos was because of her stomach, which was much stronger than his own, and this time coming to Tokyo for high school. Mayachi Hikari had even brought some preserved eggs from home. It seemed she hadn't considered her extremely awkward cooking skills at all. If there was a girl with a diary who was sharp enough to notice the unique Chinese food item of preserved eggs and Mayachi Hikage's lifelong preference for Chinese-style food, she might really be able to perceive that something was off about him. However, after Mayachi Hikage obtained the diary and decided to follow the path of lying low, he had already started to apply patches to some of his flaws from over the years. To patch the preserved egg flaw, Mayachi Hikage had arranged for Kashiya Suguru to create a prank food video series with the theme of strange dishes from around the world before he even left Asagaoka. Surströmming, blue cheese, kasumartsu, dried smelly fish, beef ball hot pot. In this company, preserved eggs and snail rice noodles were comparatively mild in flavor. This type of video and content creator was quite popular for a while in Mayachi Hikage's previous life. For example, the famous internet food challenge, Surströmming, which inspired countless people across the web to try it a few years back, proved that people were very interested in this kind of death-defying challenge. In any case, these videos have been released recently and had sparked considerable discussion online. Anyway, returning to the present. Smelling the fragrance of kanji from the apartment's kitchen, Mayachi Hikage thought that the video challenging people to eat raw preserved eggs had just been released a few days ago. He guessed that it was after seeing that video that Mayachi Hikari remembered she had brought a lot of preserved eggs with her to school. Seemingly noticing Mayachi Hikage's expression, Shina Mahiru gave him a faint smile. Hikage-kun, you noticed, right? Hikari taught me this yesterday. I heard you quite like kanji at home, so I looked up a tutorial video online and tried to make it especially for you this morning. Because he had been in more contact with the Shina sisters recently, and calling them by their last names was confusing, they had started calling each other by their first names these days. I've really troubled you. Hikari just loves to do these things in my name. I don't know if any of the preserved eggs she brought have gone bad. If this stuff spoils, Cinchuredo. She had only started preparing them early this morning at Mayachi Hikari's request, and after finding some tutorials online. It would be one thing if it didn't taste good, but getting a stomachache would be a real problem. But you don't have to worry. A spoiled preserved egg has a pretty obvious taste. You can tell with just one bite. I've already developed an immunity. One bite probably won't be a problem for me, Mayachi Hikage said, then complimented her a few times. Besides, it smells quite fragrant, doesn't it? To succeed on the first try is already very impressive. Being praised like this by a member of the opposite sex, Shina Mahiru felt a little embarrassed. I've just had a lot of practice cooking at home, and I'm quite happy when someone enjoys the food I make, she said, then reminded Mayachi Hikage of something. Ah, Mishirone should be awake already. I just went in and had her get changed. Hikage-kun, you should go wake Hikari up first. Shina Mahiru was telling Mayachi Hikage not to go look for Shina Mashiro just yet. Even after obtaining the diary, Shina Mashiro was still her usual airheaded self, who seemed oblivious to the world most of the time. Before, she had only wanted to become a mangaka. After getting the diary and meeting Mayachi Hikage, a new idea was added. Keep an eye on Mayachi Hikage and have him help her become an even better mangaka. Other than that, Shina Mashiro's current state wasn't much different from the original work. At most, Senshirito Mayachi Hikage had no interest in this sort of caretaking. He had helped Mayachi Hikari get dressed for 2 or 3 years when they were 4 or 5, and from age 10 to 15, he was with Ringe every day. Ringe, who was 6 this year, already knew how to dress herself. Shina Mashiro, who was already 16 or 17, should really try to learn from Ringe. He walked to his sister's room door, knocked twice with no response, and directly used the key to unlock the door. After entering the room, Mayachi Hikage directly pulled open the curtains, then set off the alarm clock, letting the morning sun and the alarm wake Mayachi Hikari up. Compared to the sunlight, the noise of the alarm was obviously more direct. A few seconds after the alarm went off, Mayachi Hikari let out a wail from her bed. "Ah, why'd you have to wake me up so early? Let me sleep for another 20 minutes. You tricked Mihiru into waking up at 5 in the morning to make you preserved egg and pork congee, and you have the nerve to lie in bed until you're almost late? If you don't feel like you've had enough sleep, either go to bed earlier or learn from Mihiru. Look at the physical training techniques I taught you too. She's only been learning for a few days and has already grasped the knack. And you? I offered to teach you before, but you refused to learn. Now that you've seen the changes in me, you're begging me to learn, but can't calm down and study properly. Mahiru is about to get the hang of it too, and you're still so far behind." Mayachi Hikage complained about his sister, urging her to get out of bed quickly. Hearing Mayachi Hikage's words, the slightly guilty Mayachi Hikari stopped struggling. It wasn't that she didn't want to learn, she really just didn't have the talent. They were twins, so in theory, their talents should be similar. But she really just couldn't calm down and feel the rhythm of breathing, and she found it difficult to perform the so-called movements correctly. She looked at Mayachi Hikage with a wronged expression, which only made him sigh. This was his own sister. What else could he say? "All right, didn't I say I'd help you fully learn those techniques one day during Golden Week when we go back to Asegauka? Stop playing pitiful here. Don't do that. Hurry up and get washed. Remember to thank Mahiru for her hard work when you go over there." Having said that much, Mayachi Hikari on the bed finally got up obediently. Only then did Mayachi Hikage return to Mahiru's apartment. While he was gone waking up Mayachi Hikari, Shina Mahiru had been very efficient. In just a few minutes, she had helped Mashiro get dressed and was now having Shina Mashiro simply comb her own hair. Seeing Mayachi Hikage arrive, Shina Mashiro's eyes lit up. She walked towards Mayachi Hikage with the comb in her hand. "Hikage, my hair is so hard to comb." Mayachi Hikage glanced at Shina Mashiro's messy hair. Speaking of which, this wasn't entirely Shina Mashiro's fault. People who practice ripple enhance their Bodis life energy, achieving the effects of slowing down aging and strengthening their physique. And Shina Mashiro was very talented with ripple. With a bonus from her reading value, 1 month of training was roughly equivalent to several years of training for an ordinary person. The ripple within her body could be said to be showing initial results. At this stage, the constantly emerging life energy Senshirito. It seemed that the Shina Mashiro of this world could rely on the power of ripple to enhance her physical presence in some way. He wondered if Yukino Shida Yukino could achieve a similar outcome through ripple. In any case, besides the effects on her appearance, her hair was also a place easily affected by ripple, until Shina Mashiro's mastery of ripple improved further. Even if she washed and combed her hair every night, she would still have to spend a long time tidying it up every morning when she woke up. With that thought, Mayachi Hikage took the comb from Shina Mashiro's hand and began to skillfully comb her hair for her. "Don't ask. If you must, just know it's experience gained from a young age from his lazy eldest sister, his playful second eldest sister, and his well-behaved little sister." Chapter 140. Shina Mishiro's new request and being targeted by the diary. When it came to the skill of taking care of others, Mayachi Hikage could be considered an expert. Moreover, for the sake of efficiency, he had secretly used a bit of ripple power. After quickly combing Shina Mishiro's hair and feeling the smoothness of her strands, Mayachi Hikage asked if any new requests had appeared in her diary today. To be honest, he was still a little nervous, because yesterday, Shina Mishiro had received a special request. Tell the other girls who possess a diary about Mayachi Hikage's true identity. For every girl she told and gained their trust, she would receive 100 reading value points and 1 lottery ticket. It could be said that if Shina Mishiro had the inclination, she could earn several thousand reading value points and 20 lottery tickets in a single day. But both he and the entity behind the diary knew that Shina Mishiro would absolutely never do such a thing. This request was purely the diary's way of deliberately messing with him. That entity was probably intentionally creating this kind of request to screw with his mentality, making him feel a sense of indebtedness towards Shina Mishiro, who couldn't complete it. In fact, the diary's plan was indeed effective. Shina Mishiro had directly rejected the request last night. If Mayachi Hikage felt no emotional fluctuation after learning about this, then he would be a pure scumbag. At this moment, upon hearing Mayachi Hikage's inquiry, Shina Mishiro also took out her diary. Mayachi Hikage had never seen what the other girls' diaries looked like, so he didn't know. But he had held and inspected Shina Mishiro's diary more than once. Apart from his own diary entries from the past month and over 20 questions from different girls, the rest was all manga drawn by Shina Mishiro using the diary. After Shina Mishiro unlocked the Level 2 permission, she gained the ability to draw in the diary with her thoughts, increasing her drawing speed several dozen times over. It could be said that as long as Shina Mishiro had a concrete image in her mind, she could easily complete the creation of an entire manga volume in a single day. However, before coming to Japan, the manga she created was indeed just like her original work's counterpart. It only had exquisite art, but was completely devoid of any emotion. Even though she had diligently drawn hundreds of pages of various types of manga in the diary, they were all stories as bland as water, with nothing worth seeing. It was only after coming to Japan, identifying his identity through her intuition, and then obtaining the consent of Kasugakaka Yutaha and the others, that she quickly drew out the story of Sikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. Under the personal guidance of Mayachi Hikage, this strongest director in the field of cringe videos, the subtle expressions that Shina Mishiro had found difficult to grasp and had no real feel for before quickly became much more lively. It was to the point that even Kato Megumi, upon seeing herself in the manga, would marvel at how the self in the manga, despite looking just as expressionless, could still allow readers to clearly distinguish the emotion being conveyed. As for Erori, after seeing the classic scene of the male and female protagonists meeting on a slope drawn by Shina Mishiro, she seemed to have been so devastated that she entered a state of complete seclusion. Flipping through the manga they had collaborated on, Mayachi Hikage also gave some simple explanations for some places where the emotional expression was lacking. As the first diary holder, after obtaining the diaries of other girls, one could see the contents of all the diaries and the information of their holders. He had also tested it, although he was currently holding Shina Mishiro's diary. Due to the shielding rule, in the eyes of others, he was simply holding Shina Mishiro's art drafts and giving comments. Shina Mishiro listened earnestly. For the parts she felt Mayachi Hikage was right about, she would directly use her thoughts to modify the images in the diary to make them more reasonable. As for the parts she felt were unreasonable, Mayachi Hikage, in most cases, could also make Shina Mishiro find them reasonable through various examples. The only thing Mayachi Hikage had failed to persuade her on to this day was that besides the character settings, the male protagonist in Shina Mishiro's version of Sikano had almost no trace of Aki Tomoya. His appearance, build, and even his state when working were almost completely copied from Mayachi Hikage. According to Shina Mishiro's explanation, she was not familiar with other men, nor was she familiar with Aki Tomoya. The other male supporting characters in the manga could be based on other people in her class, but for the male protagonist image, she wanted to create it based on someone she was more familiar with. Regarding this, Mayachi Haikage had tried to dissuade her for a long time, but couldn't change Shina Mashiro's mind. Mayachi Haikage could only give up on trying to persuade her further. Fine. For now, he would be the male protagonist who would surely be called a scumbag by many readers in the future. On a side note, although the appearances of Kasumigakaka Yutaha and Eriri in the manga had been adjusted, their character settings were still very similar. It was basically at a level where someone familiar with them might not recognize them at a glance, but could still guess with a few more looks. As for the image of Kato Megumi, it was a new image that fused the appearances of both Kato Megumi and Shina Mashiro herself. One could only say that Shina Mashiro was still a bit better than Kasumigakaka Yutaha. She wouldn't subconsciously create the image she identified with in her work as a loser. I've already contacted a few manga magazine editors for you, but we'll probably still have to go the Newcomers Award route. After all, if you want to become a professional mangaka, this is a necessary process. Winning a Newcomers Award can also provide you with a lot of popularity. After confirming that there were no problems with Shina Mashiro's manga creation, Mayachi Haikage flipped to the latest part of the diary and saw the new request that had refreshed for Shina Mashiro today. The difficulty was not too high. One was what Mayachi Haikage had just mentioned. Get the Seikano manga to successfully pass the Newcomers Award and officially debut as a mangaka. However, the rewards for completing the task would naturally differ depending on the ranking she achieved. If the task failed, Shina Mashiro would be unable to eat Bomkachin in any way for 1 month after the failure. To be honest, this penalty was indeed quite severe for Shina Mashiro. But for a Shina Mashiro who had eliminated her own shortcomings and could maximize her strengths, unless capital was used to suppress her, Mayachi Haikage really couldn't imagine the possibility of her failing. But capital? Shinomiya Kagaya, the biggest capitalist in Japan, had always wanted to win over the girls in the group. The other was a long-term task somewhat similar to Yumura's housekeeping task. However, the content of the task was related to him again. Have Mayachi Haikage choose your daily change of clothes. Receive corresponding reading value points based on the outfit's rating. Maximum of 10 reading value points per week. Seeing this request, Mayachi Haikage couldn't help but scratch his hair. With Shina Mashiro's personality, she definitely wouldn't have any objections. Was this asking him to play a Shina Mashiro exclusive version of Miracle Nikki? However, this request was a long-term one anyway, so Mayachi Haikage didn't have any particular thoughts on it. He would just see how many reading value points the diary would give for designating her school uniform every day. After all, Mahiru and Hikari were watching from the side. He didn't want his gossip being spread around the village by the loose-lipped Hikari when he went back to Asahigaoka in a few days. As for the third request, it was a bit more interesting. A B-rank request. Go to a supposedly haunted area in Tokyo to perform an exorcism. Mayachi Haikage carefully examined this request and then handed it to Shina Mashiro. Besides Shinomiya Kagaya's rank investigation request, you should be the first person in the group to receive this kind of exorcism request. Shina Mashiro looked at the new request in her diary, blinked her eyes lightly, then took out her phone and began to look through the chat history. Although it was still early because everyone had just unlocked new functions and some requests refreshed daily, the discussion in the chat group was quite active at the moment. After confirming, she nodded. Mayachi Haikage rubbed his chin and began to ponder. Hinami Aoi received a request related to blank because she had been utterly crushed by blank in a game before, to the point where it had almost become an obsession for her. So after obtaining the diary, becoming stronger than before and the unshakable #1 in that game, she inwardly wanted to meet blank again, which was why this request was generated for her. As for Shinomiya Kagaya, it should be because she wanted to enter the hidden world and had been investigating that shrine. At the same time, because she had interfered in Mika's plotline and recruited the godmother of Shitamachi, who had a certain connection to that shrine, Mika's main plotline was transferred to Shinomiya Kagaya. These two high-level requests could both be considered to have a clear origin. But for Shina Mashiro, She just wanted to draw manga peacefully right now and had almost no interest in things like ghosts and spirits. Did she receive this request because her Ripple training had reached a level where she could perform exorcisms, or was the diary deliberately giving her free points, considering her current situation? After all, his pure young body was right here. How many spirits in this world weren't afraid of him? As long as he undid his seal and accompanied Sheena Mashiro to that place for a stroll, and at most activated his Ripple, she would probably be able to complete this request. However, Mayachi Hikage suddenly thought of a certain kind-hearted Grade 1 sorcerer. Didn't Nanami Kinto say that he should tell him in advance where he was going to film his next video? But isn't doing this a bit dishonorable? Mayachi Hikage muttered, deciding it was better to go to the place mentioned in the request to take a look himself first. If that place was suitable for filming a video, then he would ask Nanami Kinto to come over and help. He would find an opportunity to give him a red envelope as thanks later. Mayachi Hikage studied this request for a while and then told Sheena Mashiro his thoughts. Sheena Mashiro naturally had no objections. Everything revolved around Mayachi Hikage. After that, Mayachi Hikage also spent some time studying the new functions unlocked after other diaries reached level 3 permission. He had to say, having an insider was really comfortable. Many functions that seemed insignificant could be found to hide many threats upon closer examination. Just like that new map function. It seemed to be for the purpose of better reminding those girls where there was danger. But in Mayachi Hikage's eyes, this function was completely targeted at himself. Don't be fooled by the fact that it only displays character names and potential danger information. It also provides a simple assessment of the strength displayed by surrounding people or spirits. Under normal circumstances, nearby ordinary people are displayed as white dots on the map. The white dots are about the size of a grain of rice. Physically fit people would be slightly larger and rounder, while frail women would be smaller. And according to the map function's description, spirits or other dangerous existences should be displayed in red. Of course, red markers were currently nowhere to be seen. In short, on this map, the stronger an existence was, the larger the white or red dot displayed on the map would be. Among the girls around him, Mayachi Hikari and Sheena Mahiru were about the same size. After all, Hikari grew up in the countryside, and her physique was better than that of an average boy. As for Mahiru, she had just started practicing Ripple and was currently in a period of improvement, so the sizes displayed on the map function were naturally not much different. Sheena Mashiro was much Barato noticeable. Her build was clearly larger than Hikari's, indicating that her current Ripple training had already brought about a great improvement to her constitution. Mayachi Hikage Barato his nose, then secretly undid a bit of his seal. Originally, on the map, he looked only a couple of sizes larger than a normal adult male. But instantly, his figure on the map swelled by double, becoming even larger than Sheena Mashiro's. He quickly reapplied the seal and muttered to himself, "I just want to lie low and develop quietly. Why does the diary keep updating with so many functions targeted at me?" It seemed he couldn't let Jerry come back directly. He would have to seal its state first before allowing it to return to Bika Town. Otherwise, who knew how large that guy Jerry would appear on those girls' maps? But Jerry can also see Kuronekos' diary. It should be a little prepared after realizing this. Thinking this, Mayachi Hikage pondered for a moment and then had Sheena Mashiro find an opportunity to tell the other girls about this matter, to let them know. Through this function, he might also be able to determine Sheena Mashiro's strength and status among the girls in the group, which could play a role in the weight of her words in the chat group in the future. Chapter 141. It's all the mysterious person's fault. After explaining to Sheena Mashiro what she needed to do, Mashiro just nodded her head in a half-understanding response. But one look at her clear eyes, and you could tell she hadn't understood at all. However, Mayachi Hikage didn't expect her to figure these things out. It was enough for her to know that these things were happening so that when she was asked by the other girls, she could say a word or two and not arouse their suspicion. The rest would still be basically handled by Mayachi Hikage, borrowing Sheena Mashiro's identity. After whispering with Sheena Mashiro for over 10 minutes, Sheena Mahiro knocked on the door to let them know it was time to eat. When she came to remind them, she also cautiously and carefully checked the situation inside the room. After all, leaving two teenagers, a boy and a girl, alone in a room, especially when her own cousin looked like a natural airhead who was ready to throw herself at him, made it really hard for her to feel at ease. Fortunately, although her cousin was quite worrying, Mayachi Hikage's character was at least very good. If her nice words back when they met in Akihabara were purely to cater to her cousin and Mayachi Hikari, now she was genuinely starting to feel that Mayachi Hikage was a trustworthy and very capable person. In another year or two, perhaps she could feel at ease completely entrusting Shina Mashiro to Mayachi Hikage. At the Shina family's dining table, the preserved egg and lean pork congee that Shina Mahiru cooked tasted quite good. In any case, seeing the way Hikari was slurping down bowl after bowl, one could tell that Mahiru's cooking was very much to her liking. As for Mayachi Hikage, after thanking her for the hospitality on behalf of his ill-mannered older sister, he thought for a moment and then said to Shina Mahiru, "I remember there are a few cookbooks passed down from China in my family storehouse. When I come back after the holidays, they'll bring them over for you to take a look. Those cookbooks were probably written by some super-grade chef a century or two ago. It's just that not many people in my family have a talent for cooking, and some of the recipes in there have some exaggerated techniques, but it should still be somewhat helpful for your culinary skills to use them as a reference." Mayachi Hikari, who was drinking her congee on the side, gave her younger brother a slightly puzzled look. "We have cookbooks in our storehouse. How come I don't know anything about it? Didn't we go through our family's storehouses together when we were kids?" The Mayachi family had been settled in Asahagaoka for 100 or 200 years. Although they weren't great landowners, they were considered standard wealthy farmers. Naturally, the family had accumulated many things over the years. Then, she saw Mayachi Hikage roll his eyes at her. "Of course you don't know. You still don't like to read. Back then, the moment you saw those books full of Chinese characters, you said you got dizzy just looking at them. I only read a little bit when I was a kid, too. I only found the rest when I was bored this summer vacation. Just like those training methods. It was that kind samurai, or rather, swordsman, who helped our Mayachi ancestors that I told you about before, who taught them to our family." With Mayachi Hikage's explanation, Mayachi Hikari instantly felt it was reasonable. Those tattered books were dirty and old, and you had to be careful just to turn a page. After almost damaging a few books and getting scolded by their parents a couple of times, she had completely lost interest in that stuff. Only Mayachi Hikage, the sole male heir of the Mayachi family, would be interested in these things. So she quickly nodded towards Shina Mahiru. She didn't know what a super-grade chef was, but it sounded amazing just by the name. Shina Mahiru's cooking was already so delicious now. If she could learn the recipes from that cookbook, wouldn't she be able to feast to her heart's content every day for the next 3 years? You'll remember to remind Hikage then, too. It'll definitely help you bring that cookbook over. Seeing Mayachi Hikari's reaction, Mayachi Hikage nodded to himself. As expected, besides his accomplished Shina Mashiro, his other great assistant was his older sister, who knew nothing about their family situation. His family did have many old books. Before he obtained the diary, he had already found some fragments about the Demon Slayer Corps in these ancient texts. And it was only through his own investigation afterward that he confirmed the story of Demon Slayer should have ended 100 years ago. Thinking back to how the world was in a period of mysterious accelerated decline 100 years ago, the muson of this world was probably forced into a corner, which was why he took the initiative to seek a final showdown with the Demon Slayer Corps. In any case, besides these rumors related to the Demon Slayer Corps, the rest were mostly family trees and local records of the Asahagaoka area. There is nothing of particular value if the Mayachi family had really collected such precious ancient texts. They wouldn't have been farmers in Asahagaoka for over 100 years. The cookbook he mentioned was, naturally, a reward he had obtained from the diary. Liu Maoxing's cooking notes. It enhances the holder's culinary skills, and when cooking according to the recipes in the notes, there's an extremely low probability of creating the legendary glowing cuisine. This item might be a treasure for a modern chef, but for Mayachi Hikage, it was a bit useless. After all, Although his own cooking skills were passable, he was usually too lazy to cook. In his hands, these cooking notes could only be a collector's item. He wasn't short on money, and he would never sell these notes, which were a part of his childhood memories, to others. So, after thinking about it, since he didn't know any characters from Shokyuji no Soma right now, and had no need to get involved in their troubles, he might as well just temporarily lend these notes to Shina Mahiru, a girl with whom he had a good relationship, and who also had great culinary talent. As for glowing cuisine, Mayachi Haikage felt that even the people at Tatsuki Academy couldn't achieve it right now. He had investigated. Although the God's Tongue and other special abilities from Shokyuji no Soma existed, their effect were not as heaven-defying as depicted in the manga. As for clothes bursting and ripping just because the food was delicious, Mayachi Haikage had not heard of such a thing happening anywhere at present. Overall, the current Tatsuki Academy just looked like an elite chef training school with very strict admission standards. If one wanted to see the dramatic display of visual effects from the original work, it would probably only be possible after spiritual energy had further revived. Or perhaps the culinary world had actually already awakened similar powers, but they had to be hidden due to the rules of the hidden world. Mayachi Haikage guessed in his heart. He estimated that it would only be after the full revival of spiritual energy and a few more supernatural events that would gradually bring supernatural powers into the public eye that stories from superpower sports series like Prince of Tennis and Kuriko's Basketball would begin to appear in this world. Thinking of a certain Seishin Academy that also existed in this world and the increasingly absurd, life-threatening tennis skills that appeared later in Prince of Tennis, those world-class tennis players could probably reach the level of a special-grade sorcerer. Gigantification, black holes, time loops, different dimensions, Azura's path. Forget the sorcerers. Even Sukuna would probably have an existential crisis if he showed up. But to be honest, Mayachi Haikage was quite looking forward to such a world. Compared to constantly trying to rule or destroy the world, wasn't it more fun for everyone to happily use superpowers to play tennis and basketball? Pondering this in his heart, Mayachi Haikage finished his breakfast in a pleasant mood. But after arriving at school, this pleasant mood did not last long, because that woman, Kasumigakake Yutaha, was actually waiting for them at the school gate early in the morning. After seeing the Mayachi siblings attending school together with Shina Mishiro, she even gave them a rather friendly greeting. Coming to school together again today? It seems you all have a good relationship. However, I have a little something I'd like to talk to Mishiro about. Could I borrow her for a moment? Kasumigakake Yutaha also seemed to know that her current reputation in school was a bit delicate. Therefore, before the crowd of onlookers grew larger, she pointed to the flower bed next to the school building. Not many people passed by there, and it was a public area, so there was no need to worry about her doing anything special to Shina Mishiro. Although Kasumigakake Yutaha looked quite normal right now, feeling her gaze sweep past him for a moment, Mayachi Haikage couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. A woman who already had some yandere tendencies was indeed not to be trifled with. The old hag Kasumi before him already seemed a bit obsessed with obtaining reading value points faster. Mayachi Haikage looked at Shina Mishiro. Shina Mishiro also looked at Mayachi Haikage with an inquisitive gaze, as if asking if she should go with Kasumigakake Yutaha. Since Kasumigakake Senpai has something to discuss with you, you should go with her. He'll be watching from the side, Mayachi Haikage said with a smile, nodding at Shina Mishiro. He had already instructed Shina Mishiro. He believed she could handle it well. Hearing Mayachi Haikage's answer, only then did Shina Mishiro nod expressionlessly at Kasumigakake Yutaha. To Mayachi Hikari's somewhat gossipy gaze, the two girls walked towards the flower bed on the side. Mayachi Haikage followed them from short distance behind. During this process, Mayachi Hikari urged Imbarado than once to quickly snatch Mishiro back from that ill-intentioned, troublesome rival, lest the innocent Mishiro be led astray by that woman. Mayachi Haikage looked at his older sister with some helplessness. Do you even know what she's trying to do right now? The one she's after isn't Mishiro, but your dear younger brother. Thinking of her request, which was most likely related to him, Mayachi Haikage couldn't help but wipe his forehead. I am, Don't talk nonsense. I think Kasumigakaka-senpai really does have something to discuss with Mishiro. Even if she did want to do something, Mishiro wouldn't possibly be bullied. Mayachi Hikage reminded her. Only then did Mayachi Hikari remember that although Shina Mishiro usually looked dazed and frail, her training in that strange breathing method had already entered the second stage. Forget using all her strength. If Shina Mishiro were to arm wrestle with her now, she could probably crush her with just one finger. Thinking this, Mayachi Hikari also felt much more at ease. She was even looking forward to a scene where if Kasumigakaka Yudaha tried to do something to Mishiro, she would be directly stopped by Shina Mishiro. Beside the flower bed, Kasumigakaka Yudaha glanced at the Mayachi siblings maintaining a safe distance behind her, a flash of helplessness in her eyes. If it weren't for the mysterious person, how would her reputation at school have become so awkward? She took a deep breath and then asked Shina Mishiro about her request situation. Shina Mishiro naturally wouldn't mention the request she had received yesterday. She blinked her eyes and told her about the 2 new requests that had refreshed today. Hearing that her second request was to have that Mayachi Hikage choose her clothes every day, Kasumigakaka Yudaha's expression couldn't help but become barato strange. That guy, the mysterious person, really has some unusual tastes. Is it because Shina Mishiro is rather naive that he arranges this type of request for her? However, that Mayachi Hikage was, after all, a background male character in a light Yurish work who would almost never add scenes for himself. She probably didn't need to worry about him making any excessive demands. If you get any more outrageous requests in the future, remember not to just accept them casually. This request too. If that Mayachikoin ever picks out some weird clothes for you, you have to remember to refuse, understand? Kasumigakaka Yudaha reminded Shina Mishiro, but Shina Mishiro just nodded absently. Seeing Shina Mishiro's appearance, Kasumigakaka Yudaha knew that her words were most likely said in vain. This girl was just too naive, completely without any self-awareness as a diary holder. The mysterious person has already joked in the diary that you and your sister might end up being drawn into his affairs. How can you have no reaction at all? Is this boy, Mayachi Hikage, really that charming? Kasumigakaka Yudaha sighed helplessly. But thinking of her own request, she could only continue speaking to Shina Mishiro. About the manga debut. Do you need my help? I happen to know a few manga editors with good reputations in the industry. I should be able to help quite a bit. Hearing this topic, Shina Mishiro's attention finally became much more focused. However, after hearing her out, she still shook her head slightly and softly indicated that Mayachi Hikage had already arranged things for her, and she didn't need any more help. Seeing Shina Mishiro being so unreceptive, with every other sentence being about Mayachi Hikage, Kasumigakaka Yudaha also felt a bit of a headache. But she cursed the mysterious person in her heart, muttering that this was all the mysterious person's fault, and steeled herself to tell Shina Mishiro about the request she had received. I know this request is most likely something the mysterious person came up with to create a conflict between us, but it's precisely to avoid such a thing from happening that I took the initiative to come and ask for your opinion. If you're not willing, they'll reject this request right now. Chapter 142. My advice is to forfeit directly after hearing Kasumigakaka Yudaha's request. Shina Mishiro's face showed no sign of refusal. Instead, she looked somewhat puzzled. If you need Hikage's help with something, why don't you just go to him directly? Hearing Shina Mishiro's purely toned inquiry, Kasumigakaka Yudaha was momentarily speechless. She had prepared a whole slew of arguments to get Shina Mishiro to relent, explanations like how Mayachi Hikage wasn't her type, that Mishiro didn't need to worry about her stealing him away, and that they should all help each other to amicably farm reading value points. But now, before she could even say any of it, she was completely blocked by Shina Mishiro. And looking at Shina Mishiro's earnest expression, it seemed her thoughts were truly that simple. In fact, Mayachi Hikage had indeed never interfered with Shina Mishiro's choices. Compared to how Hikari, Mahiru, and even Kasumigakaka viewed the relationship between him and Mishiro, subconsciously speculating from the perspective of opposite sexes, dependence, or even love at first sight, only Mayachi Hikage himself knew best. Given Shina Mishiro's lack of common sense and her slow but firm emotional nature, it was simply impossible for her to develop such feelings after knowing him for only half a month. She kept Mayachi Hikage's secret, and he helped her debut as a mangaka, providing her with sufficient creative ideas and acting as her life model. This was likely Shina Mishiro's only thought process at the moment. There was dependence, of course, but that was just her lifelong habit, not due to romantic feelings between a man and a woman. Other than that, their relationship was currently very pure. The word friend might sound a bit awkward. Partner would probably be more appropriate. As for how long this pure partnership could last, Mayachi Hikage thought about it and felt it could probably continue for a long time. Probably. In any case, although Mayachi Hikage himself couldn't say for sure what the future held, at least in the current situation, he didn't even need to say anything for Shina Mishiro to be able to instantly defeat Kasumigakake Yutaha with her sincerity alone. Shina Mishiro looked up slightly at Kasumigakake Yutaha, who was a little taller than her, and continued. Hikage is very capable, and he's a very good person. Without him, it probably would have taken me a much longer time to draw out your story. If you need his help, you should just go and tell him directly. The meaning behind Shina Mishiro's words was as if to say, I usually listen to Mayachi Hikage, so it's useless for you to talk to me now. Kasumigakake Yutaha hadn't yet recovered from Shina Mishiro's overly generous attitude, which even vaguely exuded a strange main heroine aura when she heard Mishiro's next question. Do you want me to call Hikage over for you? Shina Mishiro's response made Kasumigakake Yutaha a little flustered. This was developing a bit too quickly. It made her, who was usually the proactive one, feel a little embarrassed. This is Mishiro's trust in me. Out of respect for that trust, they'll have to continue keeping a sufficient distance from Mayachi Hikage after completing this request. Seeing Shina Mishiro wave at him from afar, Mayachi Hikage knew that she had already won this confrontation. The airhead beats the schemer trope wasn't just for show. Even Mayachi Hikage himself had been caught off guard and fallen at Shina Mishiro's hands. How could a little fox like Kasumigakake Yutaha possibly suppress Shina Mishiro? Mayachi Hikari, on the other hand, quickly pulled her younger brother and walked towards Shina Mishiro. She was the most anxious one, thinking that Mishiro was in some kind of trouble. Although her combat power was far inferior to Shina Mishiro's, Mayachi Hikari still subconsciously stood in front of her, ready to question Kasumigakake Yutaha about whether she had any ill intentions towards her Mishiro. Seeing that the young woman before her was clearly influenced by those messy rumors, Kasumigakake Yutaha was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, while also secretly muttering that this was all the mysterious person's fault. Feeling Kasumigakake Yutaha unleashing her ultimate ability at close range, Mayachi Hikage cleared his throat and told his sister there was no need to be so agitated. Calm down. Didn't you see she was calling me over? It must be that Kasumigakake-senpai has something she needs to talk to me about. Kasumigakake Yutaha looked at Mayachi Hikage, who seemed completely unaffected by the rumors, and felt slightly relieved. Thank goodness there was a normal person here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to even begin. And Shina Mishiro also nodded lightly. Hikage, Yutaha said, she needs your help with something. As Shina Mishiro's words fell, the first person to fall silent was still Mayachi Hikari. She looked at her younger brother with a complicated expression. No, seriously, little brother. What on earth is going on with you? Just how many girls have you been dealing with behind my back? Isn't this Kasumigakake Yutaha that kind of person? How did you manage to get involved with even a girl like this without me knowing? Facing his older sister's incredulous gaze, Mayachi Hikage frowned slightly, feigning ignorance as he asked Kasumigakake Yutaha, is there a problem with the manga Mishiro is drawing? Kasumigakake Yutaha waved her hand. Shina Mishiro would occasionally post some of her manga drawings in the chat group, so she had naturally seen them. She had to admit, with Mishiro's artistic skill, the script provided by the mysterious person, and the assistance of this Mayachi Hikage, whom the mysterious person called a genius, Kasumigakake Yutaha couldn't help but sigh with envy in her heart. After all, From a light novel author's perspective, if one's own work could receive such a manga adaptation, one could truly die without regrets. But then, thinking about her own treatment in the work Sikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend, Kasumigakaka Yutaha couldn't help but grit her teeth again, only managing to adjust her expression after remembering that there was an Erori who was even more miserable than her. Fortunately, her future had been completely changed. When she became stronger, she should be able to look back on her original life experience with a much calmer heart. With this thought, Kasumigakaka Yutaha looked at Mayachi Hikage with determination and said, "Mayachi-kun, I've heard about you from Mishiro-san. You've provided her with a lot of useful advice during her manga creation process. And those recent ghost hunting exploration videos that are so popular on YouTube, that seems to have been your idea as well, right?" Mayachi Hikage nodded, indicating that he just had a lot of ideas. But in the end, it was thanks to everyone's abilities that they were able to create those works together. "So, Kasumigakaka-senpai, are you asking me to help you deal with the recent rumors about you at school?" he asked her. Kasumigakaka Yutaha raised an eyebrow. Although she could ignore those rumors, if she could reduce the gossip, she would be more comfortable at school. "You think those rumors are false?" Mayachi Hikage shrugged nonchalantly. "I watched step by step as Mishiro drew the manga based on you and the others. With Mishiro's personality, I find it hard to believe she could make up these stories that don't seem made up at all. Especially after I learned a little about the real-life male protagonist. I felt this story must have some basis in reality." Kasumigakaka Yutaha couldn't help but look at Shina Mishiro. "Don't tell me you showed him the actual Sikano light novel, just so he could better understand the plot?" But Shina Mishiro was completely oblivious to Kasumigakaka Yutaha's stare. Instead, she was nodding earnestly in agreement with Mayachi Hikage's words. All right, it seemed Mayachi Hikage had really read the novel. Kasumigakaka Yutaha rubbed her head with a bit of a headache. "Anyway, let me explain first." Since she had already explained it to Erori before, Kasumigakaka Yutaha was much more practiced this time. A discussion group formed by people who met online, which naturally included Mishiro, and that was how they met. Then there was a hacker in that discussion group with a nasty personality who liked to dox them, and even enjoyed using the people around them to create some disturbing content. Listening to Kasumigakaka Yutaha frankly bad-mouthing him in real life, Mayachi Hikage's expression remained unchanged. He even felt a little like laughing. In contrast, after hearing Kasumigakaka Yutaha's explanation, it was Mayachi Hikari who became indignant. That guy was just too despicable. Even more despicable than when her little brother tricked her into performing a magical girl transformation in front of the whole village several times when they were kids. So all these rumors were spread by that hacker, hiding in the shadows and doing these things without showing his face. That guy is just too cowardly. Can't you guys find that guy's whereabouts? Very good, sis. The barato you curse me out now, the less these people will suspect me. As for you calling me a jerk, they'll deal with you slowly when we get back to Asuagaoka in a few days. Mayachi Hikage thought this, while putting on a pensive expression. Kasumigakaka Yutaha also shook her head, saying through gritted teeth, that guy's hacking skills are indeed very impressive. Even though there are many capable people in our discussion group, we still can't find his whereabouts. On the contrary, the more we try to find him, the more easily we get toyed with by him. No, I actually never thought that way. It was just the diary giving me these rewards, and I just happened to post them. It has little to do with your actions. Look at Hoshino AI. I've complained about her so much, but doesn't she still treat me as her #1 diehard fan? So, how much of that story is actually true? Mayachi Hikage continued to question Kasumigakaka Yutaha. I'm not referring to the plot, but the character settings. From my current understanding, the Kato Megumi in that story is indeed very close in personality to the Kato-san I know. If one wasn't very familiar with her, it would be impossible to write it so clearly. Faced with Mayachi Hikage's inquiry, although Kasumigakaka Yutaha was very reluctant to admit it, she could only nod her head. Ignoring the parts of the story that were deliberately fabricated to mess with my mentality, in terms of character personalities and some settings, that hacker was mostly quite diligent. Otherwise, Mashiro wouldn't have gone out of her way to get authorization from that hacker to publish this work as a manga. Kasumiga Kakayudaha emphasized that while Iriri's situation was more or less accurate, the deviation in her own case was very large. As a pure light novel author, she would not develop any special feelings for her readers, let alone a situation where she was dumped by a reader she actively pursued. This was purely a rumor fabricated by that guy, because he felt she couldn't even capture the heart of a single otaku. Seeing that Kasumiga Kakayudaha was on the verge of getting more and more agitated, Mayachi Hikage cleared his throat, indicating that he understood these matters. In short, it was that so-called hacker who stuffed those fabricated stories into Sawamura-san's shoe locker, which is why you, in a moment of desperation, confronted Sawamura-san at the lockers, leading to the misunderstanding among the students at school. At this point, Kasumiga Kakayudaha finally stated her request. Since you've read that novel, you should know about the past between Eriri and her childhood friend. Basically, that guy's depiction of that part of the plot is over 90% true. Eriri's side already hadn't fully recovered from their past misunderstanding, and now with my involvement, even her childhood friend has misunderstood her. Since this was caused by me, I wanted to ask you, Mayachi-kun, if there's any way to quickly resolve their issues, or perhaps help them get together. As soon as Kasumiga Kakayudaha finished speaking, Mayachi Hikage directly waved his hand. No hope. Kasumiga Kakayudaha's face immediately fell. Weren't you supposed to be the Asahigauka idea king? How is there no hope just like that? Putting aside whether it's useful or not, you should at least offer an opinion, right? Otherwise, I won't be able to complete this request. Mayachi Hikage shook his head and continued. If Sawamura-san's personality is really as it's portrayed in the novel, then I can only say there is indeed no hope. Even Kugamiya Ri doesn't voice many Tsundere characters anymore. It proves that the Tsundere archetype has long since fallen out of the meta. The Tsundere characters that appear now only have a symbolic sun moment, with the rest being all deer. Who is sun from beginning to end anymore? And being all sun and no deer is one thing. But from what I read in the novel, it seems it was Sawamura-san who first distanced herself from him back then. Originally, the childhood friend already can't win against the one who descends from heaven. Then you add the debuff of actively distancing herself during childhood, plus the outdated attribute of being all sun and no deer. No matter how you look at it, she's the most thorough type of loser character. In a manga, it would be the type who, after entering high school, suddenly realizes she's in love with the childhood friend she used to ignore. But after getting close, she discovers that her childhood friend has already grown and changed a great deal during the years she was distant. So my advice is to forfeit directly before the race even starts and switch tracks. At least you can maintain bravado of a graceful exit. Chapter 143. I absolutely won't reveal myself before I'm invincible, although Kasumiga Kakayudaha knew from Mayachi Hikage's diary that Eriri couldn't win even in her own spin-off manga. Her current understanding of Eriri was still no match for his. The manga author had racked their brains to give Eriri more scenes. But even with all the forced plot progression, they couldn't figure out how to let Eriri win honorably, ultimately ending it with an abrupt cancellation. Even Ariri's route in the game was the blandest one in Sikano. It belonged to the type where, on the premise that Aki Tomoya had already resolved his own issues, an entire route's worth of time was spent meticulously cleaning away Iriri's various debuffs, one by one. It wasn't until the very end, after achieving the good end, that Eriri finally earned the qualification to return to the starting line. And this was with Iriri's Tsundere attribute being weakened in the game. With the original author, the manga author, the game author, and the subsequent scriptwriting team all unable to design a conventional winning ending for Eriri, Mayachi Hikage admitted that he was indeed not quite up to the task. Of course, now that Eriri had already seen Kasumiga Kakayudaha's line, had been following the creation of a Sikano manga, and with both Kato Megumi and Kasumiga Kakayudaha confirmed to be out of the running, if Yudaha really wanted to help, avoiding the self-destructive plot points, there should still be a chance of victory. However, that would take at least 1 or 2 years to accomplish. And who knew what might happen in the meantime? Given the cautionary tale of school days, it was best to have Kasumigakaka Yutaha decisively give up the idea of helping Eriri. And just as Maiachi Hikage expressed his opinion that it's almost impossible for Eriri and Aki Tomoya to be together, Kasumigakaka Yutaha also received a notification from her diary. Since people who didn't possess a diary couldn't see it anyway, and the diary would automatically conceal itself for her, her action of retrieving it was very fluid. Detecting that the request target has offered you advice. The following options are now provided. Accept the request target's advice. Give up on the idea of making Eriri the final winner and let Eriri maintain her status as a loser. Accepting this advice will trigger the first settlement of this request. Do not accept the request target's advice. Continue to insist on making Eriri the final winner. This request will automatically become invalid. Below there was a timer. If a choice was not made within 10 minutes, it would default to abandoning the request. There was also a brief reminder. Abandoning the request may result in a certain penalty. Seeing the prompt on the diary, Kasumigakaka Yutaha was suddenly surprised. Wasn't her third request to use Maiachi Hikage's talent for herself? How did it suddenly become a situation where she had to accept the advice he gave her? Otherwise, the request would become invalid. Did this mean that if she wanted to continue this request, she would have to consult Maiachi Hikage more in the future and always follow his advice to get rewards? If she was unwilling to accept, the request would fail, and she would have to accept the penalty for failure? Kasumigakaka Yutaha frowned slightly. Although the diary's penalties were said to not be too severe, she didn't want to receive a penalty before she had even completed a single request. Fortunately, the diary also provided an explanation. After accepting Maiachi Hikage's advice 3 times, choosing to abandon the request afterward would not result in any penalty. So, since both the mysterious person and the Maiachi Hikage before her had stated that Eriri had almost no chance of winning, and even she herself couldn't think of any effective way to matchmake that blonde loser. That terribly tempered girl, Eriri, probably wouldn't want others meddling in her affairs anyway. For now, she would just accept his advice. She'd first see how many reading value points she could get from this request before deciding what to do next. After making her choice, Kasumigakaka Yutaha immediately received a reward of 1 reading value point for the request. And so, Kasumigakaka Yutaha's heart was instantly swayed. Although it wasn't much, it was also a long-term request. Yuma aside needed several days to scrape together 1 point. A school uniform-clad Shina Mishiro also needed 2 days to get 1 point. But for Kasumigakaka Yutaha, she could get 1 reading value point just by consulting Maiachi Hikage once and accepting his advice. This rate of return was already quite good. The only problem was whether she could bring herself to consult Maiachi Hikage for advice 10 times a week. Thinking this, Kasumigakaka Yutaha's expression changed continuously, giving off a rather moody and uncertain air. So what on earth did this woman see in her diary? Did that request of hers involving me have some new change? Although Maiachi Hikage could clearly see all of Kasumigakaka Yutaha's current actions, in order not to reveal his true feelings, he could only control the expression on his face by observing his sister's reactions. And after hesitating for a while, Kasumigakaka Yutaha ultimately compromised. 10 visits a week did seem somewhat excessive, but she couldn't bring herself to give it up. In any case, it was best to keep this request in her quest log for now. She would just have to consult this Maiachi-kun more often when matters arose in the future. So, she put her diary away and showed Maiachi Hikage a helpless expression. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. It seems that in the end, it all depends on whether Eriri herself is willing to change. In any case, thank you for your advice, Maiachi-kun. Then, about those rumors between me and Eriri, she continued to ask Maiachi Hikage about the matter she had just mentioned. This Maiachi Hikage should be able to offer some more normal suggestions, right? Regarding this question, Maiachi Hikage was naturally already prepared. There were far too many ways to resolve these rumors. Formal methods, abstract methods. or simply using bigger news to cover up these rumors. Having filmed videos for so many years and handled all sorts of internet drama, Mayachi Hikage was all too familiar with these tactics. If the goal was to divert attention, using these rumors to build hype for Shina Mashiro's debut was probably the most suitable option. Use Toigasaki's current 3 great school beauties as models for a manga, and then spread the word that the two of them had known Shina Mashiro for a long time, and that the recent commotion was just to help her with her manga. By the time Shina Mashiro's manga was released, no one in the school would be paying attention to their rumors anymore. Instead, they would only focus on Shina Mashiro, the 16-year-old who debuted as a mangaka. As for Shina Mashiro's side, she just wanted to draw her manga well. If more people paid attention to her work, she would only be happy about it. Plus, with Mayachi Hikari as a personal bodyguard, there was no need to worry about anyone at school causing trouble for Shina Mashiro. Of course, doing this was, to some extent, using Kasumikaka Yutaha and Sawamura Eri as stepping stones. However, Sawamura Eri didn't want to expose her identity as a self-published illustrator, and Kasumigakaka Yutaha cared even less about these things. Therefore, after receiving Mayachi Hikage's suggestion, Kasumigakaka Yutaha agreed with a nod, without much hesitation. She had seen a lot of the manga Shina Mashiro adapted. The image of the male protagonist had almost no trace of Aki Tomoya left. Except for Aki Tomoya himself, who might think this is totally me. The image referenced Mayachi Hikage's much more. On the premise that Sawamura Eri had already accepted this manga, Kasumigakaka Yutaha naturally wouldn't project herself into it. Trying to use our fame to promote Shina Mashiro. Mayachi Hikage is really playing the role of an assistant well, Kasumigakaka Yutaha thought to herself. It's just that she inexplicably felt a sense of being one-upped by the Shina Mashiro standing beside her. She shook her head lightly and then proactively requested to exchange contact information with Mayachi Hikage. After all, after accepting his suggestion, she had directly received another 1 reading value point. For such an easy way to farm points, she felt she should be a little more proactive. Regarding this, she even deliberately glanced at Shina Mashiro's reaction. The expression on her face was as placid as ever, but just by standing there quietly next to Mayachi Hikage, Shina Mashiro gave her an unshakable feeling. After simply exchanging contact information, Kasumigakaka Yutaha had originally wanted to force a few more topics to consult him on. For example, when Mayachi Hikage was using Iriri's loser status as an example earlier, the story he mentioned about a girl falling for a guy who was changed by another woman, while sounding hard to stomach at first, seemed to be exceptionally to her taste upon further thought. It was as if it was a story theme prepared especially for her this time, to the point where her hands itched just thinking about it. However, she had only just asked the question, and Mayachi Hikage had only just opened his mouth when the preliminary school bell rang, interrupting their conversation. It seems we can only talk next time we have the chance. Mayachi Hikage stopped his explanation. Of course, he knew why Kasumigakaka Yutaha was interested in this story, because this was originally the work of her creator, Fumiaki Maruto. From White Album 2 to Sikano to Engage, and this story, the main theme was always these complicated emotional entanglements. Coupled with Kasumigakaka Yutaha's latent, obsessive personality, it would be strange if she wasn't interested in this type of story. And hearing the bell ring, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, who had only farmed 3 reading value points, felt a little regretful, but she still said her goodbyes to Mayachi Hikage and Shina Mashiro. She could farm 10 points a week. There was no need to appear too desperate right now. In watching Kasumigakaka Yutaha's departing back, Mayachi Hikari felt that something was still very wrong. It wasn't her little brother asking for contact information, but this Kasumigakaka Yutaha taking the initiative to ask for his. And during the conversation, this woman's gaze had turned strange several times. There was definitely something wrong here. But then she looked at Kasumigakaka Yutaha's departing back. Long black hair, an elegant posture. Senpai. She was also the most impressive among the girls she had come into contact with. Comparing them like this, if she were her little brother, she might really have a hard time resisting. But this woman was clearly Mishiro's friend, and she knew about the situation between Mishiro and her little brother. Yet she still approached him so proactively. A bad woman. This was definitely a bad woman. Thinking this, Mayachi Hikari secretly nudged her little brother with her elbow. Let me tell you, besides Mishiro, if you have any ideas about Mahiru or Megumi, that's one thing, but don't you dare disrespect this woman. Don't make assumptions about things that haven't happened. I have no intention of provoking her, Mayachi Hikage said, while his mind was pondering what Kasumigakake Yuda's request was really about. She asked him so many questions. Could it be that she unlocked a quest where she gets points for stumping the Idea King? No, if it were that simple, she could just ask him questions from advanced mathematics. So, is it the opposite? A request where every question answered accumulates toward a reward, and after a certain number of questions, she gets one reading value point? Mayachi Hikage felt this possibility was higher. But until Kasumigakake Yudaha exposed it herself in the chat group, he really couldn't guess the specifics of her request. However, there was no need to rush. After a while, he would naturally be able to make a judgment based on her reactions. So, compared to the girl's diaries getting more and more functions, my diary, besides getting the ability to change its form, has no new tricks at all? Are you being a little biased, you little rascal? Am I really just meant to be an emotionless diary writer? Following Mayachi Hikage's complaint, this time it was finally his diary's turn to react. By assisting a diary holder in completing a request, he, the owner of the diary, could also receive a reward. However, there were no reading value points on his end, only a simple progress bar. When the progress bar was full, he could get a chance at a targeted high-grade gacha roll with no trash items. Just like how Mayachi Hikage now had physical fitness, mental strength, and high ripple intensity, but these were just pure stats without any special mechanics. Things like domain expansion, reality marbles, and other large-scale techniques or martial arts realms like the transparent world or even Ultra Instinct were what Mayachi Hikage needed most right now. So if I hadn't complained, you wouldn't have even proactively opened up this function to me. Is that it? Muttering this, Mayachi Hikage also saw through the diary's intention in creating this function at a glance. And even with this function, I still need to proactively approach those diary-holding girls. So in the end, you still want me to expose my identity to them, don't you? Once exposed, Mayachi Hikage could indeed maximize the diary's effects. But Mayachi Hikage's way of thinking would not be changed by these things. I can help with all of Mishiro's requests here, and through the requests Mishiro sees in the group, I can also remind those girls how to complete them in the form of diary entries. In short, I absolutely will not reveal myself before I'm invincible. Chapter 144. Mayano Shurho's hesitation. Mayachi Hikage was locked in a battle of wits with his diary, unyielding to the bitter end. The other first batch diary holders were also each looking for ways to complete their requests, while also communicating about whether they had encountered any second batch diary holders. Although the requests that refreshed for most of the girls were of a lower difficulty, they only discovered after starting that their requests were not as simple as they had imagined. Currently, only a few girls had managed to complete their first request this morning. Watching the girls in the chat group discuss how time-consuming and troublesome their requests were, Kasumigakake Yuda, who had obtained 3 reading value points from Mayachi Hikage in just half an hour, felt that her luck seemed to have finally taken a turn for the better. Perhaps the mysterious person felt a bit bad for persecuting her in the diary these past few days, which was why he arranged these tasks for her. Although having her proactively approach a boy and having to listen to his advice sounded a bit unhealthy. After all, she had already confirmed that after choosing to accept Mayachi Hikage's advice, she had to act according to it. If she wanted to back out midway, not only would the reading value points be revoked, but she would even receive a more severe punishment. It was because of this that Kasumigakake Yudaha felt a little embarrassed and naturally wasn't prepared to post this request in the group to tell the other girls. At most, she was prepared to secretly mention parts of the request to Mishiro in private later. She had now accepted 3 of Mayachi Hikage's suggestions. Concerning Erori, the rumors about the 2 of them, and some plot developments in her novel, respectively. The advice Mayachi Haikage gave in these areas was relatively normal. Kasumigakake Yutaha was a little worried that Mayachi Haikage might give some more awkward suggestions in the future. Fortunately, the initiative was still in her hands. Even if he really did propose something outrageous later, she could directly choose to abandon the request without worrying about being punished. At most, if she wanted to receive such a high-quality request again in the future, she would need to spend more time refreshing for it. Therefore, during class time, Kasumigakake Yutaha had no mind to listen to the lecture at all. Instead, she continued to think about what methods she could use later to farm reading value points from Mayachi Haikage in a more concise and efficient way. And at the same time, in an unknown biological research institute somewhere in Tokyo, Mayano Shiho, who went to bed and woke up at a fixed time every day, walked in her laboratory with practiced ease and poured herself a cup of coffee. Immediately after, she took out her diary and began to flip through it. It had already been a month since she obtained this diary. During this month, apart from the day she unlocked the comment function when she was selected by the diary, and subsequently had her organization situation thoroughly doxed by the mysterious person, which let her know that her organization's situation was not as fearsome as she had imagined. Her comments had unfortunately not been selected by the diary for the rest of the time. Even though she asked more about their organization every day, she was clearly the first person to be selected. Yet in this past month, several people had already been chosen twice by the diary, like the young idol who faced public scrutiny over a personal controversy, and the young lady who wanted to become a photographer. The most ridiculous one was the person with the screen name Guitar Hero, whom the mysterious person called Little Bocce. She was a social recluse in real life, and the comments she wrote were always some inexplicable things. It was either thanking the mysterious person, asking everyone to review her new video, or even sharing playlists of songs she usually liked to listen to. And it was precisely these insubstantial comments that were selected 3 times in a row in just over half a month. And the mysterious person would also seriously review the things she shared in the next day's diary, and even gave her many songs that were probably from her past life. From the first time the mysterious person mentioned Little Bocce in the diary, his bias towards her was obvious. Even she was a little jealous of this bias. After all, regarding her situation, besides mentioning it a few times at the very beginning, the mysterious person never talked about her story again. Mayano Shiho even felt that the mysterious person might have already forgotten about her story. So, in her story, what was her original future supposed to be? Thinking of this, Mayano Shiho couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. To be honest, before obtaining the diary, Mayano Shiho felt that she had already gotten used to this kind of life. Growing up under the organization's surveillance, even when studying abroad, there were always people from the organization watching her every move. She had no freedom in anything she did, and after returning from her studies, she naturally took over the research left by her parents, trapped in this sunless research institute, sometimes only able to see her own sister once a month or even longer. And with the appearance and subsequent defection of that FBI traitor who used her and her sister as stepping stones, the treatment of both her and her sister within the organization was affected. Although she had just met with her sister again yesterday, her sister had inexplicably said something along the lines of "it will all be over soon," which sounded unsettling. So much so that last night, she had a nightmare, dreaming that she would lose her sister in the near future. Perhaps it's also because of this suddenly appearing request. Mayano Shiho looked at the diary in her hand. There were also 3 requests on it, and the lowest was a C rank. C rank request: leave the research institute and successfully defect from the organization. If you choose to defect with your sister, the reward for this request will be increased. B rank request: investigate the truth behind the organization. A rank request: complete the development of APDX 4869 and create its antidote. Requirement: it must not be fatal to humans upon consumption, and it must be effective on at least 10 of people. Looking at these requests, Mayano Shiho's gaze was fixed on the C rank request. The latter 2 requests were impossible to complete in a short amount of time. APTX 4869 was a project started by her parents, which she took over after returning from her studies. Although she had successfully recreated the drug according to the data left by her parents, the success rate was still quite pitiful. Just as the mysterious person had said, apart from one white mouse and that famous detective who turned into a child, the result for everyone else who took it was death. Although Mayano Shiho had confidence in her abilities, even with the most optimistic estimate, it would probably still take another year or two to complete the final product. And looking at the long list of deaths due to the drug trials, and the fact that the organization had even started using it as a convenient poison, her heart was quite complicated. As for the B-rank request to investigate the truth behind the organization, that was also not so easily completed. Although she had a way to contact the organization's boss directly, and the APTX 4869 project was directly overseen by the boss side, she actually didn't know much about the boss' current situation. After all, that person had not appeared in front of others for a very long time. All contact was through phone and email. Coupled with the organization's emphasis on secrecy, probably no member other than the boss and the second-in-command, Rum, knew much about the organization's truth. And Mayano Shiho still had some other speculations in her heart. The mysterious person had occasionally mentioned some news about the hidden world recently. Although she hadn't joined those girls' chat groups for her own safety, she could still analyze from some fragments that the young lady from the Shinomiya family, her father, should know some secrets related to the hidden world. And back when the organization had not yet been established, the status of the organization's boss in Japan was definitely no lower than the current Shinomiya families. Therefore, it was very likely that the organization's boss had also learned about the situation of the hidden world through some channel, and the purpose of establishing the organization might even be related to the hidden world. Thinking of this, to avoid being drawn into an even bigger vortex, the current Mayano Shiho did not intend to accept this request. Finally, her gaze fell on the only C rank request. Defect from the organization. This was the only request she currently had a chance to complete, and also one she was willing to complete. To be honest, although Mayano Shiho's ripple talent wasn't among the best after getting the hang of it, she had almost always forced herself to maintain the rhythm of ripple breathing. Even without the group discussions from the chat group and Jerry's ripple lessons, she had long been able to maintain ripple breathing anytime, anywhere. In this state, her physical fitness in all aspects had been greatly enhanced. At the same time, she had also saved up 5 reading value points, which could alert her when she was in danger. Coupled with the fact that she had been living in this research institute since returning to the country and was relatively familiar with the surrounding situation, including the internal security of the institute, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to escape from this research institute by herself. Presumably, it was for these reasons that this request was rated as C. But after realizing this, the reason Mayano Shiho chose not to act was entirely because of her sister. Receive Barato rewards for defecting alongside my sister? Mayano Shiho shook her head. If she didn't leave with her sister, then the moment she escaped from the organization would absolutely not hesitate to dispose of her sister. But feeling that ominous premonition in her heart, and the nightmare she had last night, Mayano Shiho felt that if she didn't take some action soon, her sister would also be in mortal danger, and then it would be too late. So, do I really have to ask those girls for help? Mayano Shiho gritted her teeth and made a decision. If the diary didn't select her message tonight, then for her sister's safety, she would have no choice but to do so. And that afternoon, Miwa Kasumi, who had opened her diary for the countless time, finally arrived in Tokyo via the Shinkansen. No matter how many times she looked at it, seeing the passage in the diary where Gojo Satoru was defeated by Sukuna, as a Gojo Satoru fangirl, she would still feel indignant. Even though it had been a while since she had come to Tokyo, and the school's approved funding was quite generous this time, if she was frugal, the leftover amount would be enough for her family's living expenses for half a month. She didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. It wasn't until she walked out of the station platform that she put down the diary, which appeared and disappeared with her will, and began to consider what she should do now. It should be around the time school gets out now, right? Although she grew up in the world of ordinary people, now that she had become a jujitsu sorcerer, she naturally had to act according to the rules of jujitsu sorcerers. When not necessary, she absolutely could not reveal her special identity or use jujitsu in front of ordinary people. The so-called necessary situations were those involving cursed spirits or other spirits and monsters that could pose a threat to ordinary people. If these rules were violated, and the existence of jujitsu sorcerers and the hidden world were casually revealed to ordinary people, in the most severe cases, it could even result in execution. Because Miyachi Haikage's complaint about the jujitsu world's use of execution was in another diary. This death penalty was quite intimidating for Miwa Kasumi. Anyway, the school gave me plenty of time, so they'll just observe her situation in secret for now. According to the principal, out of respect for the Shinomiya family, as long as that Shinomiya Kagaya didn't completely lack any talent for jujitsu, she could be admitted to Kyoto Jujitsu High. Although money didn't have that much of an effect on the supernatural beings of the hidden world, one still needed money to survive in society. With the wealth of that Shinomiya family, if they were really willing to pay the price and insist on their daughter entering the hidden world, they could still buy quite a few magical artifacts and cursed tools. She had heard from one of her classmates that in Tokyo Jujitsu High, there was a student with very weak cursed energy. Not only did she not have an innate technique, but she even needed to wear special cursed energy glasses just to see cursed spirits. She usually seemed to fight using cursed tools and was still only a grade 4 sorcerer. It's just that for some reason, her classmate always seemed to have a teeth-gritting feeling when mentioning that person, as if there had been some past conflict between them. Thinking of this, Miwa Kasumi was still a little envious of those born into large families. If she had the family background of her classmates, she probably wouldn't have to live so frugally and even have to take out a loan to buy her own cursed tool katana. However, she didn't dwell on it for too long. Envy was one thing, but she had never thought of getting any benefits from her classmates. It was better to practice shinkajiri, swordsmanship, diligently. She had heard that there was a sorcerer at Tokyo Jujitsu High in a similar situation to hers, who became famous purely through shinkajiri swordsmanship without mastering an innate technique. That person had relied on shinkajiri swordsmanship to become recognized by the jujitsu world as the strongest grade 1 sorcerer. She felt that with hard work, she could also reach such a level in the future. Miwa Kasumi was full of expectations for the future. But before that, she still had to go and warn the teacher to tell him to be on high alert for the antagonist, who could revive at any moment. Chapter 145. The senior's request. Normally speaking, since I updated the diary twice last night and have already received a day's reward, I should have waited until tomorrow to update again. But what can I say? I'm just too kind-hearted. After you all unlocked the request function and the second batch of girls received their diaries, I spent a lot of effort to find out the identities of some of the girls who just got their diaries last night. However, due to the diary's restrictions, I cannot tell you the identities of the second batch girls. Your diaries are also most likely mutually exclusive and cannot communicate with each other. To put it simply, when you take out your diary in front of second batch holder, they will be like ordinary people and unable to see it. The reverse is also true. There should be no chance of finding your new partners this way. Of course, you can also try to find the second batch holders through deduction. My suggestion is that you should recently focus the energy you use to find me on finding these second batch holders instead. You are all my longtime readers, so this is a kind reminder from me. After all, at most, I just run my mouth a bit in the diary to get my daily reward. I won't actually appear in front of you and do anything to you. But the second batch diary holders are a different story. Those requests you receive have a chance of being randomly intercepted by them. And if they can complete these requests before you, they can even get some extra rewards. If a request that has refreshed on your side suddenly shows as failed before you've even started it or decided whether to accept it, then there's a high probability that it has been snatched by them and completed in advance. In other words, from now on, you first batch girls can be seen as one team, and the second batch girls are another team. But since you got the diary a month in advance, I'm still more optimistic about you all for now. I hope you won't let me down. Around 3 in the afternoon, a new diary entry from the mysterious person was released, instantly attracting the attention of many girls. After all, the mysterious person usually only updated the diary after 8 p.m. It was for this reason that the girls in the group were still somewhat suspicious that the mysterious person might not have quit his job at all. Or, as Yukino analyzed, the mysterious person might also be a student around their age, just using the identity of a working adult as a cover. But in any case, today's diary entry, updated during class time, caught them somewhat off guard, especially the content inside. Although it was much shorter than the usual diary entries, it was particularly explosive. Kasumagakaka Yudaha, who had been feeling cheerful about being able to quickly farm reading value points, was suddenly not so cheerful anymore. My request could be intercepted? What if someone intercepts my request to farm reading value points from Mayachi Haikichi? She paid no attention to the teacher lecturing on the podium, raised her hand to give a heads up, and walked out of the classroom with her phone. The teacher on the podium pretended not to have seen anything. After a slight pause, he continued his lesson. After all, she was the top student in the grade. As long as she didn't actively disrupt the class order, he, as a teacher, could only turn a blind eye. She walked up to the rooftop with her phone. By now, many people in the group were already talking about this. Amaru, who usually loved to stir things up the most, was absent. Because her public persona was that of an excellent student with good character, no matter how much she wanted to talk right now, she couldn't take out her phone to chat during class. The management at Shinomiya Kagai's Shuchin Academy was also very strict, and Kagaya, who was preparing to compete for student council president, would not want any mishaps at this time. At this moment, everyone in the group seemed a little worried that their requests would be intercepted, leading to failure. Minma, Sensuredo, what if someone intercepts this request before I do and poaches the band members I'm still considering? Kuroneko, I don't think you need to worry about that. One of the requests you received is to form a band with you at the core, and the other is to find a few people from that long list to form a band. Didn't the mysterious person already tell you about the band members from your original story? If you're worried, you could just go find them directly. Bachi, that seems to be right. But I took a look, even including me, my original band was only worth $13, right? There are still $2 left. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use those $2? Kuroneko, you can figure that out yourself. Anyway, there's no way your requests can be intercepted. My requests are also all related to myself, so others probably can't intercept them either. Saying that, Kuroneko briefly showed the request she had received. Besides the request to take care of Jerry, which had already turned gray indicating it was over, the remaining ones were to become a VTuber with 100,000 fans, and the other was to wear her favorite clothes and wait at the entrance of Sobu High for Yukino Shida Yukino after school, and then go to a maid cafe for dinner together. It was clear that this request had already received Yukino Shida Yukino's consent, which was why Kuroneko dared to post it openly in the group. Kuroneko, but we don't really know what the situation is with the second batch diary holders. If we really can't distinguish them using the diary, we can only wait for someone to intercept our requests before we can try to investigate their whereabouts, right? The current mood in the group was a bit worried about the personalities of the new diary holders. They, the first batch girls, had no direct competition among themselves. They were all thinking about changing their futures and becoming better. At the same time, they had the mysterious person as a common goal, so their overall relationship was relatively harmonious. But now a new batch of girls had arrived. They weren't in the same group, and a competitive relationship had emerged between the two sides. If a few girls with nasty personalities and some strength appeared on that side, it would probably have a significant impact on their lives. Kasumi Yutako, you can't completely trust the mysterious person's words. I think he's just trying to stir up conflict between our two batches of diary holders. Kasumi Yutako, especially since he mentioned in the diary that we should stop investigating him. I think the reason the mysterious person is encouraging us to find those diary holders in this entry, and saying that he can't reveal their information in the diary, is purely to divert our attention. Kasumi Yutako, maybe the mysterious person is over there in their diary right now, egging on those girls to speed up and intercept our requests. He might even be directly giving our information to them. As the #1 anti-mysterious person member in the chat group, Kasumigakaka Yudaha commented on the mysterious person's possible actions without holding back and called for all the girls to remain united and exchange information in a timely manner. And these chat records were, a short while later, silently sent to Miyachi Hikage by a certain lurker in the group. Looking at Kasumigakaka Yudaha's baseless speculations, Miyachi Hikage sighed slightly. This old hag Kasumi, why is she always targeting me like this? Although in terms of results, she was indeed quite accurate in her judgment of people. He had indeed received a reminder from the diary when writing that he should preferably not write information about the other side in either diary, but it was just a reminder, not a restriction. And after thinking for a while, Miyachi Hikage felt that since both batches of diaries had this basic setting, he might as well let the two groups of girls attract each other's attention a bit and create a slight sense of competition. After all, in the diary-themed novels of his previous life, by the time the plot had progressed for a month, it was usually already a group of girls with diaries competing with each other to snatch the male protagonist. But on his side, because he didn't want to expose his identity, although the girls had quickly gathered together, they had been unable to find any trace of him. And after a long time, Shinchiredo telling them to transform into decoys and approach their senpai's requests. Although he didn't mention the girls' names, he did roughly mention their main areas of activity, allowing those girls to protect their own identities while getting as close as possible to these areas to farm requests. And the reason Miyachi Hikage knew that the second batch holders could override their seniors' requests was all thanks to Miwa Kasumi, who had arrived in Tokyo via the Shinkansen in the afternoon. To be honest, Miyachi Hikage initially didn't know the difference between the two batches of diaries and could only test things out bit by bit. But as fate would have it, there was a kind person like Miwa Kasumi who would provide an assist. On the Shinkansen from Kyoto to Tokyo, she had been holding her diary and thinking of the name Voldemort, so much so that he had sensed her presence the moment she entered his 200-kilometer range. And after she entered the Tokyo metropolitan area, that perception became even clearer. The geographical advantage of Toyogaseki Academy was demonstrated at this time. Although it wasn't in the golden central area of Tokyo, it was in the core area just outside it. After arriving in Tokyo, Miwa Kasumi had been almost constantly within a range of 8 to 15 kilometers from him. And so, he quickly analyzed the girl's identity from the fragments he heard and roughly knew the purpose of her trip to Tokyo. A Gojo Satoru fangirl, a student at Kyoto Jujutsu High. With just these 2 points, Miyachi Hikage, who had recently finished Jujutsu Kaisen and would occasionally reminisce about the famous memes, already knew who she was. Miwa Kasumi, a girl who didn't have many appearances but was quite popular. She could be considered one of the few characters in Jujutsu Kaisen whose thinking was close to that of an ordinary person. Unfortunately, her strength was a bit too weak. Under normal circumstances, she was at the level of a grade 3 or 4 sorcerer. Even with simple domain, she didn't have any particularly outstanding aspects. And in the later Shibuya incident, because of an attack that had no effect, she had even placed a binding vow on herself to never swing a sword again, thereby withdrawing from the battlefield and completely becoming a mascot. The reason she was able to enter the jiu-jitsu world, besides having some jiu-jitsu aptitude herself, was mainly because the Shinkage School needed to recruit new members to extract their life force. In short, it was through her constant musings that Miyachi Hikage not only learned her identity and purpose, but also discovered that after she got close to Shuchian Academy, she had automatically intercepted Shinomiya Kagaya's unaccepted A-rank request. And Miyachi Hikage had also mentioned in the Gray Diary that they could intercept their seniors' requests, and he had also roughly mentioned the difficulty of those requests to give Miwa Kasumi a general idea. As his diary entry was released, Miwa Kasumi, who had been holding her diary the whole time, also noticed the new entry immediately. Originally, Miwa Kasumi was still thinking that after completing the school's assignment, she was planning to go to that shrine to check the situation. After all, the request displayed on her side had some information about that shrine, letting her know that this shrine absorbed the souls of many innocent people every year to maintain its existence. As a jujitsu sorcerer with a simple sense of good and evil, it was naturally difficult for her to accept letting this eerie shrine continue to absorb the souls of the innocent. Now, seeing this new diary entry, she became a little hesitant. One reason was that she knew her own limits. Even with simple domain, at most, she could deal with a relatively weak grade 2 curse spirit, while an A rank request involved at least a grade 1 curse spirit, which was simply not something she could handle. Another reason was that she knew from her own diary that she had just gotten it and had not yet unlocked the request function. The request that had refreshed for her now was stolen from another one of her senpais. For Miwa Kasumi, who came from a poor family but had never been greedy in her life, this act of snatching someone else's things made her feel a little embarrassed. So what should she do now? Miwa Kasumi, who had never faced such a complex choice, fell into a state of dilemma. Chapter 146. The gap between the two jujitsu highs after struggling for a long time. The only thing Miwa Kasumi could think of was to report the matter of the shrine to the jujitsu higher-ups after completing the mission given to her by the school and see if they had any solution. Since neither of us can complete this request, it probably won't have any impact on that senpai, right? Miwa Kasumi thought to herself. She had diligently practiced swordsmanship for 3 years and had been busy with training for the year after entering Jujitsu High. At most, she had only completed some relatively simple exorcism tasks arranged by the school. Naturally, she was unaware of the dark corners of the jujitsu world, let alone the entire hidden world. In her heart, she still held the simple belief that cursed spirits or any demons that harmed others must be exorcised immediately. In fact, she didn't even know that in the area surrounding central Tokyo, there was a lawless zone like Baika Town, which was treated as a dumping ground for vengeful spirits by the hidden world. After making her decision, she finally waited until Shuchian Academy's dismissal time. Looking at the students entering and leaving the school, Miwa Kasumi also collected her thoughts. She quickly took out the photo the principal had given her and compared it with the black-haired girl with a cold expression on it. I wonder if she's an easy person to get along with, Miwa Kasumi thought to herself as she checked the students leaving the school gate. Although she had already interacted with many classmates from jujitsu families at school and got along with them quite well on a daily basis, she had been just an ordinary girl a year ago. This was her first time interacting with a young lady of a super conglomerate in the real world. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the Shinomiya Kagaya she was looking for walked out of the school gate with another pink-haired girl. To her slight surprise, the cold-looking girl in the photo, whose eyes seemed to lack even a speck of light, appeared to be quite approachable in person. Her expression was also quite gentle when chatting with the pink-haired girl beside her. However, that wasn't what Miwa Kasumi was concerned about. Instead, through her decent perception, she could feel that the life energy of that young woman seemed to be much more vigorous than that of an ordinary person. This could be considered an extra benefit she had gained after training in simple domain, allowing her to feel the energy fluctuations around her more clearly when using cursed energy. This was also one of the reasons the principal had sent her on this mission. She could indeed sense and test whether others had the aptitude for training. And now, after sensing the life energy on Shinomiya Kagaya, she was a little amazed. After all, generally speaking, even adult men with strong physiques might not have such vigorous life energy. And the girl in front of her did not look strong and was even a bit petite. To possess such vigorous life energy, it seemed the other party had indeed recently awakened some kind of special power related to her constitution. It looked like she was indeed going to have a new junior. Although life energy was positive energy, and the cursed energy used by jujitsu sorcerers was negative energy, and the two seemed to be one positive and one negative, they did not interfere with each other. The former symbolized the body, while the latter was connected to the spirit and even the soul. The two were actually complementary. A person with a strong physique would generally not be too weak in spirit and soul. Her vigorous life energy could slowly nourish her physique, making her soul more resilient along with her body, and also allowing her to contain more cursed energy. However, This would take a relatively long time and would not be immediately effective. As long as she is given a decent curse tool, with her current life energy, she should be able to easily handle those grade 4 curse spirits. Miwa Kasumi thought to herself. If she hasn't obtained any other innate technique, perhaps I could recommend Shinkadri to her? But with her status as a young lady from a rich family, she probably wouldn't be willing to trade her freedom to form a binding vow with Shinkadri. Thinking this in her heart, Miwa Kasumi pondered how she should approach the other party. Should I go over now? As she thought this, Miwa Kasumi had somewhat underestimated the power of the Shinomiya family, and also underestimated the current importance of Shinomiya Kagaya to the family. Miwa Kasumi, a strange girl who had suddenly appeared near Shuchin Academy, carrying a lot of items, including a long, wrapped piece of luggage that looked like some kind of bladed weapon, had long been targeted by the Shinomiya family's professional bodyguards. It was just that they were not yet sure of her identity and purpose before, so they had only increased their surveillance of her. It wasn't until a bodyguard lurking in a high place detected her taking out Shinomiya Kagaya's photo that they immediately reported the matter to Hayasaka AI. As a girl who grew up with Shinomiya Kagaya, Hayasaka had long known that her young lady had recently made a bunch of friends from all over the country. Wondering if this was another one of her latest friends coming to find her, Hayasaka immediately relayed the information to Shinomiya Kagaya to see if she recognized the girl. After seeing the photo, although Kagaya had never seen her before, her diary did not send out any danger warnings. After some thought, she decided to meet with her. After saying goodbye to her friend at the school gate, watching her carefree departing figure, Shinomiya Kagaya's expression turned cold again. She got in her family's car and had her bodyguards go and invite the young woman over. However, just a few minutes later, the news from the bodyguards piqued her interest. The other party had actually easily shaken off the Shinomiya family's bodyguards and left at a speed that clearly surpassed that of an ordinary person. One should know that her father had recently sent some more elite bodyguards to protect her. Many of these bodyguards had truly been on the battlefield. For that young woman to be able to shake off those bodyguards so easily, she could not possibly be an ordinary person. She raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering that her father had recently told her that he would help her find some teachers from the hidden world to instruct her. So, could this be the teacher her father had hired for her? Shinomiya Kagaya thought about it. Unless that guy, the mysterious person, had directly mentioned her name in another diary, attracting those second-batch diary holders to come find her, her potential competitors should not appear so directly in front of her. So, was the other party from the hidden world? She once again issued instructions to her bodyguards, telling them to have the young woman state her name and respectfully invite her over. This time, it took even longer. Shinomiya Kagaya waited patiently in her car for 10 minutes before the other Shinomiya bodyguards finally temporarily intercepted the young woman on her escape route. They stated Shinomiya Kagaya's invitation for a meeting just before she could speed away again, which made her skeptically follow their instructions and get into the car. Looking at Shinomiya Kagaya in the car, whose cold expression was almost a carbon copy of the photo, Miwa Kasumi appeared a little restrained. She had always felt she was relatively sensible in the ordinary world. Although she had a sword-carrying permit issued by Jujutsu High that allowed her to walk around with a katana, she was still very careful not to expose her blade. But she had never expected a young lady like this to have so many bodyguards. She had been targeted by them just for looking at her photo at the school gate. Forget TV dramas. Even the descendants of the 3 great families in the jiu-jitsu world didn't have such exaggerated treatment. Was this the life led by the descendants of super conglomerates? She really lacked this kind of common sense. However, fortunately, Miwa Kasumi had seen a lot in the jiu-jitsu world. Although this episode made her a little embarrassed, she quickly calmed herself down. After spending some time getting used to this luxury car, which she had never touched, let alone sat in before, she took out her student ID and began to explain her origin and the purpose of her visit. Looking at the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High student ID in her hand, and after confirming that the other party was indeed the person her father had invited by having her use a trace of cursed energy, Shinomiya Kagaya began to ponder. She had heard of the name Jujitsu Hai from the godmother of Shitamachi. There were two schools in Japan that cultivated jujitsu sorcerers, recruiting students from the Kanto and Kansai regions who were qualified to become sorcerers. However, the godmother's past network was basically on the Shinto side, and she only had a slight understanding of some famous figures in the jujitsu world. As for the strongest jujitsu sorcerer mentioned by the mysterious person in the diary, the godmother was not very sure, only listing the names of those special grade sorcerers and exorcists she knew. She hadn't expected that, just as she was pondering how to get in touch with the jujitsu world, someone from the jujitsu world would come to her first through her father's channels. It seemed she would be able to find out from this young woman who the strongest jujitsu sorcerer was now. Not noticing the change in Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes, Miwa Kasumi, after stating her origin, began to list some examples of the physical changes one could feel when an innate technique awakens, to let the other party confirm if what she had awakened was an innate technique. However, Shinomiya Kagaya could confirm that she hadn't awakened any so-called innate technique without even trying. Through the godmother's judgment, she had long known that her current spiritual power talent was only mediocre, and it was even more impossible for her to awaken any innate technique. The vigorous life energy in her body was all due to the ripple breathing she had been practicing for a month now. With the help of reading value, her 1 month of training was basically equivalent to an ordinary person's year of training in ripple breathing. The positive feedback of ripple breathing on her body was already showing initial results. Besides her strength and speed increasing significantly, her skin had indeed gotten better recently, and she was Barato energetic. Barato importantly, her overall Barato condition had noticeably improved because of it. It was indeed worthy of being the health and wellness technique passionately recommended by the mysterious person. Although everything was still within the range of a normal person, after practicing at this speed for another 1 or 2 months, she should be able to completely step into the realm of the supernatural. Thinking this, Shinomiya Kagaya looked at the young woman before her. At least in terms of appearance, this young woman was indeed qualified to receive a diary. So, during the process, she secretly took out her own diary, wanting to observe the other party's reaction. Ordinary people definitely couldn't see the diary. The godmother was old and frail now, her spiritual power having declined considerably. So, she couldn't see the diary either. So what about these jujitsu sorcerers who possessed supernatural powers? But seeing that the other party seemed to not have noticed anything, Shinomiya Kagaya confirmed that she was probably not faking it. Although the two of them had only had a simple exchange so far, Shinomiya Kagaya had already preliminarily analyzed this girl's personality and knew that she was probably not a person with deep thoughts. Of course, at present, Shinomiya Kagaya could only confirm that the other party was not a first-batch diary holder like herself. She still couldn't be sure if the other party was a second-batch holder. After all, the mysterious person had also mentioned in the diary that the two batches of holders would be shielded from each other, unable to recognize each other through their diaries, and even topics related to the diary might be automatically harmonized. Under such circumstances, one would need sufficient reasoning and analytical skills to distinguish the second-batch diary holders. In any case, since the other party seemed quite easy to talk to now, she would try to get as much information about the jujitsu world from her as possible later. By the time the car returned to the Shinomiya residence, Shinomiya Kagaya had already gleaned a lot of useful intelligence from her. For example, when she asked who the strongest jujitsu sorcerer was, Miwa Kasumi had gushed about Gojo Satoru's achievements and accomplishments with great excitement. From that, she knew that this young woman was probably even easier to deal with than she had imagined. Gojo Satoru, a teacher at Tokyo Jujitsu High, special grade sorcerer, the strongest. Senchuredo, is there any difference between Kyoto Jujitsu High and Tokyo Jujitsu High? Is there a big gap in resources and philosophy? She continued to ask Miwa Kasumi. Being asked this question, Miwa Kasumi's face couldn't help but become a little embarrassed. because she suddenly remembered that she was representing Kyoto Jujitsu High to invite Shinomiya Kagaya to study there. But when she was asked, she couldn't hold back and ended up hyping up Gojo Satoru, who had graduated from and was now a teacher at Tokyo Jujitsu High, for half the day. Wasn't this deliberately pushing people towards Tokyo Jujitsu High? If the school finds out, what if they want to reclaim my travel funds for this trip? Thinking of this, she quickly began to tell Shinomiya Kagaya about her own school's advantages. Things like having more resources, better treatment for students, and a larger campus. But overall, it was a fact that there was a gap between the two schools. With the revival of the supernatural, the number of special grade sorcerers who had graduated from Tokyo Jujitsu High was indeed much higher than Kyoto's. And Miwa Kasumi herself was not good at lying, so she naturally sounded a bit lacking in confidence, only able to say that at this year's second semester school exchange event, their Kyoto High would definitely wash away last year's shame. Shinomiya Kagaya had already learned about this from Miwa Kasumi when she was asking about special grade sorcerers. The youngest special grade sorcerer, Okatsuyuta, relying on the special grade curse spirit by his side, had single-handedly beaten all the students of the Kyoto school right after joining Tokyo High, making the students of Kyoto High hold on to this humiliation and train fiercely until now, just to get their revenge when they meet again this year. That seems difficult, doesn't it? Shinomiya Kagaya said calmly. Miwa Kasumi was also not very sure. I heard that he has already lost that special grade curse spirit by his side. Even if he has become a special grade sorcerer again now, he probably isn't as strong as last year, right? Seeing her like this, Shinomiya Kagaya no longer asked about the gap between the two schools. The more they talked about it, the more exposed it became. She was afraid that if this girl kept talking, her own mentality would collapse first. It was better to talk more about the jiu-jitsu world and get more intelligence from her. As for her future destination, Shinomiya Kagaya felt that she should first go to Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High to see what kind of person this so-called strongest jiu-jitsu sorcerer was before making a decision. And in any case, she still had a request to become the student council president of Shuchian first. She would have to wait until she completed that request anyway. She didn't want to get a notification from her diary that her request had failed the moment she agreed to go to Jiu-Jitsu High. Chapter 147. Yatsuya Miko prepares to go to Jiu-Jitsu High inside the Shinomiya residence. Miwa Kasumi soon met the godmother of Shitamachi, who had been invited over by Shinomiya Kagaya, in the reception room. Sensing the spiritual power on the other woman, Miwa Kasumi gave her a friendly greeting. Although the godmother of Shitamachi had only been a second or third-rate exorcist her whole life and had basically never fought against any high-level vengeful spirits or cursed spirits, for Miwa Kasumi, who had only just debuted a year ago, the godmother's decades of exorcism experience still had many things worth referencing. And the godmother, relying on her many years of experience in trickery and deception, coupled with Shinomiya Kagaya's cooperation, quickly managed to probe out Miwa Kasumi's family information. An ordinary person from a poor family, with two younger brothers at home. The reason she chose to become a jiu-jitsu sorcerer was that sorcerers could earn more money than ordinary people, and attending Jiu-Jitsu High also came with a decent monthly subsidy that could be used to support her family. One could only say that this young woman was still a bit too simple. Shinomiya Kagaya merely had to order Hayasaka AI to prepare some snacks and refreshments, and the girl completely let down her guard. Of course, since it was still their first meeting, and the other party had the official status of Jiu-Jitsu High behind her, she wasn't like the godmother of Shitamachi, a semi-retired exorcist with few entanglements in the hidden world, who could be casually asked about certain things. Regarding the matter of Sukuna, Shinomiya Kagaya did not plan to ask Miwa Kasumi about it for the time being. After all, in the eyes of the jiu-jitsu world, she was not supposed to know about Sukuna. She planned to wait until after she entered the jiu-jitsu world to find a suitable opportunity to investigate the matter of Sukuna. And while the other girl was blissfully enjoying the high-class pastries she had never had before, Shinomiya Kagaya instructed Hayasaka AI to satisfy all her needs and serve her well. Then followed the godmother, who was gesturing with her eyes, out of the reception room. Kagaya-sama, that young woman should indeed be a student of Jujutsu High. Her katana also has a reaction of cursed energy. It should be a genuine curse tool, the godmother said, a hint of envy in her eyes. A cursed tool. This was something she had never come into contact with in her entire life. The things she used were either left to her by her teacher or were small trinkets she had cobbled together herself, completely unrelated to cursed tools. And according to her, she practices that Shinkajiri. I wonder if you have heard of this school, young mistress? Shinomiya Kagaya frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then asked, is it that Yagi Shinkajiri? The Shinkajiri was founded by Kamizumi Nobitsuna during the Warring States period and was popularized by his disciple, Yagi Munetoshi. It was one of the largest schools of swordsmanship in the Edo period, and even today, it has many dojos throughout Japan, with tens of thousands of disciples under its name. The highest honor in modern kendo, the Menkyo Kaden, was spread from the Shinkajiri. Yagi Shinkajiri is a branch extended from the Shinkajiri, a branch specifically open to mortals, Takeda Sii explained to Shinomiya Kagaya. In fact, the true Shinkajiri sword style requires the coordination of supernatural powers like spiritual or cursed energy to display its true effects. After hundreds of years of development, even in the hidden world today, the Shinkajiri is considered a force to be reckoned with. Takeda Sii briefly explained some things she had heard about the Shinkajiri. Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes brightened slightly. So, in the hidden world, this Shinkajiri is the kind of power with many disciples, a relatively low entry barrier, and a decent upper limit, where one can learn real skills as long as they are willing to spend money. Takeda Sii shook her head uncertainly. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but talent in swordsmanship is definitely required. I'm just a simple exorcist with no talent for practicing swordsmanship. They never even gave me a second look. Secondly, I've also heard that to practice the true Shinkajiri, it seems you have to enter into some kind of contract and binding vow with them to become an entry-level disciple. My lady, if you're interested in the Shinkajiri, you'd best be careful about them adding any extra conditions to the vow. The term binding vow was something the current Shinomiya Kagaya had little understanding of. At most, she thought of it as a rule preventing the disciples of Shinkajiri from casually passing on what they had learned. If the so-called binding vow was only to that extent, she could accept it. In her heart, with the support of the Shinomiya family, she should be able to solve the problem of this vow by throwing money at it or using other resources. Shinomiya Kagaya thought to herself. Speaking of which, she had already started practicing swordsmanship since half a month ago when a mysterious person mentioned in the diary the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization that slayed demons with swordsmanship. If she could find their whereabouts, she should be able to master it quickly by investing a few reading value points into swordsmanship. But until now, the mysterious person had not revealed any more information about the Demon Slayer Corps, leaving her with no way to find this organization that might have already disbanded 100 years ago, or the descendants of the Demon Slayer Corps members who inherited those breathing techniques. But since the Demon Slayer Corps couldn't be found, considering the Shinkajiri was not a problem. I understand. I will ask her about the Shinkajiri later to find out what that so-called binding vow is exactly before making a decision, Shinomiya Kagaya said, then looked at the slightly nervous godmother and waved her hand. She knew why the godmother looked this way. After all, for the past half-month, the godmother had indeed received many benefits from the Shinomiya family. And now that she might be going to Jujutsu High for further studies soon, the godmother would naturally be worried about her own future. However, Shinomiya Kagaya currently still had a certain respect for supernatural beings. As the first exorcist to come under her command, even if the godmother's strength was a bit weak, she would definitely give her treatment that exceeded her strength as a benchmark. Godmother, I will still have to trouble you to look after the Shinomiya family in the future. If any cursed spirits or vengeful spirits appear at home, I will still need your help to exorcise them when I am not around. After reassuring the godmother with these words, Shinomiya Kagaya continued to contemplate her future development path. Of course, these matters also had to be communicated with the girls in the group. If she really were to go to Jujitsu High, whether it was the Tokyo or Kyoto school, Shinomiya Kagaya planned to tell the girls in the group and see if anyone wanted to go with her to give a try. This could be considered her preparing to pave the way for her future in the hidden world. Other girls might not be able to make a decision so quickly, but Shinomiya Kagaya was just asking out of simple friendliness. Her real target was only Yatsuya Miko. After all, the biggest problem Yatsuya Miko wanted to solve right now was her spirit sight. Even though she could currently get by tricking the vengeful spirits with her diary, as Bachi suggested. If she could change this life of encountering danger every few days and having to rely on her diary to save her life, Yatsuya Miko would definitely seize the opportunity. Although neither the mysterious person nor the godmother could clearly explain the origin of Yatsuya Miko's spirit sight, Shinomiya Kagaya was willing to bet that her eyes had more abilities than just seeing vengeful spirits. If even Yatsuya Miko couldn't be valued by Jujitsu High, then the other girls would have even less of a chance. After Shinomiya Kagaya shared her encounter of the day in the chat group and asked if anyone was interested in Jujitsu High, the chat group fell silent for about half a minute. Immediately after, Omaru tagged Yatsuya Miko in the group for her. After a while, Yatsuya Miko replied in the group, "Miko, can I really go to that Jujitsu High?" It was clear that she was quite excited right now. When a mysterious person had joked about her in the diary before, she had become interested in the situation of that Jujitsu High, although she had very good friends at her own school. If the problem of her spirit sight wasn't solved, she still had to live in fear every day and couldn't calm down to live out her high school life properly. And her friend's constitution also made her prone to attracting those powerful, vengeful spirits. Yatsuya Miko still remembered the last time her friend was entangled by a powerful spirit, to the point that she was almost guided by the map navigation to that extremely dangerous shrine. So for herself, and also for her friend, she definitely had to give it a try. By then, she could also tell her mother and younger brother the truth about her strange behavior during this period with peace of mind. Kagaya, in planning to go and observe the situation at the two Jujitsu Highs in these 2 days. If you plan to go with me, they'll have Hayasaka come and pick you up later. The situation in the chat group was about what she had expected. Apart from Yatsuya Miko, the other girls couldn't possibly make a decision so quickly. And soon, the mood in the group changed again. The reason was that Takanashi Rika, the Chinibu, expressed her interest after Yatsuya Miko and wanted to enroll in Jujitsu High together. But just half a minute later, she sent a long string of question marks, along with a danger warning from her diary. This seemed to be the first time she had triggered a danger warning since obtaining the diary, and the first warning directly deducted 1 reading value point from her, making her heart ache. Goko Ruri, who had been having dinner with Yukino Shida Yukino in a restaurant and was struggling with whether to express her opinion in the group, immediately dismissed the idea after seeing this warning. She quickly began to discuss the matter with Yukino Shida Yukino, who was sitting opposite her. Yukino Shida Yukino frowned and thought for a moment, then came up with some ideas. Because we've all been practicing Hammon for about a month now, we should all be able to feel the physical changes it has brought us quite clearly. The only problem with Hammon is that the training speed is relatively slow, but we can rely on reading value to greatly speed up this process. 1 month of training is equivalent to more than a year of training for a normal person. To this, Goko Ruri nodded. She, who used to get out of breath after walking a few steps, could now run 10 kilometers around the track. Yukino Shida Yukino continued her analysis. Originally, we were scattered in various regions of Japan and weren't conspicuous. Even if the 2 of us were to dine out together, no powerful figure would happen to pass by and notice that our physiques are much stronger than ordinary people's. But if a group of us who practice Hammon were to enter the jiu-jitsu world together, I'm afraid we would easily be noticed by those big shots in the hidden world. Just by breathing, ordinary people can obtain power close to the supernatural. What do you think those big shots would do after learning about this? Don't forget what the mysterious person mentioned in the diary. The jiu-jitsu world is not that wonderful. Maybe those big shots will use some means against us to figure out the secret of Hammond. Yukino shook her head. The Yukino Shida family was a prestigious family in Chiba. She had seen a lot of worldly wisdom since she was a child, and had also experienced a lot of malicious treatment from others. So she had always detested these things. She never thought from the beginning that she could avoid these disputes by going to the hidden world. With supernatural powers, the struggles between those at the top would probably only be more ruthless and cruel. Listening to Yukino's analysis, Goko Ruri shrugged with some disdain. Those guys sound even less reliable than the mysterious person. Although the mysterious person liked to expose some of their secrets that they didn't want others to know in the diary, he had indeed helped them, the diary holders, a lot, and had never used the fact that he knew many things to threaten them. In their not-so-close interactions, the diary-holding girls could clearly feel that the mysterious person was still quite concerned about them, or at least some of them. For example, Kasumika, who was mentioned by the mysterious person every day, and the fatherly vibe he had towards Bachi. Sending Jerry over to help her improve her home environment could probably also be considered as concern. Unfortunately, Jerry had gone back early this morning, and she didn't know if there would be a chance to meet again in the future. But why didn't Kagaya and Miko receive a warning? Miko has been practicing Hammond for a shorter time, and she has also used fewer reading value points. Compared to the Hammond in her body, her spirit sight should be more likely to attract the attention of others. Maybe after she enters the jujitsu world and figures out the situation with her eyes, she will soon become the strongest among us. The mysterious person had also said in the diary that the strongest jujitsu sorcerer might take Miko as a student because of her eyes. Although it was just a casual joke from the mysterious person, it now seemed quite possible to come true. Kagaya is the young lady of the Shinomiya family. Her status is right there. Even if those big shots in the hidden world look down on conglomerates, they wouldn't do anything to Kagaya. And we, who have no status and no particular talent, are naturally soft targets. Yukino had been vaguely sounding out her parents during this period. In front of the big shots of the hidden world, a councilman in Chiba Prefecture was indeed nothing, belonging to the group of people who were not even qualified to know about the hidden world. It seems that the only ones going to visit Jujutsu High this time are Kagaya and Miko. I wonder if they can take a few photos there and send them to the group to let us see what a school that specifically teaches Jujutsu sorcerers looks like. Goko Ruri picked up her phone and, after getting Yukino's consent, sent her analysis to the group. Kuron Echo. In short, everyone should remain cautious. Although that guy, the mysterious person, has been hiding and refusing to show his face, this is indeed the safest approach. Chapter 148. The idea of a cyber ghost butler. Isn't Shinomiya Kagaya completely targeting Yatsuya Miko? Standing at the foot of a somewhat old, abandoned building, Mayachi Hikage held Shina Mishiro's phone, scrolling through the chat logs of the girls. Shina Mishiro stood quietly beside him, taking small bites of her bonkachin. As for Ito Kaiji and Sakakibara Kuchi, he had already sent them to inquire about the haunting situation of this building. This was the location for the exorcism request Shina Mishiro had received today. So, before school let out, Mayachi Hikage had contacted Ito Kaiji and come to the base of this building under the guise of scouting for suitable filming locations. Originally, Mayachi Ikari had also wanted to come and join the fun, but she was afraid of ghosts, so after Mayachi Hikage told her a few ghost stories, she scurried back to Shina Mahiru for comfort. Hikage also had her mention to Mahiru that he was taking Mishiro out to gather material. In any case, Mayachi Hikage's attitude towards Shina Mishiro's request was quite relaxed. A B-rank request for 15 reading value points. At most, this place would contain a grade 2 or 3 cursed spirit or vengeful spirit. And it probably hadn't caused any major disturbances. Otherwise, the nearby shrines or the jujitsu higher-ups would have already sent someone to clean it up. In any case, if a real problem arose, It was a matter that Myachi Haikage could solve with a wave of his hand, just by tearing off his sealing talisman and unleashing his pure yang body. And for now, after sending Ito Kaiji and the other two to investigate their surroundings and then summoning his stand, Yellow Temperance, to follow them, Myachi Haikage remained here, scrolling through the chat logs. Shinkadri is not a good thing. It'll remind them again in the diary in a couple of days, lest they accidentally sign an indenture contract with someone. Those who form a binding vow with the Shinkadri really have to offer their own lifespan to the head of the school. According to the manga, the Shinkadri wanted to secretly take control of the Jujutsu world, but their family head was just an ordinary grade 1 sorcerer, at a level where he was easily killed in the end of the manga. Myachi Haikage really didn't know how the Shinkadri, with a family head who was still just a grade 1 sorcerer after living for hundreds of years and showed no signs of a higher potential, planned to achieve their goal. He could only guess that there might be some conspiracy behind it. However, the manga ended abruptly at that point, so the things behind these foreshadowings naturally came to nothing. Of course, Myachi Haikage had no intention of getting involved in these inexplicable plot lines. A simple reminder to the girls would be enough. Who knows, maybe Shinomiya Kagaya could really get a lenient binding vow by throwing money at it. As for Takanashi Rika receiving a danger warning from the diary, Myachi Haikage found it even less surprising. Although Hamon's upper limit wasn't considered high for the superhumans of the hidden world, as a supernatural power, its entry barrier was much lower than that of the Shinkadri. Practicing Shinkadri at least required awakening a talent for cursed energy. The threshold for Hamon was just maintaining breathing and finding the rhythm of breathing. Even if one's aptitude was so poor that they couldn't produce Hamon, maintaining the breathing rhythm for a long time could still significantly strengthen their physique. If a power that could be practiced so easily was noticed by people in the hidden world, especially since the girls had reading value points, and the speed of their training made up for the only flaw of slow Hamon progression, it would be strange if they weren't coveted. It was indeed time to make these girls a little more cautious. It was fine to be a Chinibyu in the real world, but if you wanted to maintain a Chinibyu mentality in the hidden world, you had to speak with strength. It was a good thing for Takanashi Rika to tone down her personality a bit for the price of 1 reading value point. Look at Kuroneko. After being guided by Jerry for a while, isn't her personality much better than before? She can even have a normal meal and chat with Yukino Shida Yukino. In comparison, he was more concerned about whether Yatsuya Mika's spirit sight could develop other functions after entering the Jujutsu world. I wonder, in this messy crossover worldview, are Mika's eyes a superpower, a spiritual power awakening, or some special kind of innate technique? Even if Yatsuya Miko isn't valued by Jujutsu High, Shinomiya Kagaya, as the one who recommended her, won't be affected. If she really awakens some special ability, then Shinomiya Kagaya will have hit the jackpot. Muttering this under his breath, Myachi Haikage finished reading the chat logs and returned the phone to Shina Mishiro. "Are we going back?" Shina Mishiro asked softly, taking the phone. She didn't like the environment of this place. Even the Bomkachin didn't taste as good here. Soon. This place is, after all, a gathering point for human negative emotions. Your perception is stronger, so you'll feel a bit uncomfortable for now. Just circulate your ham in the way I taught you, and you'll be fine. Myachi Haikage reminded her to use Hamon breathing to dispel the uncomfortable feeling. My stand is sweeping through the inside. There are quite a few scattered vengeful spirits and cursed spirits. Keep an eye on the request interface in your diary. When the task is completed, we can go. Although Yellow Temperance's range was only E on the official stats panel, both its performance in the story and Myachi Haikage's own experience using it suggested that this stat was not that accurate. The stand's main body could move within 10 meters of him, but through its own elasticity, it could stretch its body into a thread-like form, like stone free, extending several tens of meters away. And like a spiritual body, it could ignore buildings and share its vision with Myachi Haikage. It also had the ability to split. The split individuals could then move further away from the main body. These split individuals would follow the instructions given before splitting. Although he couldn't share their vision or continue to command them, recalling them was no problem. If there was no supply, they would completely dissipate after a period of time. Of course, more importantly, Yellow Temperance's body was also an excellent conductor of Hammond. Against those weak grade 4 vengeful spirits, Yellow Temperance would use a part of its body to devour them, unlocking its transformation templates. If they were grade 3 or even grade 2 vengeful spirits, it would have to rely on Myachi Haikage's sun-like super Hammond. Of course, Myachi Haikage didn't come here this time to completely eliminate all these vengeful spirits. This morning, he had received a private message from Jerry, telling him that it would be home tonight. He also reminded Jerry to remember to restrain its Hammond, lest it be detected. Although there had been fewer exorcists around Bika Town these days because of the incident a month ago that caused a bunch of vengeful spirits to escape Bika Town and almost cause a major disturbance. The officials were now paying a little more attention to this vengeful spirit dumping ground. It would be troublesome if Jerry was discovered by those jujitsu, sorcerers, or spirit mediums. In any case, Jerry's return was a good thing. The projects that he hadn't had time to advance before could now be handed over to Jerry as manual labor. So, after Shina Mishiro reminded him that she had completed the request, Myachi Haikage had Yellow Temperance bring out those half-dead, small-fry vengeful spirits that had been devoured and some ordinary ghosts that were about to dissipate, and temporarily sealed them with sealing talismans. Later, he'll have Jerry study whether it's possible to digitize these guys using relic technology. If it succeeded, he planned to find a few obedient ordinary ghosts, turn them into cyber ghosts, and have them work for him on the internet, which would count as a force he had built himself. After all, if ordinary ghosts didn't become vengeful spirits, they would either automatically dissipate and reincarnate after a few days or be devoured by stronger vengeful spirits. By giving them a way to continue to exist, he believed there should be quite a few ghosts willing to work for him. He just needed to be a little cautious. If Jerry had a flash of inspiration and created an electronic poltergeist that escaped, he estimated that group of spirit mediums would have to ponder for a long time on how to deal with this new species of ghost. After a while, Ito Kaiji and Sakakibara Kuchi, who were investigating nearby, also returned with the information they had gathered. Myachi Haikage listened to some of the things they had found out and confirmed that although this place had rumors of being haunted, it hadn't caused any big news. Even if they filmed it, it wouldn't have much of a show effect. So they just simply shot a few video clips, which they could put in the behind-the-scenes footage later to get some discussion. This kind of thing was also a matter of routine for them. After all, it was impossible for Myachi Haikage to find a bunch of suitable filming locations right away. That would also give Ito Kaiji and Sakakibara Kuchi the idea that filming videos was too easy. Therefore, Myachi Haikage naturally had to put on a show and take them to a few places to inspect, ultimately considering several places before filming. Originally, Ito Kaiji had said that since he had quit his convenience store job, he could scout out more suitable locations while the two of them were at school. But this was naturally rejected by Myachi Haikage. After all, although the vast majority of vengeful spirits wouldn't attack people unless they were seen, what if the ever-unlucky Ito Kaiji ran into a cursed spirit? Then forget about a tough spot. Even bringing out Kaiji in despair wouldn't be able to handle it. It's not like Ito Kaiji, the protagonist, would suddenly awaken cursed energy in a dangerous moment and become a jujitsu sorcerer with aptitude no less than Gojo Satoru's, right? Although it did feel like a plot that would appear in Jujutsu Kaisen for the safety of his own employee, Myachi Haikage naturally couldn't let Ito Kaiji take that risk. Ito Kaiji was a little unhappy about this. It was only after Myachi Haikage stuffed a red envelope into his hand and then explained the danger of investigating crime scenes alone, even bringing out Nanami Kinto's warning to them, that the idea was dismissed. After that, he happily took his wages and went to his usual pachinko parlor, never mentioning these things again. As for Sakakibara Kuchi, Myachi Haikage's handling of him was different, much more direct. After all, Sakakibara Kuchi, the protagonist, was originally from the horror suspense work Another Centuredo, there probably wouldn't be as many victims as in the original work. Of course, if Mayachi Haikage had already become invincible by then, he wouldn't mind helping his friend out by exorcising the curse of Yomiyama North, which had lasted for decades, but had yet to be resolved by other exorcists. This meant that the curse's main body was either at a grade 1 or even special grade level, or was hidden very deep, so deep that even powerful exorcists couldn't find its source. Plus, only one class was cursed each year, and there was a way to break it by completely ignoring one person in the class before death occurred. So, the people of Yomiyama North, unwilling to pay too high a price, had hidden this matter and handled it with a low profile. The current Sakakibara Kuchi had already realized that something was wrong. For example, in Mayachi Haikage's last video, he had intentionally leaked a half-second shot of a vengeful spirit. It wasn't very obvious, but after he used a Smuff account to point it out in the video's comments, their newly released video received the highest number of views so far. A considerable number of people were discussing whether the thing that appeared in those few frames was real. Of course, most people, including the thick-skinned Ito Kaiji, didn't take it seriously, only thinking it was probably due to the image being a bit blurry or Mayachi Haikage not handling the material well. And Mayachi Haikage also explained it this way to his classmates. But Sakakibara Kuchi, as a horror suspense fan, was naturally more inclined to overthink things and wouldn't so easily believe it was just due to Mayachi Haikage not handling the material well. For this reason, he had even secretly confirmed it with Mayachi Haikage again at school. But at that time, Mayachi Haikage's reply had a different tone. He didn't confirm or deny it, only stating that he had indeed discovered such a segment in the footage while editing. Centuredo, are you still going to continue filming videos on this theme in the future? This was Sakakibara Kuchi's question to Mayachi Haikage after seeing that footage. And Mayachi Haikage's answer was also very simple. The officials definitely know more than I do, since they only asked me to report to them in advance. They'll just keep filming. Even if it's real, maybe I can even get an official position in the future. One could only say that Sakakibara Kuchi was truly worthy of being the protagonist of a horror work. He only thought about it in the classroom for an afternoon before deciding to continue working with Mayachi Haikage in the future. His explanation was also very simple. Mayachi Haikage wasn't afraid, so what did he have to worry about? He also didn't want to be seen as a Lord Yi who loves dragons by his friend. If he really missed this opportunity, he might not even have time for regrets in the future. Chapter 149. A plea from Mayano Shiho after treating the group to a big meal and having their fill of fun, Mayachi Haikage took the impossibly beautiful Shina Mishiro home under the somewhat envious gaze of Ito Kaiji. Feeling Ito Kaiji's stare, Mayachi Haikage patted his barato and told him to keep working hard. Once he had money, life would be much easier. This guy was completely unlucky in his original story. He wondered if, after changing his future, his fortune would improve. But Mayachi Haikage felt it was barato of a long shot. After all, his wimpy dog aura in the videos had already become deeply ingrained in people's minds, establishing his persona. But who knows, maybe one day this guy could find a wealthy admirer who appreciates his unique style. He just wondered if Ito Kaiji liked steel balls. Mayachi Haikage muttered this in his heart, and then said goodbye to the others outside of Baika Town. He took Shina Mishiro back home. Actually, Mayachi Haikage had already brought Shina Mishiro to his house a few times before. Although the house Shina Mihiru was currently renting was more than enough for 2 people, Shina Mishiro was an artist. After all, if her art supplies and finished manuscripts weren't organized, they could quickly pile up and fill the entire house. Then Mayachi Ikari had mentioned his villa in Baika Town, saying that only Mayachi Haikage lived in that large villa, and a room could definitely be cleared out to be used as a studio for Shina Mishiro. Although Shina Mihiru felt it wasn't quite right, seeing that Mayachi Haikage himself had no objections, she tacitly agreed. After all, Shina Mishiro already knew his secret. There was no need to pretend in front of her anymore. In any case, his house had plenty of empty rooms, so it was no problem to clear one out for Shina Mishiro. Of course, when Shina Mashiro came over before, Mayachi Hikari and Shina Mahiru would also come along to see, and at the end of the day, Mayachi Hikage would send them back. As for why he bypassed the other two and brought Shina Mashiro back to his home alone this time, it wasn't to do anything, but simply to introduce Jerry to her. Originally, upon seeing Mayachi Hikage return with a girl, Jerry, who had just arrived home this afternoon, had wanted to hide and not be seen. But as Mayachi Hikage proactively called it out to meet Shina Mashiro, it quickly ran out from a small hiding hole with a look of surprise and greeted Mayachi Hikage and Shina Mashiro. He didn't know if it was his own imagination. It felt like after being away for over a week, Jerry's appearance seemed to have further evolved to resemble its cartoon counterpart. Like its head had become rounder and bigger, and if you looked closely, you could even seem to see a bit of a neck. Overall, it seemed a bit more anthropomorphized than before. This was Shina Mashiro's first time seeing Jerry in person. Before, she had only seen what Jerry looked like in Mayachi Hikage's diary and in the photos Kuroneko posted in the chat group. But photos, after all, were not as lively as the real Jerry. Looking at this little mouse, which was only the size of her palm, Shina Mashiro gently squatted down. Shina Mashiro, Hikage's partner. This was what Mayachi Hikage had told her. They were partners now. Saying this, she extended her hand towards it, as if wanting to shake its hand. But even her hand was a bit too big for Jerry. Jerry looked at Mayachi Hikage with some confusion. Hikage then briefly explained his current situation to it. To be on the safe side, although Jerry had a phone and an encrypted communication channel set up by Mayachi Hikage, the communication between the two of them was naturally not that timely. Hearing that Shina Mashiro had recognized the unique Mayachi Hikage in a crowd at a single glance, Jerry immediately clutched its stomach and started laughing at him. Its appearance was as if to say, "Weren't you acting so tough before? How come I was gone for just a few days and you've already been exposed?" To this, Mayachi Hikage cleared his throat with some embarrassment, stating that he had now found a solution, and then asked if Jerry had synchronized the knowledge from him. To this, Jerry naturally nodded. Even with a distance of 50 or 60 kilometers between them, Jerry could still maintain synchronization with Mayachi Hikage's current state. Just like the previous golden rule, Jerry had managed to bring the Goko family from poverty to a comfortable life in just over a week. Even after leaving the Goko residence now, the items it left behind could help the Goko family consolidate this fortune for a while longer. Making these gestures, Jerry also remembered that Shina Mashiro was still waiting for it. Since Mayachi Hikage had already pulled this woman over to their side as a mole, they were indeed partners in the same camp now. So, it immediately moved enthusiastically to Shina Mashiro's hand and gave her a friendly greeting. From its appearance, it seemed to be indicating that if Shina Mashiro had anything she didn't understand in the future, she could come to it for help anytime. Seeing this mouse almost treating Shina Mashiro as the lady of the house, Mayachi Hikage told Jerry to behave, and at the same time began to ask about the changes to its body. "You've been in someone else's house for so long. Didn't you notice your appearance started to change?" Mayachi Hikage said this, taking out his diary and showing the images of Jerry when it first came to this world and its current appearance. Jerry looked at its two slightly different forms, its expression looking a little dissatisfied. After all, in its original world, it was much rounder and better looking than it was now. However, it quickly began to gesture based on its own guesses. It might be because Jerry's identity was being adapted by this world, or because the revival of the supernatural had caused some of the world's rules to change. But is the progress of the supernatural revival this fast? Didn't it used to be measured in years? Mayachi Hikage muttered. Or was it because the plots of those stories were about to begin, so the supernatural revival also started to rush its progress? If this continued, perhaps in a few months, Jerry would be able to completely recover its original form. In any case, Mayachi Hikage currently had no ability to stop such a major event concerning the entire world. He could only prepare to welcome the new era. Shina Mashiro listened to the conversation between him and Jerry, her expression still unchanged. She just blinked and asked Mayachi Hikage if the arrival of the new era would have any impact on her drawing manga. Hearing Shina Mashiro's question, Mayachi Hikage thought about the killer tennis, killer basketball, killer soccer, and killer cuisine that might appear in the near future, and couldn't help but joke with her. When the supernatural is fully revived in the future, maybe you mangakas can also create some kind of superpowered manga. For example, allowing readers to feel as if they are in the scene, or simply like some web novels from his previous life, where reading the manga allows one to learn the abilities within it. Seeing Shina Mashiro's earnest, listening expression, Mayachi Hikage quickly waved his hand again. Don't take it seriously. I'm just saying it's a possibility. And if it really comes to an era where everyone is a superhuman, it would have to take several generations of transition. He didn't know if Shina Mashiro understood, but after nodding, she quickly confirmed with him again. Then at that time, you have to help me draw manga too. Mayachi Hikage shrugged. When that time comes, it'll just help you bring over all the popular manga from my previous life, all right? You could draw whichever one you like. I guarantee you'll become the greatest mangaka of that era. Then, he added, if you have any manga you want to create, I can also help you perfect the plot and settings. Hearing the latter sentence, the reaction on Shina Mashiro's face clearly became much happier. She nodded, then extended her pinky finger again, as if wanted to make another pinky promise with Mayachi Hikage. However, compared to last time, there was an extra Jerry this time. After thinking for a moment, Jerry also extended its toe to join in, indicating that it could also help. In any case, after the pinky promise, he let Shina Mashiro and Jerry interact for a while to bond. And at the same time, while Mashiro was drawing, he chatted with Jerry for a bit about what it had been doing outside these past few days. When it was about time, Mayachi Hikage got up and prepared to take Shina Mashiro home. He had no choice. Shina Mahiru had already called to ask for the second time. After all, two teenagers, a boy and a girl, should not stay alone in a house together for too long. Although she trusted Mayachi Hikage's character, that would be a matter for a few months later. In any case, amidst Shina Mashiro's reluctant mood, Mayachi Hikage sent her home. All right, Jerry, my boy, you've been out playing for so many days and were even worshipped as a god by a whole family. Now that you're back, it's about time to get down to business. They'll have to trouble you to make another trip tonight. After returning home, Mayachi Hikage didn't rush to take out those sealed ghosts and vengeful spirits. Instead, he gave Jerry a new task. It was still Mayachi Hikage dictating and Jerry writing. Soon, several notes were written by Jerry. Go on. It's been a long time since I've seen that great detective. After so long, he should have already sorted things out with his girlfriend. For the entire day today, Mayachi Hikage's mind had been filled with Mayano Shirho's complaints and resentment, to the point that even though she was one of the few first-batch diary holders who hadn't joined the group, he could know from her constant musings the request that had refreshed for her today. Mayano Shiho had been chanting his name in a laboratory with an almost prayer-like intensity, so he decided to respond to her plea. In any case, Conan would definitely be happy to do this kind of thing. He would just remind Conan to protect Mayano Shirho's sister, and the rest would be up to Mayano Shiho herself. After feeding Jerry a piece of butter cake, Mayachi Hikage rubbed its round head and reminded it to go and come back quickly. They still had to study vengeful spirits together later. Hearing that there was another task later, Jerry gave Mayachi Hikage a resentful look. If I had known, I would have stayed outside and played for a few more days. Coming back to find a new owner is one thing, but there are so many things waiting for me to do. But after making a funny face at Mayachi Hikage, it still obediently went to complete the task. Baika Town, Muri Detective Agency. Conan was boredly reading a mystery novel in Rand's room. Ever since his identity was exposed to Rand, his wonderful life was gone forever. Before, he could affectionately call her Rand-nichan. Now, the moment he acted even slightly like a child, he could feel Rand's death glare. He had no choice. After all, he had deceived her for a month or two. Now, he was just reaping what he sowed. The only good thing was that after being exposed, he could now interact with Rand in her room with his original personality. But what truly made Conan feel helpless were that Tom and Jerry, who started the fire but didn't put it out. They said they wanted to pull him into their organization to change the world together, and his simple worldview had been greatly impacted after personally seeing a ghost. But after helping him grow bigger for half an hour, they hadn't come to find him again, making him wonder if something had happened to that Tom. Fortunately, with a familiar knock on the window, Conan's spirits were instantly lifted. He quickly ran to the window and looked at the familiar little mouse. Since their last meeting, a full 4 mysterious cases had passed. He opened the window and asked about Tom and why it had been so long since they came to find him. Jerry spread its hands and then gestured that it had been on a business trip recently and had just returned to Tokyo today. Do mice need to go on business trips? Conan's lip twitched, but his attention was quickly drawn to the note Jerry took out. He took the note and saw on it the thing he most wanted to know right now. Information about the inventor of the drug that had shrunk him. According to the note, the inventor and her sister were currently being suspected by that organization, and they might even be about to be disposed of. The note was asking if he wanted to take this opportunity to save the sister, and use that favor to get the inventor to join his camp and help him develop an antidote. Did he even need to be asked? Recently, having witnessed the truth of the world, Conan had been pestering Professor Agasa to invent many new gadgets for him, just waiting for a suitable opportunity. So Jerry took out another note. There wasn't much written on it, only the name of a bank and a person's name. Then it made a gesture, indicating that whether he could save her would depend on his own ability. Chapter 150. Miwa Kasumi's mentality is about to collapse. Conan's side began preparing to make contact with a woman known as Hiroda Masami, intending to obtain additional information about that organization from her, and preferably, to pull her younger sister over to their side as well. Meanwhile, Mayachi Hikage spent a good while that night in his house with Jerry, studying ghosts. Unfortunately, the research didn't last long before the plan had to be temporarily suspended. Activating the relic required far more electricity than Mayachi Hikage had imagined. A moment's carelessness would trip the breaker and cause a short circuit. Until he found a suitable energy source, trying to run this kind of project was a bit too conspicuous. He couldn't have Professor Agasa inventing things in his lab all day, only for the final monthly electricity bill to be less than what he, a single high school student, used, right? Mayachi Hikage was definitely not going to use that targeted gotcha roll on an energy source. After all, helping to complete a B-rank request only filled the progress bar by about 5. At this rate, he might not even be able to save up for one targeted roll in a month. Mayachi Hikage naturally had to use this opportunity to improve his own strength. He was just waiting to get himself a skill like a reality marble or a domain expansion. Therefore, he could only see if the diary would be sensible enough to give him a useful reward. In the end, Mayachi Hikage only confirmed that these vengeful spirits and ghosts with fragmented consciousness, Cinchuredo, and in the early morning of the next day, the first thing Shinomiya Kagayahu's Hammond training was already showing initial results, allowing her to be full of energy with just 5 or 6 hours of rest a day did after waking up was to check her diary and her phone. There was no new entry in the diary, and the comments from the girls were still the usual ones. Actually, she wanted to organize all the girls in the group, having them unify the direction of their comments to the mysterious person each day in order to better probe for more of the information she wanted from him. In fact, with her status and the persona she had established in the group, most of the girls were quite willing to cooperate. But the problem was the probability of their unified comments being selected by the diary was very low. Except for being selected a few times at the beginning, the diary seemed to later treat their comments as spam and no longer displayed them. Therefore, after trying for a week, Shinomiya Kagaya had no choice but to give up this idea before opinions arose among the girls in the group, letting everyone continue to write comments according to their own thoughts, at most asking some questions incidentally after their normal comments. However, after opening the chat group, Kagaya discovered that the group, whose member count had not changed for a while, had suddenly added one more person last night. And it seemed that because of this person's addition, the chat group was quite lively last night. Realizing this, Kagaya quickly scrolled the chat history to the top, wanting to figure out what had happened last night. After reading for a while, Kagaya's spirits were also lifted. It was that mysterious multinational criminal organization that the mysterious person had mentioned in the early days. Kagaya had always remembered that magical drug that could make people younger after taking it. However, because of the mysterious person's warning, she had not asked Hayasaka AI to help her investigate. Even for Idagawa Konan, who had turned into a child, she had only gained a simple understanding of his situation. Originally, she had thought about seeking him out for investigations, but ever since learning from the godmother of Shitamachi that Baika Town was a dumping ground that the hidden world avoided, she now had to deliberately bypass Baika Town when traveling, let alone go there personally to investigate. As for that mysterious multinational criminal organization, Kagaya was even more reluctant to act rashly. After all, although that organization had a bunch of moles and undercover agents, and even the members who weren't undercover looked quite comical, it was still a criminal organization. A terrorist organization that dared to strafe the Tokyo Tower with an armed helicopter. She did not want to be targeted by them now. And most of the girls in the chat group had similar thoughts. They were all ordinary people. Even if they had obtained the fortuitous encounter of the diary, it was indeed too much to ask them to confront such a terrorist organization. However, the girl who joined the chat group in the early hours of last night had revealed her identity upon entering the group. She was a member of that organization, and she had also directly stated that the drug mentioned by the mysterious person in the diary was developed by her. For this purpose, she had even uploaded 2 drug charts to the group that no one could understand to prove her identity. And for such a genius researcher who had no intention of proactively joining their chat group for the past month, to suddenly join last night and so eagerly prove her identity in the group, there must be something important she needed their help with. As Kagaya thought this, she indeed saw the other party's request for help below. She received a request to defect from the organization, can escape by herself, but is not confident she can escape safely with her sister. So she wants our help? Kagaya frowned after reading last night's chat history. This seems very troublesome. Sending people to keep an eye on suspicious individuals appearing in Akihabara, helping Takanashi Rika's uncle, who was on the verge of death at any moment, to avoid a plane crash, and having the godmother go over to help when the Goko family's house was haunted. These were all things she could accomplish with a wave of her hand. But this time was different. It was a confrontation with that mysterious criminal organization of unknown background. More importantly, that Mayano Shiho still didn't know where her sister was now. She could only confirm that she should be in a certain area of Tokyo, carrying out a mission assigned by the organization. The only other clue was a photograph. Although the Shinomiya family was large and prosperous, it was not particularly outstanding in terms of military industry and security. To find her sister's whereabouts without a sound, and then secretly rescue her, would not be an easy task. In any case, I'll do my best. That Mayano Shiho did say that as long as we help her rescue her sister, she has a way to escape from there herself. And as long as we can protect her sister, she is willing to do anything. The allegiance of an 18-year-old genius scientist who could develop a youth-restoring drug. Kagaya had no intention of letting go of such an opportunity to recruit talent. After some thought, Kagaya felt that this matter might require some assistance from the main family. Or could she find a way to use this opportunity to rope in that great detective who had turned into a child? After all, he and that organization were clearly mortal enemies. And after she gained the allegiance of that Mayano Shiho, if that great detective wanted to return to his original form, he would also have to be mindful of the Shinomiya family's disposition. It seems I'll have to make a trip to Baika Town as soon as possible, Kagaya thought for a while, then stated her position in the group, saying that she would do her best to help and that she also needed the other party to provide more information about that organization. After temporarily handling the matter in the group, Kagaya had to consider her own affairs. Under her persuasion, Miwa Kasumi had now been conquered by her with various delicacies. She had even promised to take her to see Tokyo Jujitsu High today. For this reason, she had already taken leave from Shuchian Academy last night. After washing up, Kagaya called for Hayasaka AI and instructed her to investigate the matter of Mayano, Shiho's sister. She also reminded Hayasaka that this investigation must not be known to outsiders, and that she could only use people who were absolutely trustworthy. Even if they couldn't find anything, their own safety was the top priority. She briefly mentioned some of the reasons, which made Hayasaka's face turn a little dark. After obtaining those powers, is my young lady causing bigger and bigger commotions? Searching for information on some middle school students all over Japan before was one thing. Keeping a strange godmother at home was another. And going to Kyoto to chat with the old master of the main family, and suddenly becoming the future core of the family, relying on those special powers, was yet another. Now, how did she even get involved with a terrorist organization? She was just an ordinary maid. She didn't want to get involved in such a dangerous matter. But she was, after all, just a maid. Hearing the tone of Kagaya's voice, she knew she couldn't stop her decision and could only act carefully according to her request. By the way, where's Miss Miwa? Kagaya asked Hayasaka again. She woke up at 6 in the morning and should be training in the courtyard now. As per your instructions, I have removed the security and surveillance in the courtyard, so she can train in peace. Kagaya nodded. Although she was about to step into the hidden world, apart from Hayasaka AI, who had grown up with her, there was no need to let the other people in the family know too much. She told Hayasaka to continue with her work, while she went alone to the place where Miwa Kasumi was practicing her swordsmanship. The other girl was indeed very diligent. She had already been training here for over an hour and still had no intention of resting, repeatedly practicing her sword drawing. It wasn't until she saw Kagaya's arrival that she sheathed her katana and greeted her. "Am not disturbing your training, am I?" Miwa Kasumi quickly waved her hands. No, my morning practice for today is almost done. I just felt I had a bit of a breakthrough these past 2 days, so I train a little longer." Hearing this, Kagaya also became interested and continued to guide the topic towards Shinkajiri. "You've had a breakthrough in your sword style? Can you let me see the techniques of Shinkajiri?" Miwa Kasumi was a little embarrassed. But thinking of all the delicacies the other party had treated her to last night, things she had never eaten before, Miwa Kasumi still nodded. After all, it was just a drawing slash. It didn't involve leaking any secrets of Shinkajiri, so it was no problem to demonstrate it. So, after having Kagaya take a few steps back, Miwa Kasumi released some cursed energy and demonstrated the power of the Shinkajiri II Bado, infused with cursed energy in front of her. Even from 3 or 4 meters away, one could clearly feel the violent airflow generated by her sword swing. Kagaya assessed its power. It was indeed much stronger than her current Hammon. Not to mention the other party hadn't even used her strongest move, Simple Domain. This was something the unguarded Miwa Kasumi had told her herself last night. So, Kagaya also proposed to Miwa Kasumi that she was interested in learning Shinkajiri and hoped that she could help with an introduction. However, to her surprise, when Miwa Kasumi heard that she wanted to learn Shinkajiri, a clear hesitation appeared on her face. After a long while, Miwa Kasumi explained to her with some difficulty, "If you want to learn Shinkajiri, you have to form a binding vow with the school. If you have other choices, you'd better think it over Barato carefully before making a decision." This appearance left Kagaya Barato puzzled. Is the restriction of that vow very strict? Actually, if Kagaya had expressed her desire to learn Shinkajiri yesterday, Miwa Kasumi would probably have been quite happy. After all, there was a small reward for recruiting people, and this way Kagaya would be considered her junior, making it more hopeful to pull her into Kyoto Jujutsu High. But this morning, when she woke up, she flipped through her diary and found that a new entry had been updated. After reading that entry, Miwa Kasumi's mentality was about to collapse. The reason was simple. In today's diary entry, that Voldemort had mentioned some more secrets of the Jujutsu world, such as the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world being secretly turned into puppets by a conspirator, how Gojo Satoru's best friend defected and became a curse user, and how the head of the Shinkajiri would use binding vows to absorb the life force of others to extend his own life. The first 2 secrets made the simple-minded Miwa Kasumi stare in a daze. She had never expected the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world to be so corrupt. She had even less expected that the defection of Gojo Satoru's friend was for the purpose of creating a world without cursed spirits. And to do so, he wanted to eliminate all the ordinary people in the world, leaving only superhumans. Of course, what concerned Miwa, Kasumi, even Barato was the matter of the Shinkajiri. As a minor character who had only practiced Shinkajiri for a few years, she only knew that practicing it required forming a binding vow and that she might have to obey the orders of the Shinkajiri's head in the future. But she really didn't know that this vow would also take her own lifespan as a price. If it weren't for the Dark Lord stating in the diary that one could replace the original head and become the new head of Shinkajiri to change these rules, and the diary automatically consuming her reading value to help her adjust her mentality, and reminding her that she could use reading value to sever the vow, she probably still wouldn't be able to accept this fact. Chapter 151. Gojo Satoru's joke. Now that she knew the truth of the new shadow style, Miwa Kasumi would naturally not let the young girl in front of her learn it without knowing anything. But the fact that the new shadow style's binding vow would drain one's lifespan was, after all, a secret that could not be casually revealed. After seeing those secret stories of the jujitsu world in the diary, Miwa Kasumi no longer dared to trust the so-called jujitsu higher-ups. Therefore, when faced with Shinomiya Kagaya's inquiry, Miwa Kasumi hesitated for a moment, and then, on the grounds that the binding vow of the new shadow style might restrict future development, and it's better to first familiarize yourself with the situation of jujitsu sorcerers before making a choice, she advised Shinomiya Kagaya to consider it a little more. Shinomiya Kagaya also felt that Miwa Kasumi seemed to have a hidden meaning in her words. It seemed this so-called binding vow was much stricter than she had thought. Otherwise, Miwa Kasumi would not have had this reaction. In any case, Miwa Kasumi's words had temporarily dispelled her thoughts. She prepared to wait until she had figured things out before making a decision. Seeing that Shinomiya Kagaya was no longer talking about learning the new shadow style, Miwa Kasumi let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, she was not very good at lying. And speaking of which, Miwa Kasumi seemed to have remembered something. She hurriedly began to talk to Shinomiya Kagaya about today's arrangements. By the way, Kagaya-san, I already spoke with Principal Gakuganji on the phone last night and mentioned your thoughts. Originally, Miwa Kasumi's mission was to confirm Shinomiya Kagaya's talent and bring her back to Kyoto Jujitsu High. As a result, she had indeed confirmed her talent. But because she was too relaxed, she had accidentally let slip the matter of Tokyo Jujitsu High, and had even mentioned that the current strongest jujitsu sorcerer was also a teacher at Tokyo Jujitsu High. And then Shinomiya Kagaya had stated that she wanted to go to Tokyo Jujitsu High to have a look first before making a decision. To this, Miwa Kasumi could only call her principal last night with tears in her eyes to report her mistake. Fortunately, Gakuganji Yoshinobu's side didn't seem to care much if their school would be missing one person with connections. He had directly, on the other end of the phone, given Miwa Kasumi a plan that sounded a little difficult and had her relay this plan to Shinomiya Kagaya. In other words, if I choose Kyoto Jujitsu High now, I can be admitted directly without an exam. But if I choose to go to Tokyo Jujitsu High now, even if they don't accept me, if I want to re-enter Kyoto Jujitsu High, I will have to pass your entrance exam first? Miwa Kasumi stammered and nodded. Regarding the matter of the entrance exam, she was relaying it according to her principal's meaning. After all, their Jujitsu High only had so few people. They were either brought in by some big shot, or they were descendants of a Jujitsu family who were admitted directly with their innate technique. She had never heard of any entrance exam in the school, but since the principal had said so, then this entrance exam should exist. After finishing her explanation, she wiped the sweat that had appeared on her forehead, wanting to know what choice Shinomiya Kagaya would make. She naturally hoped that she could go back to Kyoto with her directly. That way, after she went back, the principal's side probably wouldn't pursue her mistake anymore. Although if Shinomiya Kagaya refused and still wanted to go to Tokyo High, she could also take the opportunity to meet the Gojo Satoru she had been admiring for a long time. But she didn't want to have received such an easy out-of-town mission, only to have her subsidy deducted when she went back. Between chasing her idol and the subsidy she used to support her family, Miwa Kasumi would still choose the latter. However, Shinomiya Kagaya's thoughts had long since been determined. She could naturally clearly understand the meaning of that principle of Kyoto Jujutsu High. The so-called entrance exam would probably be to give her a mission that she would most likely be unable to complete. After all, having refused Kyoto's invitation once, and then being rejected by Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kyoto's side probably wouldn't want someone who had been rejected by their competitor. According to the mysterious person, the future story of this Jujutsu Kaisen was clearly with Tokyo as the main stage. Not only did Tokyo Jujutsu High have the current strongest Jujutsu sorcerer, as well as the youngest special grade sorcerer in history, but the protagonist of the story had also clearly joined this school. To put it bluntly, Kyoto Jujutsu High was like an experience pack specially prepared for the protagonist. Miwa Kasumi had said that the two Jujutsu Highs would hold a school exchange event every year in September for a competition. Shinomiya Kagaya, who had been specially reading some of the mainstream manga and light novels on the market recently, felt that so-called protagonist would definitely be able to shine in this exchange event and show his talent. And then at the end of October would be that Shibuya incident, and that so-called strongest Jujutsu sorcerer would also be cut in half by the revived Sukuna. The strengthened protagonist should also play his part in that battle. Although the mysterious person had said that the ending plot of the manga was very abstract, judging from the meaning in the diary, that Sukuna should have still been defeated by the protagonist group in some way in the end. Shinomiya Kagaya thought to herself, since she knew these things, how could she be willing to join a foil school that was destined to be used as a stepping stone for the protagonist? At worst, they'll just continue to be the student council president at Shuchian. After all, even if my ability is not good, isn't there still Miko? As the only girl among the first batch of diary holders who had awakened her yin-yang eyes before getting the diary, Shinomiya Kagaya still had high expectations for Yatsuya Miko. With the connection between them as diary holders, as long as Miko could be admitted by Tokyo Jujutsu High, then the things she learned there could soon become the common knowledge of everyone in the group. And so, Shinomiya Kagaya did not hesitate much. Let's go to Tokyo Jujutsu High first. After all, I have a rather special friend who also wants to go with me. Huh? Miwa Kasumi was even more surprised. How is there another person? The school didn't tell me. Shinomiya Kagaya also had someone bring Yatsuya Miko over to meet Miwa Kasumi. Originally, she had wanted to have Hayasaka AI pick up Yatsuya Miko last night and have her stay at her house for a night. But ever since awakening her yin-yang eyes, Yatsuya Miko had become a little unable to accept going out at night. After all, although there were many vengeful spirits during the day, they would still avoid the sun a little, and their numbers would not be that many. But at night, it was truly a case of being able to run into several creepy big guys just by casually going out. In addition, Yatsuya Miko also had to pack her own luggage, so the time was changed to this morning. And during breakfast, Miwa Kasumi, who was enjoying a high-class breakfast that she had only heard of but never truly tasted, met the somewhat shy-looking Yatsuya Miko. Miwa Kasumi looked at this young girl with some hesitation. Her overall energy seemed decent, though it was only slightly better than an ordinary girl of the same age, far from reaching the level of Shinomiya Kagaya. As for spiritual power fluctuations, anyway, Miwa Kasumi couldn't feel any sense of spiritual power from her at all. If it were a normal spiritual power user, they should be able to feel it when they were being observed with cursed energy. But the other party still didn't feel anything, just greeted Shinomiya Kagaya and her with some restraint. Is this the girl who is said to have suddenly awakened high-level yin-yang eyes and is easily entangled by vengeful spirits? Could it be that Shinomiya Kagaya has been deceived? After all, she had simply confirmed Shinomiya Kagaya's situation. Although she could awaken spiritual power with the help of that godly mother of Shitamachi, she had not yet chosen to enter the final step in order to accumulate her own potential. So the current Shinomiya Kagaya, under normal circumstances, should not be able to see those vengeful spirits and cursed spirits. Thinking of this, A scrutinizing look appeared in Miwa Kasumi's eyes as she looked at Yatsuya Miko, wanting to find out if this yin-yang eye of hers was real or fake. Yatsuya Miko was originally a little unaccustomed to coming to Shinomiya Kagaya's house for the first time, and especially now, seeing that the girl from Jujutsu High was staring at her with such a suspicious look, it made her even more uncomfortable. Shinomiya Kagaya naturally could not doubt the authenticity of Yatsuya Miko. The mysterious person had certified it. Miko herself had admitted it. And the godly mother of Shitamachi could also confirm that although Miko couldn't feel the slightest bit of spiritual power, she did indeed have a pair of rather amazing eyes. Therefore, she took the initiative to chat with Yatsuya Miko, easing her discomfort. And after Yatsuya Miko sat down, Miwa Kasumi also asked her about the appearance of the vengeful spirits she had seen. After asking a few questions, and Miko being able to accurately describe their appearance and characteristics, Miwa Kasumi had to admit that at least in her description, there were no problems. In fact, when Miko mentioned that she had to face the constant questioning of those vengeful spirits and had to suppress her own fear to pretend she couldn't see anything, that genuine emotion was completely unlike an act. Miko almost let slip the matter of the diary here. But the blocking mechanism between the two sides made it so that Miwa Kasumi did not notice any problem. Having not awakened spiritual power, but possessing high-level yin-yang eyes, I've never heard of such a thing. Miwa Kasumi frowned and thought for a long time, and in the end, still shook her head, indicating that she really had never heard of such a situation. Anyway, with her ability, she couldn't tell if what this Yatsuya Miko was saying was true or false. But we're going to Tokyo Jujutsu High later. Whether it's the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High or that Gojo Suru, they're all people with wide knowledge. They will definitely be clear about your current situation. To this, Miwa Kasumi was very confident. And Yatsuya Miko also had a look of anticipation in her eyes. Have you really awakened the yin-yang eyes? I can't tell at all. Looking at the man with an eye patch in front of her, who was sizing her up, even though she couldn't feel his gaze, Yatsuya Miko still felt a sense of restlessness. Miwa Kasumi on the side was looking at that man with sparkling eyes, frantically reminding herself not to lose her composure in front of her idol. At the very least, she had to wait until after the two girls she had brought had gone in for their interview. Therefore, Miwa Kasumi was now doing the explaining, telling the Gojo Satoru in front of her about Yatsuya Miko's situation. They had been in the car for more than an hour, driving from the center of Tokyo all the way to a barren mountain in the suburbs, before they had arrived at this Jujutsu High. And then, when they were explaining the situation to the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High, they had run into the just-woken and still yawning Gojo Satoru. Then Miwa Kasumi had recognized him at a glance and had greeted him enthusiastically, which had made Gojo Satoru notice them. After hearing that Shinomiya Kagaya was first noticed by the Kyoto side, but wanted to come to Tokyo Jujutsu High more, this strongest jujutsu sorcerer showed a matter-of-fact look. After all, the homeroom teacher for the first years this year is me. It's only natural that she would choose my side. Just one sentence, combined with his loud laughter, made Shinomiya Kagaya realize that this guy's personality seemed a bit flighty and malicious. She could even somewhat foresee why the mysterious person had written in the diary that after this strongest jujutsu sorcerer had died in battle, none of his disciples had mourned him. But on the surface, Shinomiya Kagaya was still very polite. And after that, it was Gojo Satoru staring at this girl, Yatsuya Miko, who looked nothing special on the outside, and asking her the reason for coming over. However, under Yatsuya Miko's expectant gaze, Gojo Satoru sized her up carefully for a good while, and in the end, still spread his hands, indicating that he also didn't know. This attitude of directly stating that he didn't know not only made Yatsuya Miko feel a wave of disappointment, but even Miwa Kasumi, his little fangirl, was somewhat dumbfounded. But aren't you the strongest jujutsu sorcerer? How could you possibly not know? Yeah, the strongest jujutsu sorcerer is not omniscient. Gojo Satoru waved his hand casually, indicating that he was not the strongest in terms of knowledge. After all, The period of mysterious decline lasted for over a century, and the revival has only occurred in the last 20 years, he said, counting on his fingers as he spoke. In these 100-plus years, the total number of humans has jumped from over 1 billion to over 7 billion. Logically speaking, the number of us supernatural beings should also have increased by 6 or 7 times. But in reality, the number of supernatural beings on the hidden world side is quite a bit less than 100 years ago. Perhaps to make up for this missing 100 years, since the mysterious revival, all sorts of ability users who have never appeared before have also become more numerous. For example, this young lady with a problem with her eyes. As Gojo Satoru said this, he first pointed at Shinomiya Kagaya, indicating that he could see the special power born from her breathing, and then pointed at Yatsuya Miika's eyes. Although he indeed could not feel any spiritual power, after careful observation, he could still feel a trace of an imperceptible, unknown power from her eyes. He continued to joke with the few girls, speaking of which, if it were 100 years ago, you people who have obtained supernatural powers that have never appeared before after entering the hidden world, if it were discovered that your powers could not be inherited, then there would be a high probability that a certain Magus Association would issue a sealing designation order and then capture you to be soaked in formaldehyde. Seeing the looks of resistance on the two girls' faces, he then clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Just kidding. That association suffered particularly heavy losses during the period of mysterious decline. It can be said that their situation is 4 or 5 times worse than our jiu-jitsu world. Until now, those old guys haven't even sorted out their own magical philosophies, so they have no mind to be doing any sealing designations. Gojo Satoru casually talked about these secrets of other forces, and then realized that these two girls had not yet enrolled, so he waved at them again. Weren't you going to see the principal? He'll take you over. Maybe I can even say a few good words for you then. After all, I'd also quite like to have 2 more cute girls in my class. Chapter 152. Welcome to Jiu-Jitsu. Hi, why do you want to come to Jiu-Jitsu High? In an empty room, a middle-aged man sitting on the floor, wearing sunglasses and giving off the vibe of a Yakuza uncle, was staring at Yatsuya Miika with a scrutinizing gaze. If it weren't for the fact that he had quite a few cute-looking wooden carvings and dolls in his hands and around him, which had reduced the oppressive feeling from him quite a bit, Yatsuya Miika felt that being stared at like this, she probably wouldn't even be able to say a single word. Is this the principal of Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High, Yaga Mazamichi? Yatsuya Miika felt his gaze, and for a moment, she didn't even know how to answer his question. It was Shinomiya Kagaya, standing beside her, who stepped forward first and introduced herself to him. Although Gojo Satoru, who had brought them here before, had already briefly told this principal about their situation, this kind of introduction was obviously more sincere if she said it herself. Incidentally, because Miwa Kasumi was from another school, she was now waiting alone outside the house for them to come out. I am Shinomiya Kagaya. I am joining Jiu-Jitsu High in order to, but she had just said her own name when she was directly interrupted by him. I know who you are, and I know what you're here for. Yaga Mazamichi waved his hand, telling her not to say more. The Shinomiya conglomerate, as the leading super conglomerate in Japan, still had some dealings with the hidden world. However, because the main family of the Shinomiya conglomerate was in Kyoto, their relationship with the supernatural forces over there was closer. But Yaga Mazamichi also knew that a daughter of the Shinomiya family had recently awakened some kind of supernatural power, and that the head of the family was currently trying to find a backer for his daughter in the hidden world. Originally, he had thought that she would follow her father's wishes and go to the more conservative and traditional Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High. He hadn't expected her to so decisively choose to come here. Thinking of this, he looked at the young girl in front of him, whose life energy was exceptionally vigorous. Such vigorous life energy, and it seems it could be maintained just by breathing. What an interesting ability. For a person like you, I can see the ambition and pursuit in your eyes with just one glance. Even if I don't let you enroll, you'll find a way to join other supernatural forces, right? Hearing this sentence, Shinomiya Kagaya's face became much more solemn. The word ambition, although she did not think of it as a derogatory term, At the same time, in the eyes of most, it would not be a complimentary evaluation. I never thought that just by meeting this principal once, he would see my intention for joining Jiu-Jitsu High. But from his words, it seemed she had already obtained the qualification to enroll. She turned her head to look at Gojo Satoru on the side, who was a little more serious. To this, Gojo Satoru just casually nodded at her. In the jiu-jitsu world, you have to have pursuit and ambition to be qualified to become a strong person. As he said this, he pointed at himself rather narcissistically. And with me, the strongest teacher, here, even if your ambition is bigger, I, your teacher, can handle it. He said it with great confidence. If she hadn't already known from the mysterious person's diary that his end was to be cut in half by that king of curses from 1,000 years ago, Sukuna. Seemingly sensing the doubt in her eyes, Gojo Satoru moved slightly closer. It seems you don't quite believe what I'm saying. But that's normal. After all, you're all ordinary people who have just stepped into this world. But you'll know soon enough. After all, my fame is still quite resounding in the entire hidden world. This guy is too narcissistic. Shinomiya Kagaya evaluated in her heart, and at the same time, forced a smile as a response. So, just because she had shown her ambition, she was directly admitted by this school? But what about Yatsuya Miko beside her? She looked at Yaga Mazamichi again. It was very clear that he was still waiting for Miko to give her answer. Miko clearly has those eyes that even Gojo Satoru can't figure out. How come when it gets to her, she still has to accept these questions? Is it because she hasn't shown her own ambition and drive? The requirements to become a jiu-jitsu sorcerer are really troublesome. And on Yatsuya Mika's side, seeing that Shinomiya Kagaya had become a student of Jiu-Jitsu High with almost no twists and turns, she also felt a little envious. But compared to Shinomiya Kagaya, she really didn't seem to have any special ambition. So after facing this principal's inquiry, she hesitated for a while before giving her true thoughts. I want to solve the problem with my eyes. Because of these eyes, my life has become a mess in recent months. I have to find a way to pretend I can't see those things every day. Then what if I can make it so that you can never see those things again? Yaga Mazamichi asked in return. Hearing his words, a look of joy appeared in Mika's eyes. Can you do that? She remembered that the mysterious person had mentioned in the diary the mystic eye killers that could suppress her eyes. Could this principal take out a similar item? But in the next moment, Yaga Mazamichi's inquiry made her a little unsure of how to answer again. So as long as the problem with your eyes can be solved, you actually have no other thoughts about joining Jiu-Jitsu High? Even Yatsuya Miko could realize that this question seemed to be a trap, because she indeed had no obsession with joining Jiu-Jitsu High, but simply wanted to find out what was wrong with her eyes. If the problem with her eyes could be solved, then she should be able to live her life in peace like the other girls in the group. But if she were to give this answer now, she would probably be directly rejected for admission. And Yaga Mazamichi also saw her hesitation and went on to explain to her the things she would need to do after joining Jiu-Jitsu High. Although it has not been confirmed yet, according to Gojo, in your own words, you have a pair of rather high-level yin-yang eyes. Compared to those ordinary people who can see cursed spirits by chance, your eyes can see more of the truth of this world. You've also seen the ugly and creepy appearance of those high-level vengeful spirits, right? In recent years, the growth rate of the number of supernatural beings is far from catching up with the birth rate of vengeful spirits and cursed spirits. If you join Jiu-Jitsu High, you will probably have to deal with those guys up close almost every day in the future. Besides those vengeful spirits, Centuredo, if you face any danger in the future because of your choice today, I don't want you to regret your choice today before your time comes. Among the people present, probably only Gojo Satoru could feel that when Yaga Mazamichi was saying this, he had also faintly used some cursed energy to increase his sense of pressure, forcing her to make a choice. Using this kind of method on such a cute girl, he's really cold. However, for what Yaga Mazamichi had said, Gojo Satoru had always agreed. Without being prepared to die at any time, it is very difficult to walk to the end on the path of a jiu-jitsu sorcerer. It seems I will have one less cute female student. Gojo Satoru felt a little regretful in his heart. However, on Yatsuya Miika's side, accompanied by Yaga Mazamichi's words that constantly reminded her of how dangerous the life of a jujitsu sorcerer was, as well as that wave of cursed energy pressure, it instantly made her recall the dangers she had encountered after obtaining these eyes. On the bus, in the school, when shopping with her friends. Even when she was sleeping, a few vengeful spirits with a pitiful look would inexplicably crawl into her bed, making it impossible for her to sleep well. Although she couldn't see these little ghosts in her own home now, the soul of her father, who had died a year ago, had appeared, as well as the high-level vengeful spirit beside her father, who looked equally terrifying. If I can make a clean break with those vengeful spirits, Centuredo, Yatsuya Miiko took this warning very seriously. Regardless of the current occasion, she subconsciously took out her own diary to check the warning on it. And seeing Miiko, in the midst of her conflict, suddenly take out her diary in front of everyone, Shinomiya Kagaya's heart also couldn't help but rise. Why did Miiko suddenly take out her diary? And can that so-called strongest jujitsu sorcerer beside her, the principal of this jujitsu high, see their diary? Thinking of this, Shinomiya Kagaya became a little nervous. It was just that what she hadn't expected was that after Miiko had quickly read the reminder on the diary, her expression suddenly became serious. In her line of sight, Yatsuya Miiko put down the diary in her hand and said to Yaga Mazamichi in front of her with extreme seriousness, "Although I may still be a little unaccustomed to those vengeful spirits now, I will work hard to adapt. So I still want to join Jujitsu High and find out what on earth is wrong with these eyes of mine. And that warning on the diary, how on earth did my father pass away? Am I also being targeted by that far Barato mysterious presence now?" If she gave up her eyes, she was afraid that she would never be able to uncover the truth behind all of this. Looking at this young girl who had been wavering before, but who had suddenly become so firm as if she had thought of something, Yaga Mazamichi raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now, he seemed to have felt a faint surge of power from her. If it weren't for the fact that he had set up many barriers in this room, he probably wouldn't have been able to feel such a weak power fluctuation. He looked at Gojo Satoru on the side. He should have also felt that mysterious power, but at this moment, he could only shake his head slightly at him, indicating that he also couldn't figure out the situation of that power. Was it those special eyes of hers that had let her see something just now, which was why she affirmed her resolve? Could it be that those eyes also have a power similar to future sight? For such an unknown power to descend upon this ever-changing era, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Yaga Mazamichi thought to himself, but since this young girl had already shown her resolve, and her eyes also had extremely strong potential, then he had no reason to refuse her. As for what she had seen that had made her change, Yaga Mazamichi did not plan to ask. His educational philosophy had always been to let students think for themselves and choose their own future paths, only placing some restrictions when they went too far out of line. And so, he closed his eyes slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded at the two young girls. "I hope you can always remember the mood you were in when you made this choice. Well then, welcome to Jujitsu High." After saying this, he turned his head to Gojo Satoru again. "Gojo, take them to choose their dormitories. With their joining, the first year you're in charge of can be considered to have a little more life." Receiving Yaga Mazamichi's affirmation, both Yatsuya Miiko and Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't help but show a relaxed expression. Yatsuya Miiko was happy because she had successfully joined Jujitsu High, and Shinomiya Kagaya was relaxed because she had confirmed that these two powerful jujitsu sorcerers probably couldn't see the diary in their hands. It seemed that the diary's blocking ability was still superior. The existence that could create this diary could indeed only be a god living in a higher dimension. Thinking this in her heart, Shinomiya Kagaya still had to stand up and explain her own situation. After all, her commission at Shuchian was not yet completed. You mean you might need some more time before you can officially come to Jujitsu High?" Yaga Mazamichi frowned slightly. The reason Shinomiya Kagaya gave was that she wanted to use another half a month to a month to make a clean break with her past high school life. Yaga Mazamichi's side hadn't spoken yet, but Gojo Satoru on the side had readily agreed to her request for leave. It's fine. After all, this is the most precious high school life. Anyway, there are only the 3 of you students in the first year now. If you can't bear to part with your friends from your high school, it's no problem to take another month's leave. Including us, there are only 3 students? Yatsuya Miko was a little surprised. In other words, before they had enrolled, there was only 1 student in the entire first year? She had thought that since Jujutsu High was a school, then there would be at least dozens of students. How could there be only 1 first-year student after a month of school had already passed? Ahem, Yaga Mazamichi coughed heavily, as if he didn't want to talk about this topic. Did he have to state that the student source for jujitsu sorcerers was basically all snatched away by the better-developed Shinto and that group of monks? What if these 2 students who had awakened unknown special powers, whom he had just recruited with great difficulty, regretted and wanted to jump ship to the Shinto side? That would be troublesome. Anyway, since Gojo has no objection to the matter of taking leave, then I also agree. But let's handle the enrollment procedures first, and by the way, take them to meet the other students in the school. Chapter 153. The stereotypes of hot-blooded shonen manga. So there are only 4 students currently enrolled at Tokyo Jujutsu High? During the lunch break, the girls in the chat group couldn't help but be speechless as they looked at the information about Jujutsu High that Shinomiya Kagaya had shared. No wonder the diary had issued a warning when more than 3 girls wanted to go to Jujutsu High. If a few more people went, they would become the majority at the school. It would be strange if the Jujutsu world didn't investigate their situation. Shinomiya Kagaya continued to add. That student who became a special grade sorcerer just last year is not at the school right now. It seems he's gone abroad to carry out other missions. Then in the 3rd year, there were originally 2 male seniors, but they seem to have had a conflict with the jujitsu higher-ups at the end of last year and are now suspended. But even if you count everyone, the number of students in this school is not even in the double digits. And to be precise, among the 4 currently enrolled students, there's also a panda. Shinomiya Kagaya sent a few photos in the group. They were group photos of herself and Yatsuya Miko with several teachers and students from the school. Among them, the group photo with the panda instantly sparked a wave of conversation in the chat group. Compared to the strongest, Gojo Satoru, the panda was clearly more able to attract the attention of these girls. After seeing the picture of the panda, even a certain Yukino Shida was a little envious of Shinomiya Kagaya and Yatsuya Miko. After all, the nickname Mr. Pan she had used in the group before was a mascot based on a panda. Her love for pandas was on the same level as her love for cats. Perhaps because pandas were rarer, their status in her heart was even slightly higher than that of cats. However, looking at the embarrassing situation of student recruitment at Jujutsu High, she wouldn't be able to have close contact with this panda sorcerer. After a round of discussion in the group, Shinomiya Kagaya continued to ask everyone, "Anyway, who among these people do you think looks more like a manga protagonist?" She had done some analysis of these people's personalities and hoped that the girls in the group who loved otaku culture could help her lock onto the protagonist of the manga. Yumar, leave this kind of thing to me, Amaru. After all, I'm a loyal reader of shonen manga. After a round of comparison and thought, Amaru decisively drew a cross in the group. Yumar, according to my judgment, among the photos Kagaya posted, basically none of them look like a protagonist. She analyzed them one by one. The 2 suspended students were 3rd years. They didn't fit the protagonist configuration and could be ruled out. That Okatsu Ida, who had become a special grade sorcerer at a young age, looked very much like a protagonist. But he was too much of a genius. In a hot-blooded manga, such a genius is usually the target for the protagonist to chase after. In addition, without any other explanation, and still being abroad for several months without returning to Japan, it wouldn't be strange for such a long offline background character to suddenly appear as the protagonist's enemy in the future. The panda was a mascot. The remaining 2 boys both looked like the cool type who didn't like to talk, and liked to act like experts. In a shonen manga, at most they would have the configuration of a male supporting character with a tragic past. As for the remaining girl, named Zenemaki, her configuration was quite standard. A fourth-grade jujitsu sorcerer, the lowest rank from one of the three great families of the jujitsu world, the Zenin family. But because of her scarce innate cursed energy, she was disliked by her family and came to Jujutsu High to study alone. Because of her scarce cursed energy, she could not use jujitsu, so she could only constantly hone her physical skills and rely on cursed tools to fight against cursed spirits. It looked just like the classic script of a trash protagonist making a comeback. Yumar, however, for a shonen manga of the jujitsu kaisen type, they probably wouldn't let a female be the protagonist, right? The protagonist of a shonen manga has to be the kind of simple-minded, hot-blooded male lead who uses one set of skills from beginning to end and is always talking about friendship and bonds. And this kind of male protagonist will generally end up choosing a girl who may not be in the protagonist group and may not even have much screen time, but whose presence is definitely very notable, as is Barato. If you think about it that way, then this Zenemaki is not only unlikely to be the protagonist, but probably the position of the female protagonist has nothing to do with her either. At most, she would belong to a relatively important side story. Faced with humorous, grandiloquent speech, although there were some opposing opinions in the group, these were indeed the rather standard stereotypes of hot-blooded shonen manga. So, the real protagonist probably hasn't enrolled yet. Did she come a step too early? Shinomiya Kagaya made such a judgment. After all, this year, it was Gojo Satoru as the first-year homeroom teacher. If it weren't for them, then having only one student in the first year would be looking down on this strongest jujitsu sorcerer a bit too much. After spending a morning in Jujutsu High, relying on the excellent inheritance and education of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Kagaya, who had shown her social skills, had, in just one morning, more or less figured out the basic situation of the school. There were indeed not many people at Jujutsu High, but the school was only one of its functions. It was also a transit station for the jujitsu world to accept and issue missions externally. Besides the enrolled students, the number of adult jujitsu sorcerers who had already graduated was actually more numerous within the school. They would continue to stay in the school to accept those missions of exorcising curses and supporting other jujitsu sorcerers to obtain corresponding resources until they felt that they could completely stand on their own. Only then would they leave Jujutsu High to go to other regions of Japan to carry out missions. In just one morning, Shinomiya Kagaya had already felt the unique atmosphere of a place where only supernatural beings existed. It had to be said, she really liked this feeling, because on the outside, she was too outstanding, so much so that even if she only showed 60% of her strength, it was already enough to be regarded as a genius by others. In fact, if she were to show even a little more talent, she might even be alienated by others. But here, she could feel that she was no longer special. Or rather, the current her was the one who was far behind, to the extent that she might not even be able to see the backs of those real geniuses. So isn't this even more challenging? Shinomiya Kagaya looked at the jujitsu sorcerers who came and went without giving her an extra glance, her heart not having the slightest bit of discouragement. On the contrary, her eyes became even brighter with determination. After having a rather tasty meal at Jujutsu High, which might have even contained some spiritual power, in the afternoon, she and Yatsuya Miko prepared to leave. Miko was going back to have a showdown with her family and explain all the truth to them except for the diary. A teacher from Jujutsu High who was specially responsible for negotiating with ordinary people would also go to their home to assist in the explanation, but the time was set for tomorrow. Of course, regarding the matter of her father and the powerful, vengeful spirit beside him, Miko had also already explained to them. As long as it was confirmed that those vengeful spirits had no intention of harming others, Jujutsu High would not take the initiative to exorcise them. It was also when Yatsuya Miko had mentioned this that Shinomiya Kagaya had secretly asked her and had only then found out why Mika's eyes had suddenly become so determined before. It turned out that she had obtained from the diary that her father's death that year might have been caused by the interference of another mysterious vengeful spirit, and that mysterious vengeful spirit might still be watching her in the dark even now. Even if Miko could obtain the so-called mystic eye killers and be able to ignore the existence of those ordinary vengeful spirits, it still couldn't solve the problem of the mysterious vengeful spirit that had been targeting their family for a long time. Under these circumstances, only by joining Jujutsu High and obtaining the strength to exorcise the other party as soon as possible could Miko stop worrying about the safety of herself and her family. As expected, Yatsuya Miko is the girl among this batch of diary holders who bears the greatest pressure. Shinomiya Kagaya's side in her heart. However, for the current them, these things were still too far away. At most, they could only deal with some third-rate cursed spirits. Even those third-grade ones could pose a fatal threat to them. What Shinomiya Kagaya had to do now was to go back to Shuchian, and as soon as possible, put an end to her ordinary person life, in order to use the reading value obtained after completing the commission to accelerate the speed of her own growth. Miwa-senpai, are you coming back with me? Shinomiya Kagaya thought, and looked at Miwa Kasumi, who had a satisfied look on her face. This woman's thoughts were too easy to read. A girl who admired Gojo Satoru was so happy just to be able to take a picture with him. It was just a pity that she was already a student of Kyoto Jujutsu High. If she could be transferred to Tokyo's side, it probably wouldn't take much effort to completely gain her trust and have her abilities be used for herself. At this point, Shinomiya Kagaya had basically already excluded her from the scope of the second batch of diary holders. After all, although she was not bad-looking, and she should have also appeared in the Jujutsu Kaisen manga, but her strength was ordinary, her fangirl persona was not outstanding, and her personality was a bit too ordinary. And she wasn't in the same school as the protagonist. Unless she could establish a bond with the protagonist in the later stages and make a leap to become the female protagonist, she didn't look like someone who could get a diary no matter how you looked at it. But Shinomiya Kagaya, according to humorous theory, had observed her closely. Although she was Barato better than her current self, she was not as good as Miko. Indeed, she did not have the qualities a female protagonist should have. In comparison, that Zenin Maki, who looked as if she was shouldering many secrets, was Barato likely to get a diary. It was just that Shinomiya Kagaya, who had just entered the jujitsu world, had forgotten one thing. That was, in the jujitsu world, to be able to maintain the personality of a normal person could already be considered an abnormality. And faced with Shinomiya Kagaya's inquiry, Miwa Kasumi was only then suddenly brought back to her senses from the mood of having taken a photo with Gojo Satoru. Her face was a little awkward as she waved her hand at her. Ah, that's not necessary. Since my mission this time has already failed, then I should also be returning to Kyoto later to report on this operation, Miwa Kasumi said. However, in her heart, it was another thought entirely. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to remind Gojo Satoru in private, but because I was with Shinomiya Kagaya and the others the whole time, the only time we were separated was when she went to find the principal of Jujutsu High for an interview, but I didn't expect Gojo Satoru to go in with them too. I never found a chance to be alone, so I was too embarrassed to speak to him. He'll just wait until after Shinomiya Kagaya has left, and then I'll find a chance to secretly remind him. This somewhat insincere appearance, in Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes, was the worry of the other party having failed her mission and possibly being punished by the school after returning. Thinking of this, Shinomiya Kagaya also sent a word of apology to her. It was my choice that led to the failure of your mission, Miwa-senpai. If it has caused you any impact, please be sure to contact me at that time. Although our Shinomiya family is still new to the jujitsu world, I will also find a way to compensate for your losses as much as possible. Because she had already enrolled in Jujutsu High. In name, Miwa Kasumi was now also her senpai, so Shinomiya Kagaya had taken the initiative to change her address for her to bring their relationship closer. These words, on the contrary, made Miwa Kasumi a little embarrassed. She hurriedly shook her head at her. It's fine. At most, you'll just be criticized by the principal. It shouldn't affect my subsidy. And on this trip out, besides the train ticket, the funds the school gave me have basically not been touched. That's already enough for my family's usual expenses for half a month. To owe a favor, one must repay it as soon as possible. This was the family motto of the Shinomiya family, and also one of Shinomiya Kagaya's creeds. Miwa Kasumi's family was short of money, and the one thing she was not short of was money. Just by turning it over in her head, Shinomiya Kagaya had already thought of several ways to help her. Last time she had wanted to help Goko Ruri, but before she could make a move, she had been preempted by the wealth-bringing Jerry. This time, with Miwa Kasumi, there should be no one to compete with her, right? Shinomiya Kagaya politely said goodbye to this young girl and agreed to meet again at the school exchange event in the second semester of this year. At that time, I won't be holding back. You'll have to work harder. Miwa Kasumi also gave the young girl in front of her some encouragement. Having obtained that diary, not only can I use reading value to improve my strength, but I can also use it to cut off the influence of the new Shadow Style's binding vow on me. By the time of the school exchange event in September, I should be able to become much stronger. At that time, I should no longer be the weakest, useless Miwa in the school. And Shinomiya Kagaya also thought so. Although the current her was still very weak, relying on her own efforts and reading value, in more than 4 months' time, she could already change many things. At that exchange event in September, she would let the others see her growth again. The two young girls waved goodbye friendly, having said a promise. And just as Shinomiya Kagaya turned to leave, a few minutes later, the diaries of the two of them trembled slightly and refreshed with a commission. Exclusive commission. In the September school exchange event, defeat Miwa Kasumi Shinomiya Kagaya in a head-on battle. Completing this commission will grant a special reward. Reward level is at least B rank commission. Seeing the commission in front of her, Shinomiya Kagaya, who had gotten into her car, couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's with this suddenly refreshed, exclusive commission? She quickly communicated with Yatsuya Miko and found that she had not received a similar commission. It seemed only she had triggered this special commission mechanism, and it required her to personally defeat Miwa Kasumi in the September school exchange event to get this reward. Is it because of the promise she had just made with her? It seems that making a promise with others has a chance to trigger this kind of exclusive commission. This point could be reminded to the girls in the group to see if they can refresh a similar commission. Thinking this, Shinomiya Kagaya did not hesitate much and accepted this commission. Although she was a little embarrassed, she would just take this senpai, who had introduced her to the jujitsu world, as her first target to surpass. At worst, after that, she would just compensate her a little more. Thinking this, Shinomiya Kagaya, who was originally planning to think carefully in the car about how she should complete the commissions on hand, just a few minutes later, realized that the diary in her hand had sent her a new reminder. An unaccepted commission in your commission list has been completed by another person. The penalty for mission failure will be automatically executed in 1 minute. Please prepare in advance. Chapter 154. Whether to upload the punishment scene to the diary. The time rewinds slightly. Looking at the commission that had suddenly appeared in her diary, Miwa Kasumi was at first a little worried, wondering if she had accidentally snatched someone else's commission again. But after she carefully looked at the explanation in the diary and confirmed that this commission had refreshed because of the promise between her and Shinomiya Kagaya, and should have no connection with anyone else, Miwa Kasumi let out a slight sigh of relief. Because she had only just gotten the diary 2 days ago, and she hadn't had much time to explore its situation. So when faced with this suddenly appearing commission, besides being a little surprised, she didn't find it particularly abrupt, only thinking that this was a function that this diary had from the beginning. In other words, besides snatching other people's commissions, I can still receive them normally? Miwa Kasumi thought to herself, feeling a little happy. This way, she wouldn't have to bear the guilt of snatching someone else's commission. At this moment, she had not yet had the thought of connecting Shinomiya Kagaya and Yatsuya Miko with the diary holders. To be precise, she had not yet begun to have the concept of going to find other diary holders. On the first day, she got the diary. She had seen the explanation of Gojo Satoru being defeated. Before she had even accepted reality, she was sent to Tokyo to carry out a mission. The next day, she was deeply hit by the secret of the new shadow style mentioned in the diary. After her mission had failed, her mind was now preoccupied with Gojo Satoru's safety and the binding vow between herself and the new shadow style. Even this suddenly appearing commission had only distracted her for a short while. After all, this commission was a matter for September. No matter what, she would have to wait until she returned to Kyoto before she could arrange her future training plan. Right now, it was more important to remind Mr. Gojo. And so, with this thought in mind, Miwa Kasumi put away her diary and ran all the way to find Gojo Satoru, who was still slacking off in the school. Because Sukuna's fame in the jiu-jitsu world was very great, and the 20 fingers he had left behind after his death, even after 1,000 years, no one had yet found a way to destroy them and could only seal them. So when Miwa Kasumi cautiously expressed her concern to Gojo Satoru about Sukuna possibly reviving, he did not find it strange. Raiman Sukuna, huh? He's indeed quite a remarkable fellow. But you think so too? He said, and at the same time gently rubbed his head as if he didn't take it to heart. Miwa Kasumi was a little surprised. Could it be that someone had already reminded him before her? Are there others who think so? It seems you really thought of it yourself. To be able to think of this in a conservative place like Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, it seems you're quite good. Are you interested in transferring to Tokyo? Gojo Satoru jokingly extended an invitation to her. Miwa Kasumi hurriedly waved her hands and refused, blushing. Although she admired Gojo Satoru, Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High had been kind to her. She cannot possibly just transfer and leave. That's a pity. Gojo Satoru shook his head with some regret, and then casually explained to her again. In these 1,000 years, there have been quite a few people who have been worried about Sukuna's revival. After all, no one can destroy his fingers. And even if an ordinary cursed spirit swallows his finger, it can gain strength comparable to a special grade cursed spirit. In fact, some people have even discovered that those cursed spirits that have swallowed Sukuna's fingers are more likely to approach Sukuna in image and even personality, and will also be more eager to devour his other fingers. If there really is a curse that can devour all 20 of Sukuna's fingers, then that curse could probably be called a brand new Sukuna. And as Gojo Satoru said this, he seemed to feel some disdain for certain decisions of the jiu-jitsu higher-ups. In the last century, because of the mysterious decline, the jiu-jitsu world relaxed its monitoring of Sukuna's fingers. It's just that the speed of the mysterious revival has been accelerating recently, but the higher-up side has not taken any new measures. If this continues, who knows, a problem might really occur. But he also knew that the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, where Miwa Kasumi was located, was a stronghold of the conservatives, so he did not continue. And listening to Gojo Satoru's words, a corresponding picture naturally formed in Miwa Kasumi's mind. A powerful curse, because of the inaction of the jiu-jitsu higher-ups, found a way to secretly swallow 20 of Sukuna's fingers, became a brand new Sukuna, and killed Gojo Satoru. Seeing Miwa Kasumi's nervous appearance, Gojo Satoru showed a smile, telling her not to be so worried. But it's okay. Although Raiman Sukuna is indeed quite difficult to deal with, as long as I'm here it's no problem. Although the answer Gojo Satoru gave was indeed quite reassuring, recalling what was written in the diary, Miwa Kasumi couldn't feel at ease no matter what. She had originally wanted to remind him that he could report this matter to the jiu-jitsu higher-ups. But then she remembered that it had been mentioned in the diary that a certain conspirator had taken advantage of the mysterious decline to secretly turn the jiu-jitsu higher-ups into puppets. Perhaps the purpose of that conspirator is to revive Sukuna, but this kind of treasonous words she was even less able to say out loud. On the other hand, Gojo Satoru, seeing Miwa Kasumi's still conflicted appearance, said a few more things to put this young girl at ease. Actually, both jiu-jitsu highs have several of Sukuna's fingers in their custody, and am in charge of a few of them. Even if you don't believe others, you should still be able to believe me, right? Miwa Kasumi nodded as a matter of course. indicating that she would definitely believe in his strength. Gojo-sensei, please be sure to take good care of those Sukuna's fingers. Absolutely do not let Sukuna have a chance to revive. She felt that it must have been the original Gojo Satoru's negligence in guarding Sukuna's fingers that had led to someone collecting all 20 of them and reviving him. But as long as she had reminded him, and after she returned to her own school and mentioned this matter to her principal to raise the alert level for the Sukuna's fingers managed by Kyoto Jujitsu High, then Rhyme and Sukuna should not be able to revive so easily. Miwa Kasumi thought to herself. She felt that after she went back, she must speed up her training. Before that so-called conspirator showed his face, she must obtain greater strength. At that time, even if an accident really happened, she could also stand up and provide some help to Gojo Satoru. And after reminding him to be careful, Miwa Kasumi, who had originally planned to leave, suddenly thought of the commission she had intercepted yesterday. She admitted that she had no strength to solve this commission. But she couldn't just let that shrine continue to harm the lives of others. Miwa Kasumi, who didn't know about the penalty for mission failure, felt that she could inform Gojo Satoru about this matter and have him destroy that shrine. It was just that what she hadn't expected was that she had just mentioned the situation and location of that shrine to him, and he already knew what she was talking about. I know about that shrine, but that shrine is actually a historical legacy issue from the Shinto side. Gojo Satoru shrugged and revealed the background of that shrine. And then he briefly mentioned to her the thing that was suppressed under that Senkoku shrine. The yukai once suppressed by the god Inari? Miwa Kasumi couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking particularly surprised. Is it a real god? The god Inari did indeed have the title of god of 3 foxes. In addition, since he was the god in charge of a bountiful harvest, Inari shrines themselves were the most numerous type of shrine in Japan. It wasn't that Miwa Kasumi didn't believe in the existence of gods. After all, the origin of the Shinto religion was the existence of these gods. But there were also all sorts of yukai and curses that used the name of a god to harm the human world. At least in the commission she had dealt with, she had seen many people worshipping those cursed spirits as gods. Those worshipped cursed spirits had even, due to the long-term absorption of others' faith and fear, obtained even greater strength. She had originally thought that the god enshrined in that Senkoku shrine was a similar situation. But listening to Gojo Satoru, that shrine seemed to be a real Inari shrine. If it were 200 years ago, then it was indeed an orthodox Inari shrine. Gojo Satoru shook his head. But before the supernatural began to decline, the human world had actually already completely cut off its connection with the gods. After that, many of the shrines that originally had the blessing of divine power were abandoned after losing it. The Shinto side also experienced a long period of chaos. It wasn't until the priests over there found a way to sign contracts with the ley lines that they gradually became what they are today. That shrine, because it seals a certain ancient yukai, was originally a grand shrine guarded by divine messengers, but also because it lost its divine power supplement. It gradually became dilapidated during the period of mysterious decline, and those divine messengers, in order to maintain the seal under the shrine, had adopted the method of absorbing a sacrificed soul every few years to strengthen the seal. And during the period of mysterious decline, sacrificing one soul every few years could ensure the seal of an ancient yukai. It was indeed difficult for people to notice this matter. It wasn't until decades ago, when a reasonably strong exorcist had died there, that the Shinto side had learned of the situation of this shrine again. Actually, the Shinto side, in order to avoid the sacrifice of ordinary people, will take the initiative to choose some old priests and miko to go there for self-sacrifice every few years. Gojo Satoru looked at Miwa Kasumi. But since you were able to discover that something was wrong with that shrine, it must be because of the mysterious resurgence that the great yukai sealed under that shrine has also started to become restless, forcing the shrine to continue to seek new sacrifices from the outside, right? He muttered to himself, and then nodded at Miwa Kasumi. I will have the principal negotiate with the Shinto side about this matter. It was wise of you not to get involved. After all, the divine messengers of that shrine should at least have the strength of a grade 1 or above. And with Gojo Satoru's answer, Miwa Kasumi, who had learned the truth, felt Barato heavy in her heart, but also Barato relieved. After all, with Gojo Satoru going over there to communicate, that shrine probably wouldn't go and take the souls of other innocent people again. But thinking that even without the sacrifice of ordinary people, Shinchiredo, what am I thinking? Even Sukuna's fingers are a curse that the current jujitsu world finds difficult to destroy. Even Gojo Satoru probably can't exorcise that great yukai that even the Inari god of the past could only seal. With this mood, after saying goodbye to Gojo Satoru, who was smiling and welcoming her to visit Tokyo Jujutsu High again, after Miwa Kasumi had walked out of the main gate, she received a reminder from her diary. The commission investigate the truth of Sankoku Shrine has been completed. Completion rate 25, reaching the minimum qualification for receiving the commission reward. Because this commission was intercepted from another diary holder, subsequent missions cannot be triggered. Reading value is about to be distributed. Item rewards have been rewarded to the diary holder's room. Please check in time. Looking at the words commission completed in front of her, Miwa Kasumi couldn't help but feel a little more guilt. She had originally thought that she wouldn't be able to complete the commission like this. After all, she had just told Gojo Satoru about this matter and had done nothing else. But she hadn't expected that even so, she could still get a 25 commission completion rate and had even received what looked like a very generous commission reward. The point of having snatched the commission of a girl she had never met made the simple and honest Miwa Kasumi feel very embarrassed. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to snatch your commission. Miwa Kasumi bowed with her hands clasped together in various directions and apologized several times, but still felt that she couldn't wash away the guilt in her heart. If she could know whose commission she had intercepted, she would definitely go and apologize to the other party and share the reward she had obtained with her. It was just a pity that the diary would not tell her these things. She could only keep this matter in her heart. I hope I don't intercept her commission again next time. What if it's another commission related to yukai and curses? After apologizing to that unknown young girl, Miwa Kasumi, holding her diary, thought with some difficulty. And on Mayachi Haikage's side, who had originally been eating melon and watching the show by relying on the snippets of muttering and the chat history from Shinamashiro's side, he suddenly found that a new option had appeared on his diary. Shinomiya Kagaya is about to receive the penalty for commission failure. Does the host wish to upload the scene of Shinomiya Kagaya receiving the punishment to the diary? So this also involves me? Mayachi Haikage, who had originally felt that watching Melon from a distance was a bit boring, was instantly energized. Although he couldn't choose the method of Kagaya-sama's punishment, it was still very interesting to be able to spread her dark history. And so, Mayachi Haikage decisively chose to agree. Come on, Kagaya, do a stunt for everyone. Chapter Osuta Chinze Chichinch, Kika Mama. Although many of the girls had already been using their diaries as more convenient tablet computers before this, casually transmitting text or images according to the thoughts in their minds, and even recording various video information in it, if their memory was clear enough. It could also usually be used as a super detailed search engine. Basically, as long as one had experienced these convenient functions of the diary, the so-called smart devices of this era could no longer hold any attraction for them. However, before today, it was the first time that the girls who held the diary had seen the diary's live streaming function. Perhaps this function had existed before. It was just that the mysterious person who wrote the diary was unwilling to expose his own information, which was why he had never used this function. It wasn't until Kagaya-sama's commission failure this time that they had finally witnessed this function of the diary, at the request of the diary's master. The punishment for Shinomiya Kagaya's commission failure will now be broadcast live. Whether they were at school, lying in a hospital bed, or rehearsing, the diaries of the young girls all automatically appear before their eyes. With the diary as a screen, it showed the somewhat nervous picture of Shinomiya Kagaya's face at this moment. The chat group quickly filled with puzzled inquiries from several girls. Didn't Kagaya just complete the commission to enroll in Jujutsu High today and even get 10 reading points? How did she suddenly fail a commission? Then Yatsuya Miko, who was sitting in the same car as Shinomiya Kagaya, explained in a fluster in the group. What? That A-rank commission was intercepted by someone? The girls who saw this news couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. According to their analysis, the existence of the vengeful spirit or evil god in that Sankoka shrine was at least of first-grade difficulty. Just getting close to that shrine might cost them half their lives, let alone uncovering its truth. Who knew that in just 2 days, someone had already completed this commission? Are our kuhais that strong? Is it a first-grade exorcist? Or a higher special grade? They naturally couldn't imagine that these truths, which were so far out of their reach, were themselves just topics of casual conversation among the big shots of the hidden world. It was just that Miwa Kasumi had run into Gojo Satoru, a big shot who not only had no heirs, but was also quite fond of his fans, and he had casually revealed this secret involving the higher-ups of the Shinto religion to his little fangirl. In any case, the girls, who were a little nervous, were discussing in the group whether their own commissions had also been intercepted, when it was Yukino Shida Yukino who stood out and said that it was too late to think about these things now. After all, the mission had already been completed by someone else. It was better to see what kind of punishment everyone would receive if their commissions failed in the future. With Yukino Shida, Yukino's words, the girls in the chat group also put their gazes back on the screen in front of them. The eyes of the Shinomiya Kagaya in the picture had already begun to become clear. The few girls who had already seen this posture at the last gathering immediately recognized it. Isn't this that so-called Kagaya-chan form? According to the explanation from Shinomiya Kagaya's maid, Hayasaka, this image is generally a super rare form that only appears when she is both happy and nervous, plus the condition of lack of sleep. I never thought that the punishment for Shinomiya Kagaya's commission failure would be to put her in this state. The onlooking Kuroneko secretly thought to herself that Marshal Uncle Jerry's Barato could also activate it. At that time, she had spent a long time to coax her sleep. However, Shinchiredo, Kuroneko nodded. If it's only on the same level as those requests from Marshal Uncle Jerry, then I don't need to worry too much about the punishment after my own mission fails in the future. Although this Kagaya-chan posture seemed to be even more chibi-fied than the previous 2 times. This was also the thought of many of the girls who had let out a sigh of relief when they saw Kagaya-chan's dazed and cute posture. It seemed that the diary was not lying in this aspect. The punishment for mission failure was at most the level of losing a game of truth or dare. Until the Kagaya-chan in the picture, after being in a daze for a minute and adapting to her current state, suddenly, in the car, in front of all the girls, began to wail without any regard for her image. I want to go to school. I want to see Chika. This sudden burst of crying, let alone Yatsuya Miko, who was sitting in the same car as her. Even that veteran old driver, who was said to have retired from the battlefield, was so startled by the young lad's sudden action that he shivered. Why, young lady, what's wrong with you? But no matter how he asked, Shinomiya Kagaya was still in that state of crying without any composure, just constantly clamoring to go and see Fujiwara Chika, to the extent that this driver could only pull over on the side of the road and, with a head full of sweat, dial Hayasaka's phone to ask this head housekeeper for a solution. Hearing on the other end of the phone that her young Mistress Kagaya-chan form had appeared again without any warning, Hayasaka's side was also quite troubled. Originally, this form of her young mistress only appeared once or twice a year. But in this recent month, it was already the 3rd time. Could this be considered a side effect of her young lattice contact with that world? Then take Kagaya-sama to school. I will leave home now to go to the school to meet her. Hayasaka AI, who had originally been thinking that she could have a day off, said this, and then hurriedly changed into her student attire to be ready before Kagaya-sama arrived at the school. And watching the picture of Yatsuya Miko frantically trying to soothe Shinomiya Kagaya, and with the words, "I'll go to school now," she had finally, with great difficulty, stopped Kagaya-chan's seemingly free-flowing tears. Seeing this scene, the girls who had been watching fell silent. Even for a truth or dare game, this was far too embarrassing. Was this really the Shinomiya Kagaya who normally kept everything organized in the group chat and could put anyone with a problem at ease with just one word? Kasumegakaka Yudaha looked at the diary screen and couldn't help but clench her jaw slightly. This diary's owner is that mysterious person, right? So he removed that controversial scene and displayed it to everyone, right? He's as malicious as ever. Seeing Shinomiya Kagaya in this state of social death, that mysterious person guy must be holding back his laughter in his heart. But after gritting her teeth, Kasumegakaka Yudaha also secretly took a few screenshots of Kagaya-sama's appearance, preparing to use these pictures later to completely pull her into the anti-mysterious person camp. Thinking this, she also silently rejected a newly refreshed commission that she was temporarily unable to complete. And in the journey back to the entrance of Shuchian Academy, in order to attract Shinomiya Kagaya's attention, Yatsuya Miko was on one hand telling her fairy tales, and on the other, had to act out the roles of the characters in the story at her request, especially since all these scenes were being broadcast live and seen by the other girls. Yatsuya Miko felt that the one being punished was not just Shinomiya Kagaya, but should also include her. But then she thought again. If she hadn't unlocked the commission's permissions, then by rights, the one who should have received this commission should have been her, who had come into contact with the Senkoku shrine first. In a sense, Shinomiya Kagaya was taking the bullet for her. Thinking of this, Yatsuya Miko could only continue what she was doing now. About half an hour later, the car finally stopped at the entrance of Shuchian. Hayasaka AI, on high alert, was already waiting at the school gate. Seeing Yatsuya Miko carefully lead Shinomiya Kagaya out of the car, before Hayasaka AI could even speak, with a very close and familiar Hayasaka Saka, she felt a chibi-fied little Barato rush into her arms. You have to know, the current Shinomiya Kagaya, even without automatically running the ripple, her physical fitness was already much better than an ordinary person's. And in her Kagaya-chan state, the force from this unreserved impact was naturally not small. Yatsuya Miko could clearly see Hayasaka A's face contort for a few seconds due to this impact. But out of her excellent qualities as a maid, she had firmly suppressed it. After secretly adjusting her state, Hayasaka AI skillfully held Shinomiya Kagaya, and just by stroking her head and patting her on the back, she had calmed Kagaya-chan down. It was just that her mouth was still saying that she wanted to go and see Fujiwara Chika. Kagaya-chan, why do you want to see Chika? Can we wait until after school to find her? Hayasaka AI asked in a low voice with her rich experience, trying to make her give up this idea. However, Shinomiya Kagaya's attitude was very firm. She had to go and see Chika now. On the side, Yatsuya Miko felt that this was probably Shinomiya Kagaya's normal punishment, but she also didn't know what she would do after seeing that Fujiwara Chika. And after the persuasion was ineffective, Hayasaka AI also showed a "you've had a hard time" expression to Yatsuya Miko on the side, and, at the same time, secretly asked if there was anything wrong with her appearance. She knew that this Miss Yatsuya Miko seemed to have a pair of eyes that could see unusual things. Although these things were usually not seen and not considered, since she had run into her, she still had to ask a little. It would be bad if it affected her own young mistress. Yatsuya Miko looked around. There are almost no curses or vengeful spirits near Shuchian. There should be a special exorcist who would regularly come here to clean up those vengeful spirits, right? Yatsuya Miko, who still did not know of the existence of cursed objects, thought to herself, and then shook her head at Hayasaka AI. Anyway, it's been hard on you today, too. Although I'm a little embarrassed, can I trouble you a little more? After all, I'm not sure what the current Kagaya-sama, in this form, will do when she wants to find that Miss Fujiwara Chika. Yatsuya Miko did not hesitate and agreed directly. Anyway, even if she left, she would probably be holding her diary and watching the live broadcast. She might as well just stay at the scene. If something really happened, she could still go over and help. And she was also somewhat interested in this famous noble school. after simply handling some of the school entry procedures at the school gate. The time was now just after class had started in the afternoon. After entering the school, Shinomiya Kagaya began to walk on her own towards Fujiwara Chika's classroom. Hayasaka AI and Yatsuya Miko were holding one of her hands each. Miss Chika is still in class now. They'll go and try to ask her to come out. Can you wait here for a moment, Kagaya-chan? Hayasaka AI soothed her young lady. It was just that Kagaya-chan in this state had no patience to wait at all. Hayasaka AI had just walked into the classroom to negotiate with the teacher who was in class when Shinomiya Kagaya directly shook off Yatsuya Miko's hand and ran into the classroom after her. In the classroom, Fujiwara Chika had originally been listening to the class, while also thinking that Kagaya was quite all right when she had left school yesterday. How could she suddenly catch a cold and not come to school today? As a result, in the next moment, Hayasaka AI appeared in her class, and her eyes were still staring at her position, which made her feel a little uneasy. And in the next moment, under Hayasaka AI's somewhat helpless gaze, when that clear and innocent-eyed Kagaya-chan followed and walked into the classroom, a look of surprise and delight immediately appeared on Fujiwara Chika's face. Ah, it's Kagaya-chan. Since she had known Shinomiya Kagaya from elementary school until now, she had only seen her in this state 2 or 3 times. So Kagaya-chan missed me at home, which is why she specially came to the school to see me. With a heart full of emotion, Fujiwara Chika hurriedly stood up, preparing to go and welcome her best friend. It wasn't until Kagaya-chan, in front of the whole class and the teacher on the podium, and the more than 10 girls she didn't know, cried out Chika Mama with teary eyes, and then directly threw herself into her embrace. Cinchuredo. But to hear the word Chika Mama from the bravado of her best friend, whom she had known since she was young, was still bravado too advanced. Not to mention they were still in a classroom now. Feeling the shocked gazes from all around, as well as the Shinomiya Kagaya who was still standing close beside her, Fujiwara Chika directly entered an unprecedented state of chaos. In Kagaya-chan's subconscious, am already in the position of her mother. Chapter 156. Fujiwara Chika cried, "Tuwu, Chika Mama. I don't want to leave you. I want to be with Chika Mama forever." Good, Kagaya-chan, don't cry, don't cry. Chika Mama will always be by your side. After a period of chaos, Fujiwara Chika seemed to have truly awakened some kind of strange attribute. After sensing Shinomiya Kagaya's abnormality, she had, in just a few minutes, learned how to soothe her without being taught, and had even directly substituted herself into the role of her mother. If anyone familiar with her were to see her in this state now, they probably wouldn't believe that this was the usually carefree and innocent young girl. However, no one could see her in this state full of maternal love now, because this was the chairman's office of Shuchian Academy. Normally, students would not enter or exit, but Shinomiya Kagaya was different, because the current chairman of Shuchian was none other than her eldest brother, Shinomiya K. Although the relationship between the two was not very good, because Shinomiya Kagaya had recently awakened Hammon and her status within the family had been greatly improved, she, who had obtained more family authority, naturally also had the qualification to freely enter and exit this office. Anyway, Shinomiya K was not at Shuchian right now, so there was no need to worry about the two siblings running into each other under such awkward circumstances. Therefore, after Shinomiya Kagaya had caused such a commotion in Fujiwara Chika's classroom, Hayasaka AI had also hurriedly taken measures to bring her own young mistress, as well as Fujiwara Chika, whom she was tightly hugging and refusing to let go of, to the chairman's office together. Miko-san, regarding Kagaya-sama's situation, they'll have to trouble you to explain it to Chika-san. I'm going to deal with what happened just now first. Looking at her own young lattice appearance, the helpless Hayasaka AI could only entrust this to Yatsuya Miko on the side. As a capable maid, she now had to go and reduce the impact caused by her young lattice actions. Just now, the young lady of Japan's richest family, the Shinomiya family, was hugging the second young lady of the Fujiwara family, a political dynasty, and calling her mama, and was even saying things like they wanted to be together forever. One can imagine that even if Shinomiya Kagaya were to transfer schools now, what she had done today would be enough to be circulated in Shuchian for 10 years. Looking at Shinomiya Kagaya, who is still tightly clinging to Fujiwara Chika at this moment, Hayasaka AI only felt a huge headache. Didn't my young lady used to secretly harbor some resentment towards Fujiwara Chika in private? How did she become so attached now? She only hoped that her young lady would quickly come to her senses. This matter had blown up too much. Even if she tried her best to suppress the impact, it would probably spread everywhere in a short time. It was better to leave this mess for her own young lady, who had created it all, to have a headache over. And Fujiwara Chika, full of doubts, was also curiously looking at Yatsuya Miko, this young girl she had met Barato. She didn't know what the other's relationship with Shinomiya Kagaya was, and even less why she was constantly muttering somewhat strange words like "I don't want to leave" while being held in her arms. Anyway, the situation is probably like this. After Hayasaka AI left, Yatsuya Miko could only bite the bullet and begin to explain to her. At Toyogaseki High School, Mayachi Hikage, who was watching this mother-daughter affection scene, felt that the diary was actually quite gentle. At least until now, Shinomiya Kagaya had not yet left her Kagaya-chan state. If he were to decide the punishment, he would have chosen to have her exit the Kagaya-chan state right after she had called out Chika Mama. For Shinomiya Kagaya to be soberly feeling the gazes of all the surrounding classmates after knowing what she had just done, that would be a real source of embarrassment. And for the other girls, when Shinomiya Kagaya had cried out Mama in Fujiwara Chika's arms, the expressions on their faces couldn't help but stiffen at that moment. Even the look in their eyes as they looked at the diary in front of them had become a little subtle. So, if they don't complete the commissions they've received, will they also receive such a punishment? They didn't want to go and call someone else Mama in front of so many people. Thinking of Shinomiya Kagaya's teary-eyed, genuine emotion-filled appearance, that was a complete social death. Putting themselves in Shinomiya Kagaya's situation, many of the girls shivered on the spot. It wasn't until a good while later that someone slowly asked in the group, I remember Kagaya also accepted a commission to become the student council president of Shuchian, right? After this operation of hers, can she still complete the commission to become the student council president? To this, Yukino Shida Yukino, as the daughter of a member of the Chiba Prefectural Assembly, gave an answer that was hard to say. The current chairman of Shuchian is still a member of the Shinomiya family. As long as the Shinomiya family still has its current status, there will definitely be no shortage of people in the school who want to curry favor with Kagaya. As the most famous noble school in Japan, the students of Shuchian were quite precocious, and their understanding of interest was also far more profound than that of ordinary high school students. One could only say that originally, Shinomiya Kagaya's commission might have been of normal or even easy difficulty. But after this incident, the difficulty of this commission had risen to extremely difficult. However, as long as Shinomiya Kagaya was willing to pay a sufficient price, she could still find a way to complete it. Yukino Shida Yukino sat in the classroom that the service club had just applied for, looking at the commissions in her commission list. She had accepted the commission to establish the service club and had quickly passed the application. The only problem now was that the service club had no fame at all, and she had to complete a commission from a student within a week. And the main problem was that in 2 days, it would be Golden Week, which had a full week of vacation. In other words, if she couldn't complete this commission in these 2 days, she would also have to accept the penalty for commission failure. Originally, she hadn't paid too much attention to these penalties, but looking at the process of Shinomiya Kagaya's punishment, to be honest, for a 16 or 17-year-old girl, it was indeed quite impactful. This was 100 times more difficult to accept than Jerry making her walk a large dog in the city. So, I have to take the initiative? Yukino Shida Yukino thought to herself. It wasn't just her who was considering how to speed up the completion of her commission to avoid long nights of bad dreams. Many of the girls were struggling with this now. Just like Bachi, who was now trembling. After all, social phobes are like this. When they are alone, under the influence of all sorts of information on the internet, It is very easy for them to get carried away and make choices that they would never possibly make normally. Bachi-chan, under the encouragement of everyone in the group, especially Hoshino AI, who was an idol, and Tsukimi Eiko, who was a singer, with the thought that she must change, she had resolutely accepted these commissions. As long as I want to avoid facing consequences for failing the commission, I can definitely make a change. I believe I can successfully form my own band in high school and become a famous person. This was what Bachi, who had accepted the commission at home, had fantasized in her mind. But when she chose to carry her beloved guitar to the classroom and still didn't dare to say a single word to a single classmate for the entire day, she knew that she had once again overestimated her own courage. She really still couldn't take the initiative to talk to strangers, even though through the teasing of the mysterious person in the diary, she already knew the identities of her future teammates. Why don't I just honestly accept the penalty for commission failure? Anyway, it probably won't be too severe. As the thought of retreating appeared in Bachi's mind, she even felt that her mood was more relaxed than when she had accepted the commission. It wasn't until she saw the punishment scene of Shinomiya Kagaya looking for her mother. To be honest, just looking at this scene, Bachi-chan, who suffered from social anxiety and cringe cancer, almost suffocated on the spot. It was only because the diary had detected her fragile mentality and had paused the live broadcast. Even so, it had taken Bachi a good half a day to finally recover. One was voluntary social death. The other was mandatory super social death. If she had to choose between the two, she felt that it would probably be better for her to just die now. What should I do? What should I do? Struggling like this, Bachi-chan gradually melted into a puddle of goo on her desk. Of course, not all the girls' mentalities were as easy to collapse as Bachi's. In fact, although most of the girls were a little worried, after taking a look at the daily commissions they had received, they didn't feel that they would fail. And among them, the one with the calmest mentality was naturally Shina Mashiro, to the extent that when Kasumikaka Yudaha came to find her to chat after class with a serious face, she was a little impatient seeing Mashiro's plain appearance. I dare to bet that the penalties for these mission failures were definitely cooked up by that mysterious person guy. And he deliberately released the scene of Kagaya receiving her punishment for us to see. So you have to be careful when you accept commissions in the future. Shina Mashiro, on the other hand, just nodded lightly, but there was still no reaction on her face. Because she knew that if she encountered a commission that was difficult to complete, then Mayachi Hikage would definitely step in to help her. And even if she really needed to accept a punishment, Shina Mashiro believed that the punishment for her failure would definitely be related to Mayachi Hikage, so that would be fine. At this moment, she was staring tightly at the scenes on the diary, constantly recording Shinomiya Kagaya's wailing expression and the reactions of the people around her. These were all materials that she rarely had the opportunity to see normally, which could make up for her deficiencies in this area. And after Kasumikaka Yudaha had finished talking about the mysterious person's affairs, she began to ramble on about the person who had snatched Shinomiya Kagaya's commission. To be honest, I suspect that all of this was self-directed and self-acted by the mysterious person. He arranged the commissions for us, and then deliberately leaked our commissions on the side of the second batch of girls, letting those people complete our commissions without their knowledge. Maybe he just wants to use this method to provoke contradictions between us and satisfy those malicious hobbies in his heart. Muttering this, Kasumigakaka Yudaha thought of her current few commissions. Although it didn't look like they would fail because they were snatched by others, she still had to be a little more careful. Mashiro, you should also remember to keep a close eye on Mayachi Hikage in the future. My commission is to get reading value just by seeking help from him. If other girls can intercept this commission of mine, they will probably take the initiative to get close to him. If you find any unknown girls approaching him, remember to tell me. These past few days, besides going to find him to consult about the plot of her novel when she was at school, Kasumigakaka Yudaha would also occasionally send him a message after school to ask. The upper limit of 10 reading points per week had been reached by her in just 2 days. Feeling the further strengthened thrill of excitement stirring within her, Kasumigakaka Yudaha felt that she absolutely could not let this stable point farming spot be snatched away by someone else. To this sentence, Shina Mishiro just nodded in a daze. Looking at her unenlightened appearance, Kasumigakaka Yudaha felt that she still had to help out herself. Otherwise, if Miyachi Hikage was snatched away by someone else, then Shina Mishiro would really have no time for regrets. And the scene returns to Shuchian. After Yatsuya Miko had finished explaining the situation, Fujiwara Chika, who had originally been able to exude her own maternal nature towards Shinomiya Kagaya, was also dumbfounded. She had originally thought that Shinomiya Kagaya was missing her mother and her best friend too much while she had a cold, which was why she had done such an eye-popping thing while her brain was fried. But the Shinomiya Kagaya, who had been her friend since elementary school, was actually going to transfer schools, and she was going to transfer to a special religious school whose name she had never even heard of. Although the Fujiwara family had produced a prime minister and had many high-ranking officials in the family, after all, the affairs of the supernatural world were of great importance. As the second daughter of the family, before she had shown her own ability, at most she had only seen some exorcists from the Shinto religion, but had never personally seen them exorcise demons. As for the jujitsu world, which could currently only be considered a single mountain peak in the hidden world, she naturally couldn't know even more. In her heart, the students in that so-called jujitsu high were definitely all some kind of monks. Shinomiya Kagaya was using this method to escape the oppression of her own brothers. Thinking of this, she glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya, who was taking a nap on her chest because she had cried for too long. Shinomiya Kagaya was not crying now, but she wanted to cry. "Ah, Kagaya-chan, I can't bear to part with you either. If you become a nun, what will I do?" Crying like this, Fujiwara Chika couldn't hold it in for a moment and also directly hugged Shinomiya Kagaya and began to cry. If she could, she would also like to lie in Shinomiya Kagaya's arms. It was a pity that Shinomiya Kagaya really didn't have much of a barato, so she could only choose to rest on her barato and express her reluctance. This also woke up Shinomiya Kagaya, who had just fallen asleep, still not having returned to her original form. After seeing Fujiwara Chika also start to cry, she immediately let out an even louder cry. Looking at the even more chaotic scene and listening to the cries that rose and fell in her ears, Yatsuya Miko truly felt that Shinomiya Kagaya's punishment was also a torment to her own mentality. Before, she only had to soothe one person, and she had thought that this Fujiwara Chika seemed to have a rather gentle and mature personality, which is why she had simply explained some things to her. Who could have thought that after hearing this, she would also directly start to cry? With a complicated expression, she soothed the two girls, trying to get them to calm down first. At the same time, she was thinking in her heart, how much longer would it take for Shinomiya Kagaya to return to her original form? Chapter 157. The girl who got the most reading value. The diary's punishment didn't last too long. Around the time school let out, Shinomiya Kagaya had already recovered. She saw herself and Fujiwara Chika hugging each other, asleep on the sofa in the school's chairman's office. Then she felt her somewhat damp shoulder and Fujiwara Chika's equally somewhat damp chest. Originally, her eyes were still a little puzzled, as if she still didn't know what had happened. But after Yatsuya Miko showed her the chat history of this period, as well as the live broadcast recording that was automatically generated and saved in the diary after the live broadcast ended. Under these stimuli, Senchuredo, she might be put into an awkward situation by the diary, causing her to do something embarrassing. But who could have thought it would lead to something so mortifying? She estimated that tonight, what had happened to her this afternoon would become a topic of conversation among those upper-class elites during their idle chats. Most likely, the main family side would also send her an inquiry. At a time when she had just obtained higher authority in the Shinomiya family from her father and had not yet found her footing for this to happen, it would probably also be used by her older brothers as a means to doubt and attack her. One could only say it was a good thing she had already decided to leave Shuchian and step into the hidden world. The gazes of these students at Shuchian were no longer as important to her as before. As for those girls who had obtained the diary, although they had also witnessed her most embarrassing moment, after all, they knew the reason why she would do this. Without her needing to say anything, these girls would instead come to comfort her, which could still give her a little bit of solace. What she was most concerned about now was, one, the mysterious person who had broadcast her appearance, and the other was that mysterious young girl who had completed that A-rank commission. That person had snatched her commission and had investigated the truth of that shrine in just 1 or 2 days. This showed that the other person should be a supernatural being residing in Tokyo. However, the situation of that shrine was special. Right now, she still didn't know if the girl who had snatched her commission had dealt with the matter of that shrine. It was also not convenient for her to go and investigate. She could only wait until she went to that shrine herself to investigate the specific situation in the future. Shinomiya Kagaya temporarily noted down this grudge. The family motto of the Shinomiya family was to repay the kindness of others as soon as possible. Similarly, an eye for an eye was also one of their mottos. It was just that, as Yukino Shida Yukino had said in the group before, what Shinomiya Kagaya was considering now was how big a price she would have to pay to quickly complete that commission of hers. For the first time, she felt that her decision to accept the commission so confidently at that time was a bit rash. But now she could only bite the bullet and do it. She didn't want to suffer such an embarrassing punishment once and then have to go through it again. The diary had said that if the commissions accepted in a short period of time failed consecutively, the intensity of the punishment would be increased accordingly. The first punishment was already such a social death. Shinomiya Kagaya didn't dare to imagine what she would be punished to do if she failed for a second time right away. What I need to do now is to seize the time to suppress the public opinion and then create a new persona for myself and Shuchian. Find a way to find those students who need the Shinomiya family's help and coerce and lure them to help me obtain the identity of the student council president. Shinomiya Kagaya thought to herself, and then felt Fujiwara Chika, who was lying on the sofa, cuddle up to her in a half-asleep state. Then Fujiwara Chika seemed to have noticed something was missing, and then hurriedly opened her eyes to look at Shinomiya Kagaya, who had already stood up and tidied up her appearance. With just one glance, Fujiwara Chika could tell that this best friend of hers should have recovered at this moment. In the next moment, her eyes became moist again. "Kagaya, are you really leaving? I don't want to be separated from you." Watching this scene, Shinomiya Kagaya, who had also just regained her consciousness, felt an even greater headache. And this particularly clingy Fujiwara Chika. Since Shiredo, she could only briefly mention her own affairs to her. Her grandfather was a former prime minister, and an uncle in her family was also a minister. People like them would naturally know about the existence of the hidden world. Now that she had mentioned these things to Fujiwara Chika, she could also find a way to verify them with her grandfather and uncle. As long as these things were not spread to ordinary people, it would be fine. Under Shinomiya Kagaya's explanation, Fujiwara Chika also finally understood that her best friend was not being persecuted by the Shinomiya family and thus had to transfer schools. But on the contrary, in order to better maintain the continuation of the Shinomiya family, she needed to go to that school for jujitsu sorcerers to learn those supernatural powers. After knowing these things, Fujiwara Chika's eyes no longer showed a trace of tears. On the contrary, she asked Shinomiya Kagaya with a curious face what supernatural powers her friend had awakened, and even asked if there was a way for her to obtain the same power. It could be seen that she had not suspected at all that Shinomiya Kagaya might be deceiving her. Shinomiya Kagaya could only, under her best friend's pleading request, reluctantly demonstrate the power of Hammon in front of her. As for letting Fujiwara Chika also obtain the power of the ripple, Shinomiya Kagaya didn't care that much. After all, without the enlightenment from reading value, an ordinary person, even if they practiced for a year or two, would have a hard time reaching her current level. As long as Fujiwara Chika herself didn't spread it around, there was no need to worry that someone would come to investigate her situation. Since she had already taught Hayasaka AI then it was no problem to teach her best friend, Fujiwara Chika, as well. Oh. So this is the power of the ripple. So amazing. Looking at the trace of electric arc entwined around Shinomiya Kagaya's fingertips, Fujiwara Chika's eyes widened as she let out a cry of praise, as if she were genuinely amazed and happy for her friend for obtaining such a power. Shinomiya Kagaya, on the other hand, explained to her, "I can teach you the breathing method for Hammond, but you might need to spend several years and still not necessarily be able to reach my current level." Shinomiya Kagaya repeated what the mysterious person had warned them before, telling Fujiwara Chika not to have too high expectations for Hammond, and just to treat it as a special training method on a normal day. Listening to her reminder, Fujiwara Chika's expression still became a lot more desolate. It seemed she had realized that Shinomiya Kagaya, who had awakened this kind of power and was also very talented, was destined to leave Shuchian. Shinomiya Kagaya could only, in turn, comfort her friend, saying that she would still be at Shuchian for half a month, at least until after she had become the student council president of Shuchian. Watching this scene of sisterly affection, Yatsuya Miko also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she could finally go home in peace. Compared to Shinomiya Kagaya, who had sorted out her sisters so quickly, she was still struggling with how she should explain these things to her mother and younger brother. In any case, after experiencing this 3-hour-long live broadcast, the girls who had the diary had become a little more cautious about accepting commissions. Regarding that mysterious girl who had intercepted Shinomiya Kagaya, they had also discussed it for a few days. However, in the next few days, their commissions had not been intercepted again. Therefore, such discussions had gradually become less frequent, and more of the discussion in the group was about how to complete the commissions everyone had received more efficiently. On the day the week-long Golden Week holiday arrived at the end of April, Yukino wiped her forehead. She had, in the end, relied on the things the mysterious person had mentioned in the diary, relied on that Yugahama Yui and that classmate Hikigaya Hachiman, who had not yet been discharged from the hospital, to complete the first commission of the service club and had gotten 5 reading points. Adding the commission to establish the service club, she had currently obtained 10 reading points from commissions. It looked pretty good. However, the person who had completed the most commissions on the surface and had obtained the most reading value was, somewhat unexpectedly, but also within reason, Bachi. Because Bachi had, in the end, completed her commission to form a band. However, this was not because she had overcome her social anxiety to complete those commissions, but rather, seeing Bachi-chan in the group every day, sharing the new music score she had created, always saying that she was going to take action, but never seeming to actually do it. And so, Hoshino AI, who was an idol, and Tsukimi Eiko, who was determined to become a singer, in order to help this kohai of theirs who was planning to form a girl band. After the two of them had discussed it in private, they had directly and forcibly taken the guitar-carrying Bachi to the setting of Bachi the Rock, that is, the Starry Live House in Shimokitazawa. And then, as a matter of course, they had run into that great angel of Shimokitazawa, who had changed Bachi's fate in the original work, Ijichi Najika. Under Hoshinoe's betrayal, she had directly revealed Bachi's identity as the famous internet blogger Guitar Hero. In any case, the trembling Bachi had, in the negotiation between Hoshino AI and Ijichi Najika, completed 4 commissions at the same time, forming a band with herself, Guitar Hero, as the core, forming a band for $15, low completion rate, admitting her identity as Guitar Hero to others, and completing a band performance once, low completion rate. Although 2 of them had a low completion rate, Bachi, who had obtained more than 20 reading points from completing these commissions, had finally held her head high and had also received a long-term commission to get reading value for every band performance she participated in. To this, Hoshino AI, whose long-term commission was get reading value for every new Avid fan, and Tsukimi Eiko, whose was get reading value for cumulative likes on social media platforms, were both a little envious of Bachi's long-term commission, which could get reading value just by going on stage. After all, these grassroots idols and singers had to participate in several performances a day during their working hours. If they had this commission, they could farm a lot of reading points in one day. However, considering that Bocce was still a student, even without thinking about her social anxiety attribute, it would be pretty good if she could find the time to participate in a band performance once a week. But everyone in the group still unanimously believed that among the girls who had obtained the diary, Bocce was indeed the one who was most doted on by the diary, and even the mysterious person. Except for Kasumigakake Yudaha and Shina Mashiro. Kasumigakake Yudaha, with Mayachi Haikage's help these past 2 days, had actually also completed many commissions. For example, the scandals between her and Eriri had now been shifted to Shina Mashiro, who had just announced her participation in the Newcomers Award. And the sales of Quasar Metronome had also, with the help of Mayachi Haikage and Aki Tomoya's promotion, successfully achieved a breakthrough in sales before the end of the month. It was just that the reading value she had obtained on the surface had only just reached 20 points. But if you counted that commission she was too embarrassed to make public, she had actually already obtained 30 reading value from commissions. Of course, Kasumigakake Yudaha did not feel that the so many reading points she had obtained was from the mysterious person's doting. After all, this was all earned through her own efforts. Even if she had to thank someone, she would only thank Mayachi Haikage a little. However, she certainly would not have thought that above her, there was a Shina Mashiro who was directly playing a cracked version of the diary. LOL, because Shina Mashiro had extremely high talent for the Ripple, plus Mayachi Haikage's personal guidance. Before the commission system was opened, her overall barato had already steadily surpassed the other girls by a grade. It was also because her skill had already surpassed the other girls that among the commissions the diary had arranged for her, basically every 1 or 2 days, a B rank or even B rank exorcism commission would be refreshed. Anyway, these B rank exorcism commissions were all free point questions for Mayachi-sama, to the extent that in just a few days, the reading value Shina Mashiro had obtained from commissions had already almost reached 100. And it was also because of the investment of so many reading points that the intensity of Shina Mashiro's Ripple was naturally also improving rapidly. One could say that as long as a supernatural being with perceptive ability were to meet the current Shina Mashiro, they would be able to feel the surging life energy in her body. In order to avoid trouble, Mayachi Haikage had also made a small sealing talisman for her. Except when you're taking a bath these few days, you have to remember to stick this sealing talisman on your body. If you accidentally damage it, just call Jerry and have it come and help you. You know? You don't have to care about the commissions these few days. If you don't want to accept them, just leave them there. Anyway, there are no other second batch diary holders here in Tokyo. You don't have to worry about someone coming to intercept your commissions. During the Golden Week holiday, Mayachi Haikage naturally had to go back to Asaegaoka for a trip. Now, he was giving Shina Mashiro some final instructions before going back to his hometown. He wouldn't be taking Jerry back. He would let it continue to stay in Tokyo to catch some ghosts and vengeful spirits for research. Anyway, Baika Townside was a no-man's land. As long as the commotion wasn't too big, it would be fine. Shina Mashiro really wanted to go back with him, but Shina Mahira's personality was still too shy to go to someone else's house and trouble them. In addition, she had just signed up for the Newcomers Award. It was more convenient for her to stay in Tokyo now, so she could only obediently stay. Chapter 158. Could the diary have been sent to an alien? The most nervous person during this Golden Week holiday was actually Takanashi Rika. To be precise, ever since she learned that an uncle of her family might pass away due to a plane crash, she had been very nervous about anything related to airplanes. Regarding this matter, Shinomiya Kagaya had actually already helped out. She had directly used the Shinomiya family's money power to buy Takanashi Shingo's company, and by the way, had adjusted his job. He had originally been engaged in foreign trade, purchasing rare earths, and thus often needed to travel abroad for business trips. And Shinomiya Kagaya had directly promoted him by 1 level to management, so he no longer needed to go abroad so frequently. Of course, Shinomiya Kagaya would not do a losing business. After her confirmation during this period, the characters from those anime, even the supporting characters, were generally much more capable than ordinary people. It was just that because of the influence of the so-called plot, most of them did not seem to have any particularly outstanding points. Just like Bikamachi, where Hoshino AI was. In Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes, even excluding Hoshino AI, this absolute C position, the level of the other members of the group was also above standard. Logically speaking, with Hoshino AI, a beautiful girl who was born to be an idol in the settings, she could conquer a bunch of fans with just her face. The result was that Hoshino AI had been debuting for 4 years now. And Bikamachi was still a lukewarm indie idol group. And according to the mysterious person, she had only started to become truly popular after creating new material and having comprehended how to perform the emotion of love. Even so, Bikamachi had still spent another 4 years before Hoshino AI, at the age of 20, had finally stepped onto the stage of the Tokyo Dome. Of course, ever since they had obtained the diary, the original plot should no longer be able to bind them. At least on Shinomiya Kagaya's side, she had only provided some small resources for this kohai of hers, and in just half a month, Bikamachi's popularity had already increased several times over. And it was precisely because she had seen the returns from her investment that Shinomiya Kagaya was thinking of gathering more valuable supporting characters under her name. Takanashi Shingo's side was naturally also considered an investment. It was just that she hadn't expected that after his promotion, Takanashi Shingo would actually plan to take his wife and his 3 daughters on a family trip for a few days during the Golden Week holiday. Originally, his lineage could still leave 3 daughters behind. Now, if something really happened, then his lineage would be completely cut off. Takanashi Rika had originally held a fluke mentality, feeling that since her uncle's destiny had already changed, it shouldn't be this time. The result was that she had refreshed such a commission. She had to stop the Takanashi Shingo family from boarding the plane by herself. And there was an additional restriction in the commission, which was that she could not borrow the power of other diary holders. Otherwise, it would be directly judged as a commission failure. And so she had first mentioned this matter in the group, and then had forcibly dragged her own sister to Tokyo for this holiday to ensure that nothing would happen to him during this holiday. If she really couldn't stop it, then she could only wait for Shinomiya Kagaya to make a move. After all, the penalty for a failed commission was better than her uncle's family losing their lives. Mayachi Haikage's side had not continued to keep an eye on this matter. With Shinomiya Kagaya around, as long as no supernatural powers intervened, that plane probably wouldn't have any major problems. He now just wanted to go back to his own base camp to relax for a few days, and by the way, see if there had been any changes on Asahigaoka's side after being away for a month. After instructing Jerry and Shina Mishiro on how to deal with various situations, Mayachi Haikage then had Itakaiji act as his driver and return to Asahigaoka with them. After all, this guy, Itakaiji, really needed to be watched more closely. If he didn't care about him, his entire Golden Week holiday would probably be spent either playing pachinko or giving money to those women at nightclubs. It was better to let him continue to go to Asahigaoka's side to film some cringy videos these few days. However, Itakaiji, who had not touched a steering wheel more than a few times since graduating from driving school, his driving speed was really not something to be complimented. Fortunately, they still managed to return to Asahigaoka before it got completely dark. A month later, at the entrance of his own home, he saw his younger sister again. Mayachi Haikage looked at Mayachi Renji, who, after seeing his figure, had directly dashed towards him. He also picked her up in one go, and at the same time, sighed in his heart that the little sister he had raised with his own hands was indeed different. He asked her how she felt about school, while also noticing the change in his sister's demeanor. It was not too different from what he had imagined. Renji was still young, and her physical condition made her progress in Hammond only SOSO, and she did not have the ability of the girls with diaries to use reading value to add points. It was estimated that even if she practiced until she was an adult, it would be very difficult for her to use the ripple in her body to fight. However, Mayachi Haikage had originally only wanted his little sister to grow up a little healthier and had not considered letting her come into contact with those dangerous things. Besides, Even though Rang's current practice situation was only average, at least she already had the seed of the ripple in her body. Compared to her half-hearted sister, she was already quite good. He glanced at Mayachi Hikari. This girl, after getting out of the car, had been muttering food, and had run into the house, even forgetting to take her own luggage. And then, listening to Mayachi Renj in his arms, telling him about things at school, and constantly complaining about how her eldest sister was always sleeping in class, and usually just let everyone study on their own with the teaching plans he had sorted out back then. All right, the first two daughters of the Mayachi family were indeed not very reliable. In comparison, this little sister of his, who had just started elementary school, was indeed more worry-free. Holding Renj in one hand and his luggage in the other, he walked into the house with Itakaiji. His parents' progress in practicing Hammond seemed to be quite good. After all, they were country folk. Even though the Mayachi family itself was a small landowner, and now, under his leadership, had become the family with the most say in Asagauka, in the end, they were still down-to-earth people and would still go down to the fields to work together. And when they were working, maintaining the breathing rhythm of the ripple was obviously much easier than working normally. Under these circumstances, looking at the seemingly reduced wrinkles on his parents' faces, Mayachi Hikage was very gratified. As for his eldest sister, one could only say that Mayachi Hikage's decision back then was correct. He didn't have to worry about this sleepyhead of an older sister at all. As long as he let her get used to the rhythm of ripple breathing while she was sleeping, he didn't even have to tell her about ripple breathing, and she could master the power of the ripple on her own in her sleep. Now it seemed that even though the guiding ripple he had left in her body had already dissipated, a new ripple had already been born in her own body to automatically guide her breathing. From this point of view, although the intensity of his eldest sister's ripple was far inferior to those girls with diaries, in terms of realm, probably only the equally pure-minded Shina Mishiro could compare with her. And after a simple dinner, while casually chatting about the things that had happened this month, Mayachi Kazuho, who was originally planning to go back to her room to continue sleeping, seemed to have remembered something and turned her head to look at her younger brother. All right, since you're back, Hikage, then this year's Asagauka spring outing will be left to you to handle. After saying this, Mayachi Kazuho directly waved her hand at him, not giving him any time to speak, and left the living room. Mayachi Hikage's mouth twitched. Originally, the Asagauka branch school didn't have any outing activities, but ever since he had thought it was boring in elementary school and had spontaneously organized an outing activity according to the spring outings of his past life, the outing around Golden Week every year had become a tradition. But he had already graduated from the Asahigaiga branch school now. Even if his eldest sister, who was a teacher at the school, didn't want to worry about this kind of thing, couldn't she just leave it to Kashiriya Suguru, who was still studying in Asagauka? But looking at his little sister's expectant appearance, Mayachi Hikage could only nod and agree. After all, he had never really gone on an outing with Renj. However, his father suddenly seemed to have thought of something and reminded him. Speaking of the outing, do you still remember that time 7 or 8 years ago when you guys ran to the neighboring Chichibu city during your outing and saved a drowning little girl? Hamamiko. Of course I still remember her. After all, this was him personally saving the life of an anime character he had liked very much in his past life. In addition, the other party had now become one of the first batch of girls to get the diary, and would from time to time talk in the group about wanting to come and thank him in person. It would be strange if he could forget this kind of thing. Regarding the matter of her coming over, Mayachi Hikage was naturally prepared for it long ago. Anyway, as long as he didn't reveal his identity as the mysterious person, there was nothing else to pay attention to. At that time, he would just take her around and see the scenery of Asagauka. After all, her body had not yet fully recovered from the drowning incident that year. It was just that sometimes he would also feel strange. At that time, she hadn't actually been drowning for too long before they had rescued her. Even if the drowning really had some impact on her body, it shouldn't have made her body become so weak. Anyway, he'll talk about it after I meet her in person. Muttering this in his heart, after chatting with his family about the recent situation and helping Itakaiji sort out a room, and letting him rest well, Mayachi Hikage then returned to his own room, planning to write today's diary. After his research these past few days, he had discovered that he could actually still maintain the speed of one diary entry per day. As long as he met the word count requirement, even if one of the diaries was not updated, he could still get the same reward. However, in that case, there would be no loss on his side, but the side that had not updated the diary would naturally not be able to get the daily reading value reward. Thinking of the feeling of being nagged over 1,000 times from the evening until the next day by those girls who live around Tokyo on the day he had stopped updating, Mayachi Hikage felt that he should probably write something for both sides. At the very least, when he didn't want to write for one group, he could leave a sentence or two to give those girls a qualification to earn reading value, just like the girls who had obtained the second batch of diaries. Apart from Miwa Kasumi, this girl who had been exposed in front of him from the very beginning, Mayachi Hikage had not sensed the situation of any other girl since then. He didn't know who the second batch of diaries had been distributed to. Anyway, we wrote a little less on the second batch's side. He'll talk about it after more girls' information is exposed. Mayachi Hikage first casually wrote some non-nutritious fabricated information in the second batch's diary, and then continued to break the news to these old viewers in the first batch's diary. Today is the first day of the Golden Week holiday. Originally, if I hadn't obtained the diary, I should have taken a good rest today and had a holiday. However, ever since I got the diary and resigned, it's been like a holiday every day to the extent that I don't feel anything about the arrival of Golden Week anymore. I've been running around Japan recently searching for information on those aliens and those ancient yokai. Didn't I mention it to you all before? In this world, besides those yokai and vengeful spirits, there may also be some aliens who have ill intentions towards Earth. Upon learning that there were aliens in this world, I hurriedly searched all over Japan. After all, although this world had the old Showa-era Ultraman series, the Tsuburaya of this world seemed to have completely gone bankrupt after a certain Ultraman 80, and no new Ultraman stories have appeared since. It made me quite nervous. After all, in my world, Tsuburaya had made a comeback relying on those Ultramen of the Heisei era. And as the big brother of the Heisei era, Ultraman Tiga was also a work that had influenced a generation. More importantly, in the worldview of Tiga, there were also the film and television works of those Showa Ultramen. The name Ultraman Tiga was also inspired by Ultraman. It's a pity that I don't know if the time hasn't come, or if this world really doesn't have it. In any case, I haven't found any ruins related to Ultraman yet. It seems I won't be able to become light in this world for the time being. But that's also good. After all, if this world really had Ultraman, then the crises this world would face in the future would not be a small matter. And at present, according to my investigation, most of those aliens who have come to Earth are relatively low-key. After all, there's still many powerful supernatural beings on Earth. Even yokai and vengeful spirits can be considered enemies of those aliens. With the revival of the supernatural, those aliens cannot possibly be rampant on Earth. At most, they will just secretly capture a few people to study. Speaking of which, I still haven't found a few of the girls who got the second batch of diaries. Could it be that some diaries were sent to those aliens? Or some yokai? Anyway, they'll continue to investigate for a while according to a few works related to aliens in my memory. If there's any good news, I'll let you all know. Chapter 159. The manga distribution plan. So, what's the deal with the aliens? After seeing today's diary entry, Kasumigakaki Yutaha was hugging her diary, unable to sleep. For the past few days, the mysterious person had started mentioning that he had noticed some things that required time to investigate. In the following days, the mysterious person would occasionally mention in his diary that he had visited some ruins, found suspicious traces, and stated that besides the legends of yokai, aliens should also exist in this world. During those days, the girls' chat group was buzzing with discussions about aliens. It got so intense that everyone recently watched a lot of alien-related works, discussing what to do if they really encountered aliens. More importantly, what were those aliens planning to do, hiding on a small planet like Earth? Were they going to invade Earth, or were there more conspiracies? The mysterious person had been hiding these things, not telling them more, leaving them completely in the dark about the alien situation. Today, Although the mysterious person was still hiding many things, he at least gave them a few clues. One was that the people from the inner world might have resisted an alien invasion, so for now, the Earth side and those alien forces could likely maintain a superficial peace. At least, the mysterious person didn't seem particularly worried about the aliens. The other was a tokusatsu company that had gone bankrupt and closed down many years ago, and the Ultraman series that was once a nationwide sensation. To be honest, since those were stories from the Showa era, Kasumi Kakayudaha had never really studied these series with decades of history. On the other hand, Takanashi Rika, the Chinibyo, seemed to have studied many old tokusatsu works to flesh out her own character settings and had even designed many transformation poses for herself. Therefore, she was now in the group, tirelessly explaining the stories and settings of the Ultra Brothers. Kasumi Kakayudaha also briefly searched for some Ultraman-related videos online to have a quick look. The Ultra Warriors from Nebula M78, their immense height, fighting monsters that appeared for various reasons, being able to fight for only 3 minutes on Earth, merging their lives with Earthlings. In the world before the mysterious person transmigrated, that Tsuburaya Productions company, although it went through some problems, still launched new works after the Heisei era and should have achieved great success, saving the company. It's just that in our world, that company indeed went bankrupt a long time ago. Now, you can't find many Ultraman-related videos online. I don't know what the situation is with the Ultraman Tiga, the mysterious person mentioned. Although the rubber suit feel of the monsters and Ultraman in the works was quite strong from a modern perspective, if these monsters were to actually appear in their world in the future, it wouldn't be very funny. At this time, it was natural for the group's designated money-powered individual, Shinomiya Kagaya, to step up. Although she had been extremely busy with gag orders and various profit distributions these past few days, Shinomiya Kagaya still took some time out each day to communicate with the girls in the group. The fact that it was different from the mysterious person's world meant that this world must have changed for some reason. And since the mysterious person didn't directly deny the existence of Ultraman, only mentioning that the time might not have come yet, and even mentioning things like becoming light, did that mean that if Ultraman existed in this world, ordinary people could also obtain Ultraman's power through some means? Without even needing a reminder from the other group members, Shinomiya Kagaya had already started to investigate the former Tsuburaya Productions to see if she could find more information about the Ultras and even aliens. She also had Yatsuya Miko, who had already come clean with her family and was now studying at the Jujutsu High, ask Gojo Satoru when she had time if he knew any information about aliens. She was even starting to suspect that her commission might have been intercepted by some well-hidden alien. In short, because of a few casual lines Mayachi Hikage fabricated in his diary, these girls began to search for the Ultraman series, which had been dormant in this world for decades, starting their long journey of catching up on the series. As the main culprit behind all this, Mayachi Hikage felt nothing at all. It was good for them to watch more Ultraman. At least the depiction of aliens in Ultraman was quite good. Many later anime works related to aliens have, to some extent, borrowed from some of the images in Ultraman. Just like in the Dandadan manga he recently obtained, the alien invasion arc clearly shows a tribute to various tokusatsu works. It even mentioned that the reason aliens haven't fully invaded Earth is because Earth's yokai stopped their actions. Of course, in this more chaotic world, he estimated that the supernatural folks in the inner world would probably have some basic knowledge of aliens' existence. He wrote this in the diary also because he wanted Yatsuya Miko and Shinomiya Kagaya to go to the inner world and ask that very easygoing Gojo Satoru for him. He would see if they could get any useful information from Gojo Satoru, and then he could deduce which works those aliens came from based on that information. In a sense, Shinomiya Kagaya and Yatsuya Miko were now Mayachi Hikage's best intelligence officers. More than half of the information he had about the inner world was gathered through their investigations. And Mayachi Hikage only needed to write some of his own speculations in the diary and quietly wait for news from Shina Mashiro's side. Thinking about it, isn't what I'm doing a bit unkind? Mayachi Hikage muttered this to himself. Speaking of which, he had already sent Jerry to find a way to deliver the full set of Kaguya-sama and Ashi no Ko manga, Maiachi Haikage's special condensed version, to Shinomiya Kaguya during this Golden Week holiday, instead of copying and pasting all the manga into the diary for a public execution. That should be quite kind of him. That fellow Jerry should be able to complete the task he gave it, right? In response, Jerry, who was happily reading these manga in its little den, indicated that it was very reliable. Its boss just wanted it to help stir up some trouble. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, since this matter was entrusted to it, what more needed to be said? Now I would just find a few trustworthy households from these manga and send the manga out in batches. Shinomiya Kaguya, you're the main character of the manga and also a diary holder. You should receive the largest share to understand the mysterious person's arrangements. Hayasaka AI, you grew up with Shinomiya Kaguya, but had to serve two masters due to family reasons. You deserve a share. Fujiwara Chika, you were originally Shinomiya Kaguya's best friend, but were the last one to work to learn about her romance. You should also get a share. Shijo Maki, as a side branch of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Kaguya's distant granddaughter, a loser-type Kaguya. This manga can't be without your share. Hoshino AI, this junior is also worthy of a few volumes, to let the junior admire the senior style. And Shirogane Miyuki, you were the original male protagonist, but now you can only be an unnoticed passerby. I'll give you a copy. Never mind, if I give it to this guy, won't he be thinking about Shinomiya Kaguya at school all day? How could he have the mind to improve? They'll just send him a few sets of real exam papers to help this male protagonist, who has already exited the stage before even appearing, become the nation's top high school student ahead of time. The Kaguya-sama manga was thus properly divided into several batches by Jerry. As for how to handle Ashi no Ko, Jerry made his decision very quickly. Anyway, the manga's events are more than 10 years in the future, and seeing as Hoshino AI doesn't seem to care about her stories at all, giving it to others seems pointless. It's better to just give one copy to each of the diary-holding girls in Tokyo, ensuring everyone gets a share, and send them out as a package. After finishing the Ashi no Ko manga, it did want to send the first and last volumes to Amamiya Goro, who died twice because of an idol, to make him realize the importance of being a rational fan and not be so reckless in this life. But after checking the distance and calculating the time, the guy was in a small hospital in a corner of Miyazaki Prefecture. It would take a whole day for a mouse to travel there and back by car. That would prevent it from continuing the commission Maiachi Haikage gave it to stay in Tokyo. Forget it. Anyway, given Hoshino A's current mental state, unless she one day discovers her boss' identity and decides to confront him about it, there's no way she'll have any interaction with that Amamiya Goro again. Sighing like this, Jerry felt that under the current circumstances, this was the best it could do. It was truly sorry for not being able to complete the task its boss gave it by 1,000. Waking up peacefully in the old bed he had slept in for many years, Maiachi Haikage had no idea that Jerry had completely misunderstood the task he had assigned. He was now planning to grab a bite to eat and then take Itakaiji to the Asagaoka filming base to check on the situation there. Not just the rustic videos that served as their foundation, but also Asagaoka's biggest move in the past year, the filming of the hero Yoshihiko. Maiachi Haikage had left these matters to Kashigeya Suguru and Kageyama Kid to oversee. For the past month, he had only occasionally watched the finished footage, and there were basically no major issues. This showed that after so many years of filming rustic videos, Asagaoka had not only cultivated a group of internet celebrities, but also possessed considerable filming experience and a complete, mature operational system. Near the set, Maiachi Haikage also saw Kageyama Kid for the first time in a month. This female boss, whom he had personally promoted, did not look as heroic and valiant as she did in public promotions. Instead, her clothes looked a bit simple and disheveled. It was clear she had just woken up, hadn't dressed up much, and had just washed her face before running to the set. Looking at the stubborn ahogue sticking up on top of her head, Maiachi Haikage quite familiarly reached out and pressed it down. This could be considered one of the more obvious differences between those anime characters and ordinary people. Ordinary people might have a few stray hairs sticking up if they didn't comb their hair properly, making it look messy. But for these characters with ahogis, as long as they didn't specifically comb or deal with them, these ahogis would stand on their heads like a trademark. Just like how his own little sister had two ahogis on her head that were hard to press down. Mayachi Hikage had confirmed it when Renj was little. Even if you washed and combed these ahogis carefully and pressed them down, they would naturally stick up again after a night's sleep. Anyway, after a long time, these ahogis became something Mayachi Hikage liked to play with. After going to Tokyo, he hadn't met anyone with an ahoge. If he had to say, Conan's cowlick at the back of his head could barely count as one. But still, the ahoge he was familiar with since childhood felt better. Feeling this familiar touch, Kageyama Kid turned her head in annoyance and complained to Mayachi Hikage, "How many times have I told you? Don't just touch a girl's head. Why haven't you changed this habit even after starting high school?" Mayachi Hikage pinched the ahoge again before letting go. "I haven't touched one in a month. I'm just getting the feel for it again." Mayachi Hikage and Kageyama Kid were good buddies who had grown up together. "Haven't touched one in a month?" Kageyama Kid glanced at Mayachi Hikage. "But I heard from Ikari that your month in Tokyo seems to have been quite exciting. Not only did you start shooting a new type of video in Tokyo, but you also became an assistant to a great painter who returned from abroad?" Even though they hadn't seen each other for a month, both were still very aware of each other's situation. Mayachi Hikage waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing special, just my usual performance. If you want to draw manga too, I can give you one specifically for promoting our Asagauka." "No thanks. Managing all this filming is troublesome enough. You can do it yourself when you come back in the future." Kageyama Kid waved her hand, indicating she had no interest in drawing manga. Regarding the topic of women, Kageyama Kid didn't say anything more. Seeing Mayachi Hikage's current calm demeanor, Kageyama Kid knew what was up. Besides, she had known Mayachi Hikage for so many years and knew that this guy wouldn't be easily swayed by other women. Therefore, after briefly catching up, the two of them naturally started talking about filming matters. This left Itu Kaiji, who was standing to the side, stunned again. He had investigated Asagauka Media and knew that it had a well-known female boss. He had previously asked Mayachi Hikage what their relationship was, and Mayachi Hikage had told him they were good buddies, which he didn't quite believe. But now he believed it. Although Kageyama Kid was dressed quite casually now, Senshiredo, but his social connections were also extraordinary. He had a close pair of sisters at home and a great friend in the village. After getting to Tokyo, things only got even barato impressive. In just a few days, he became close with another pair of sisters. Then there was what he heard from his boss' parents last night. In the next 2 days, a girl his boss had saved back then would be coming over specifically to thank him. Although he hadn't met her, Kaiji instinctively felt that this girl must be very pretty too. Thinking of this, Kaiji could no longer even feel envy or jealousy, because the gap was too vast. His boss was only a first-year high school student this year. He didn't know how many more girls he could attract by the time he was a third year. And while Itu Kaiji was spacing out, Mayachi Hikage also briefly introduced Itu Kaiji's situation to Kageyama Kid. Chapter 160. Fujimiya Kinomi. After chatting with Kageyama Kid for a while, Mayachi Hikage introduced the particularly reserved Itu Kaiji to her. "I know this guy. His acting looks pretty good. Your eye for picking actors has always been excellent." Kageyama Kid nodded towards Itu Kaiji, indicating that he was worth the contract Mayachi Hikage had given him. Mayachi Hikage, however, complained in his heart that Itu Kaiji didn't have any acting skills right now. It was all his genuine reaction. Before being pushed to the brink, Itu Kaiji was a complete and utter bottom-tier nobody, and a particularly timid one at that. But there was no need to say this to Kageyama Kid. However, while chatting about the videos Mayachi Hikage had been filming recently, Kageyama Kid carefully reminded him, "But you should be a little more careful filming that kind of subject. If you really run into a ghost one day, I don't want anything to happen to you." Seeing Kageyama Kiid's suddenly serious expression, Mayachi Hikage's smile faded from his face. Kageyama Kiid didn't believe in those things. For her to suddenly remind him now, did she hear something, or did she come into contact with something? There haven't been any haunting rumors around Asahagaoka recently, have there? Kageyama Kiid waved her hand. Not really. Nothing weird is happening in Asahagaoka. At most, I've heard that a wild animal has appeared deep in the mountains, so we've been told not to go into the mountains for a while. I heard the other things from Konomi. Fujimiya Konomi, who lived near the Kashigaya family. The Fujimiya family was considered a large family in Asahagaoka, and since Fujimiya Konomi also graduated from the Asahagaoka branch school, she could be considered a childhood friend 2 years older than Mayachi Hikage. Although she went to high school in the prefecture a year after Mayachi Hikage started his rustic video phase, she would still often come over to help him. And in Mayachi Hikage's heart, Fujimiya Konomi's abilities were on par with Kashigaya Sugura's. Although her practical and executive abilities weren't as high as Kashigaya Sugura's, she had a gentle and outgoing personality, with a bit of a hidden dark side. When Mayachi Hikage first started filming rustic videos, the team naturally had a lot of conflicts, and at that time, it was mostly Fujimiya Konomi's communication skills that resolved them. In addition, she was a quick learner when it came to things like personnel scheduling and budget control. It could be said that if Fujimiya Konomi wasn't too young and didn't lack the ambition herself, she might have become a poster girl for Asahagaoka, just like Kageyama Kiid. Therefore, hearing that there might be a problem on Fujimiya Konomi's side, Mayachi Hikage frowned and pressed for more details. Fortunately, it didn't seem to be Fujimiya Konomi herself who had run into trouble, but rather that some strange, haunting incidents had recently occurred at the high school she attended and some nearby middle schools. At this moment, Itu Kaiji, who was standing to the side, found a chance to interject. Before I came to Saitama, I researched some of the local ghost stories and rumors online. It seems there have been quite a few recently. One says that a large wild beast has appeared in the mountains of Saitama Prefecture. Someone heard its howls in the mountains. Then there are legends in some middle schools about Kamikakushi and a cursed stone. And this one, Saitama's infamous Yasohachi Bridge. I heard many people meet a Barato in there, and even visitors who have just been to the place sometimes feel very unwell. I was originally thinking we could go to those places to shoot an episode, but those rumors can't be real, right? At this point, Ita Kaiji couldn't help but shiver. He continued, the Kamikakushi story was about a few students who, after school, saw a girl they had never seen before wearing their school uniform from a distance. The students wanted to go over and talk to her, but as soon as they got close, they found that her form had suddenly vanished. The cursed stone was said to be a strange rock. As long as you wrote a person's name on it, you could curse that person. A light curse would be a cold and fever. A heavy one would be serious injury and hospitalization. And there were even rumors that in the most severe cases, it could kill someone. Listening to Itu Kaiji's words, Mayachi Hikage's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. The first two were manageable. A wild beast, in the worst-case scenario, was just a yukai that had broken its seal. No major yukai would appear here in Saitama Prefecture. As for the school's urban legends, almost every school had related stories, and more than 99% of them were fabricated by people. However, in the current environment, if enough people believe them, it might actually create some corresponding curses, but they generally wouldn't be too strong most 3rd or 4th grade. The Kamikakushi sounded like someone temporarily gained low-level spiritual vision at a special time, like the witching hour, and saw some ordinary ghosts they shouldn't have seen. When the sun set and the witching hour ended, they naturally couldn't see them anymore. The cursed stone, on the other hand, sounded more like a cursed object hidden in the school to avoid curses was discovered by students. But that Yasohachi Bridge later on was genuinely cursed. Although it should only be an ordinary curse right now. In a few months, after the exchange event between the two jujitsu high schools, a special grade curse spirit would appear there. Even if the special grade curse spirit was put there by someone as a place that could gestate a special grade curse spirit, Yasohachi Bridge shouldn't be a simple place. Mayachi Hikage wouldn't have a problem investigating there. But if a small fry like Itakaiji went, he'd probably catch a cold and be bedridden for at least a few days. I know about Yasuhachi Bridge, but no murders have happened there, just a lot of suicides. Even if we followed the stories of the suicides, it would be too depressing to film. Let's discuss what's happening at the school. Mayachi Hikage casually shifted the topic back to Fujimiya Konomi's school. Kageyama keyed, scratched her face, and then waved her hand at Mayachi Hikage. I graduated years ago. How would I know so much? I just heard a couple of things from Konomi and wanted to give you a heads up. If you really want to know, you should go ask Konomi yourself. Mayachi Hikage thought for a moment and felt that he should indeed go and see if there was any problem on Konomi's side. After all, the situation in Asagaoka was now worlds apart from the original story. Although it didn't have as much of an impact on the students of the Asagaoka branch school, it had ultimately disrupted the original plot. Besides, Konomi was one of his most capable subordinates and a childhood friend, so naturally, he should be more concerned. Before saying goodbye to Kageyama Kid, he didn't forget to pass on the task his older sister had thrown at him last night to Kageyama Kid. By the way, please take care of the Asagaoka branch school's Golden Week outing this year. My Ringe said she's really looking forward to this year's trip, and I hope you can find a suitable place. Give everyone a break to rest for a while then. In response, Kageyama Kid just told Mayachi Hikage to get lost in an annoyed tone, as if she couldn't stand the sight of him. But Mayachi Hikage, who knew her well, knew that she had already taken note of the matter. After all, this Tsundere had always wanted to snatch Ringe away from him. She just refused to admit it. Using his own sister as a bargaining chip, Mayachi Hikage waved goodbye to Kageyama Kid and then took Itakaiji towards Fujimiya Konomi's house. Although Asagaoka was just a village because it was in the countryside, it was actually quite large. If you included the mountains owned by the Mayachi family and other families, you could say that you couldn't walk through all the village's land even in 2 days. Before Mayachi Hikage started the Asagaoka revitalization plan, a lot of the land here was abandoned. Now that Asagaoka had become a popular internet spot, although the agricultural cooperative was the type to not even spit out bones after eating them, they still brought in a lot of people and machinery to replant the abandoned land with crops and even opened up a lot of new land on the mountains. Looking at the new and refreshed appearance of Asagaoka, Mayachi Hikage thought about the money the agricultural cooperative took, and it didn't hurt as much. On the way, he introduced the situation in Asagaoka to Itakaiji. By the time sweat was starting to form on Itakaiji's forehead, they finally arrived at Fujimiya Konomi's house. Although it was a holiday, Konomi woke up very early. When she opened the door and saw Mayachi Hikage, a smile appeared on her face. "Ira, it's been a long time. Is there something you need, Hikage?" After leading the two into her house, she served Mayachi Hikage and Itakaiji tea and some snacks. It looked as if it had been prepared in advance. At this time, Mayachi Hikage also secretly observed Fujimiya Konomi's current condition. Very healthy. Although she didn't practice Hammon, for a high school student, Konomi's physical condition was considered very healthy. So, after Mayachi Hikage sat down, he directly asked her, "I heard from Ki that your school has been having some haunting incidents recently, so I came to check on you. But looking at you, Konomi, you didn't deliberately tell Ki those school ghost stories, did you?" In response, Fujimiya Konomi just chuckled, looking very happy. "How could I? Our school really has had a lot of strange rumors recently. I just mentioned them briefly to Kid. I didn't expect her to tell you about it." "All right, confirmed. This woman did it on purpose." Having grown up with Fujimiya Konomi, Mayachi Hikage knew that this seemingly gentle girl was actually clearer about things than anyone. Although she would be tricked by Mayachi Hikage a few times when she was little, after entering middle school, this girl grew up quickly and could occasionally make some harmless jokes at Mayachi Hikage's expense. It could be said that if diaries were given to the girls in Asagaoka, his older sisters probably wouldn't even think of him. Ringe would find a way to tell him about the diary. The Kashigeya sisters would probably have a hard time suspecting him. Kageyama Kid might guess it based on her gut feeling after a long time. But Fujimiya Kinomi had been the Asagaoka branch school with Mayachi Hikage for 7 years. They were always paired up in school to exchange and check homework. This girl was too familiar with his sentence structure and writing habits. This was different from Shina Mashiro's natural intuition for Hammond. It was simply a rapport formed after spending a long time together. So much so that in the first few days after getting the diary, Mayachi Hikage didn't even go look for Fujimiya Kinomi, precisely because he was worried that she would get a diary and immediately confirm his identity. Fortunately, a month had passed, and Mayachi Hikage could now confirm that no one in Asagaoka had received a diary. The second batch of diaries didn't seem to have been given to any ordinary people either. He didn't have to worry about his cover being blown at lightning speed again. In short, based on his understanding of Fujimiya Kinomi, Mayachi Hikage could already tell that she had deliberately leaked the information to make him come to her. Her long time no see, spoken with that particular tone, felt like it was aimed at the fact that he had gone to study in Tokyo a month ago without saying a proper goodbye in person. However, Mayachi Hikage didn't press the matter further and went along with it, asking Fujimiya Kinomi about the rumors. Fujimiya Kinomi casually mentioned some of her school's rumors, which sounded fabricated. And when she saw that even the timid Ita Kaiji next to them was showing a disbelieving look, Fujimiya Kinomi's tone suddenly changed. Aren't you guys the ones who specialize in filming these kinds of stories? Since you don't believe it, why don't you come with me to my school and take a look right now? Hearing Fujimiya Kinomi's invitation, Mayachi Hikage was a little unsure of what she was trying to do. But he didn't have any other plans for the day besides accompanying Renj and wandering around Asagaoka. After glancing at the interested Ita Kaiji, he nodded. All right. Speaking of which, I've never been to your high school all these years. It's fine to go and have a look, and to confirm if there was anything unclean at her school. If there was, he would help exorcise it along the way. And with Mayachi Hikage's words, Fujimiya Kinomi immediately went back to her room. About a minute or two later, she returned with a school uniform. This was my brother's uniform from back in the day. Get changed and well head out. Fujimiya Kinomi even gave a serious reason. The other guy from your videos isn't here. You can put on our school's uniform and make a guest appearance as a student from our school for a cameo. Just leave the filming to me. But when Mayachi Hikage saw the uniform, he understood everything instantly. So Kinomi was complaining that he didn't go to the local high school with her, but went to study in Tokyo instead. And now she wanted him to wear this uniform and experience the feeling of going to school with her during the holiday? Anyway, after thinking of this, Mayachi Hikage's face didn't show any particular expression, but Ita Kaiji, who was standing to the side, felt like his eyes were going to go blind again. His boss damned luck with women. Someone save me. I don't want to follow these two and be a third wheel. Chapter 161. Magic from the Car Master Afternoon. Mayachi Hikage, wearing a different high school's uniform, sat in the passenger seat of the car. As Ita Kaiji drove, he watched his boss out of the corner of his eye, expertly manipulating a beautiful deck of poker cards that seemed to have come from nowhere. As a gambling addict who frequented pachinko parlors, Ita Kaiji didn't dare go to big casinos, but he occasionally went to smaller ones to play mahjong and Texas Hold'em. He watched as the poker cards in Mayachi Hikage's hands flew and crisscrossed in a dazzling display. Yet Mayachi Hikage's attention wasn't on the cards in his hands at all, but on the scenery passing by outside. Could his boss be a hidden gambling master? Or were these fancy, shuffling techniques part of a magic trick his boss was practicing? As Ita Kaiji pondered this, he couldn't help but get distracted. It wasn't until they reached an intersection and Mayachi Hikage reminded him, remember to turn left up ahead, that he snapped his attention back and somewhat hastily turned the steering wheel. After passing the intersection, Ita Kaiji bravado hard, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, and asked Mayachi Hikage about it. I am practicing magic. I'm thinking of starting a small series of 1 or 2 minute simple magic reveals when I get the chance, Mayachi Hikage explained simply, then stopped shuffling. He turned to Fujimiya Kinomi, who was sitting in the back seat, and handed her the deck of cards. "Pick any card. Let's see if I can guess what it is." Fujimiya Kinomi examined the deck Miyachi Haikage handed her, then casually drew a card from it. "Is this all?" she said, memorizing the card she had drawn. Then, under Miyachi Haikage's instruction, she placed it back, shuffled the deck several times, and then returned it to Miyachi Haikage. After getting the deck back, Miyachi Haikage shuffled it casually again, then continued speaking to Fujimiya Kinomi. "Turn over the top card and see if it's the one you picked." Fujimiya Kinomi turned it over with an expectant look, and sure enough, the top card was the one she had just drawn. Her eyes immediately filled with curiosity. "What kind of magic is this? Can you teach me?" Miyachi Haikage just smiled and took the cards back. "You can wait until I release the magic reveal videos in the future and learn it then." Of course, even if he did film those videos, the trick he revealed wouldn't be this one. Because what he was performing now wasn't some simple card trick. It was genuine card magic. After several consecutive days of drawing only small props, Miyachi Haikage had started to think that he could probably only rely on targeted draws to increase his strength in the future. Unexpectedly, just last night, after he finished writing his diary, he received a reward, a card expert template from a certain League of Legends. Although his compatibility with that card expert wasn't great, he had still obtained a series of his abilities: gambling skills, divination, card magic, combat experience, and the most important ultimate ability, destiny, which could provide a significant boost to his luck and sixth sense, and also came with a teleportation ability. However, because he had just obtained the template and lacked sufficient magic power, Miyachi Haikage hadn't yet tested the teleportation range of his destiny ability in this world, but he had already confirmed the card magic. No matter what kind of card poker cards, tarot cards, maybe even Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. In short, as long as it was a card, with a touch of his hand, he could sense and easily swap the position of every card in the deck. In addition, he could infuse these cards with magic power and Hammond, turning them into dangerous weapons. Although the card master wasn't considered a proper mage in the League of Legends world, and his strength was far from those world-destroying demigods, and even the magic power that came with the template could only be described as mediocre in both quality and quantity. But a single reward unlocked multiple abilities, including combat experience, which would allow Miyachi Haikage to adapt to his abilities more quickly. More importantly, because it was a reward from the diary, not only did he not have to worry about conflicts between the power systems in his body, but it would also have various beneficial effects. The Puryong body not only elevated Miyachi Haikage's Hammond to the level of an ultimate life form, but also improved his adaptability to other supernatural powers. The magic spells he had obtained before had always been powered by his Hammond and the spiritual energy of his stand. Now that the Barado's magical core had awakened, he estimated that in just a day or two, he would be able to activate his teleportation ability. Once his magic power was sufficient to teleport at will, his future mobility would be even greater. Therefore, Miyachi Haikage was very satisfied with this reward. The reason he had agreed to Fujimiya Kinomi's invitation was partly because he had felt a trace of magic from the card divination he had performed that morning. And in the car, he used the cards again for divination, confirming that his choice was not wrong. He would definitely gain something from this trip. About an hour later, Itakaiji parked the car at the entrance of Fujimiya Kinomi's school. It was a very ordinary-looking high school. Since this was still the edge of Saitama Prefecture, and the school Fujimiya Kinomi attended was just an ordinary public high school, it naturally couldn't compare to a wealthy private school like Toigaseki, which was built on the edge of the Golden Area near central Tokyo. But of course, Miyachi Haikage wouldn't say that. Wearing this high school's uniform, he took a few photos with Fujimiya Kinomi at the school gate. Of course, the role of the photographer could only be filled by Itakaiji. It was clear that Fujimiya Kinomi had been looking forward to this day for a long time. After taking the photos, Fujimiya Kinomi, under the pretext of showing them the locations of the rumors inside the school, pulled Miyachi Haikage along and began to introduce him to her high school. Although Itakaiji, who was following behind with the camera, felt that this was a bit different from what they had discussed before they came. "Didn't we agree that the boss and I would be on screen together?" and you would film us? And it was still the afternoon when the sun was brightest. At this time of day, even he would dare to brave any haunted area alone. But in the end, Itakaiji kept these words to himself. He thought about the atmosphere when his boss was chatting with this girl in the car earlier. This girl, along with that Shina Mishiro in Tokyo who was always following his boss around, had now become the most prominent Barato in his mind. While his boss was spending time with another girl, as an employee, he should just be a silent cameraman in the back and not spoil his boss' good mood. Maybe if he did a good job now, he could ask his boss to teach him a couple of those girl-charming car magic tricks when they got back. Then, whether he went to a small casino or a nightclub, as long as he showed off a trick like that, wouldn't he immediately become the center of attention? The high school wasn't too big. Even though Fujimiya Kinomi tried her best to slow down, they still managed to walk through the entire campus in about an hour. The school's atmosphere seemed quite good, with no delinquent high school students who mingled with gangsters from society. Plus, this high school wasn't a college prep type, so the academic pressure on the students wasn't high. Therefore, the negative emotions of the students in the school were not that strong. Even without a cursed object in place, the curses that were born were just some third-rate small fry that would basically cause no harm to the students. It was unlike delinquent high schools and those extremely strict college prep high schools. If those places didn't have cursed objects to suppress them, they would probably produce a cursed spirit capable of harming humans every month or two. Of course, those schools were also considered priority areas for investigation by the inner world, so there generally wouldn't be any major incidents. Unseen by Itakaiji and Fujimiya Kinomi, Mayachi Hikage used his stand to casually exorcise these creatures of the dark. Gosh, it looks like our school's rumors are all fake after all. I wonder who started spreading them around the school. It actually made me a little worried before. But now that I've checked it over with you, Hikage, I feel much more relieved. Fujimiya Kinomi smiled and apologized to Mayachi Hikage, saying that her information was wrong. How about this? He'll treat everyone to some sweets at a delicious dessert shop nearby, and then we can hang out around here for a while. We can go to my place for dinner tonight. Your abacus is clacking way too loudly. Your selfish calculations are too obvious. Sweets are fine, but I remember that many middle schools in this area have similar rumors, right? Let's go check those places out later. Mayachi Hikage skillfully countered Fujimiya Kinomi, while his gaze shifted towards the north. The card divination pointed in that direction. He still intended to go over and see what was going on. Fujimiya Kinomi didn't mind. Anyway, neither Keed nor the two little Kashiya girls were here, so it was the same wherever they went. Itakaiji, however, was taken aback. Even at this point, Cinchuredo. The situation in these middle schools was indeed not as stable as at Fujimiya Kinomi's high school. After all, a group of 13 or 14-year-old kids, just entering puberty, were in their most active and rebellious phase. These middle schools all felt the suppression of some cursed objects to varying degrees. But the grade of these cursed objects wasn't high, probably just the remains of some grade 1 cursed spirits. After all, there weren't that many special grade cursed spirits. It was about right for these places to use the remains of some grade 1 cursed spirits for suppression. And these cursed objects could at most suppress and exorcise low-level cursed spirits and vengeful spirits. The moment a grade 2 cursed spirit with a bit of intelligence appeared, these cursed objects wouldn't be able to stop them. However, Mayachi Hikage wasn't here to do charity. The original work of these spirit removers and jujitsu sorcerers should be left for them to handle. Mayachi Hikage at most cleaned up a few suicidal grade 2 cursed spirits that were following them, so as not to affect his mood. Previously, he couldn't see these vengeful spirits and cursed spirits and needed the help of the camera obscura to see them. But ever since Yellow Temperance accidentally swallowed a vengeful spirit that was caught on camera in the library and evolved the ability to disguise itself as one, Mayachi Hikage had been able to freely control whether his eyes could see these disgusting creatures. And as the number of vengeful spirits that Yellow Temperance swallowed increased, the things Mayachi Hikage could see also kept increasing. He just didn't know to what extent Yellow Temperance could ultimately evolve. Finally, at 5 in the afternoon, with dusk approaching, Mayachi Hikage arrived at the true destination of his trip. Let's check this school last. If we still don't find anything, we could buy some hot pot ingredients and go back to make hot pot, Mayachi Hikage said, standing at the school gate and looking at the two people behind him. CQ Private Academy? Itakaiji, already tired from walking, looked at the school's name and then paused, as if he had suddenly remembered something. I think this is the school I saw online. They said that at dusk, you can easily see a long-haired girl in the school uniform, but when you try to find her, she vanishes. Fujimiya Kinomi, standing beside him, also frowned slightly. This was already the edge of the city. This school seems to be the oldest one around here. I heard that 60 or 70 years ago, when this place was still a village, there was already an old schoolhouse, just like our Asahigaoka branch school's old building. Later, during urban planning, a new school building was constructed next to the old one. An abandoned but not yet demolished old school building. A mysterious girl appearing at dusk. After running around all afternoon, had they finally encountered a place that looked like it had a story? Why don't we wait until tomorrow after we've rested, report to that Nanami-san, and then come back to investigate this school's past? Itakaiji asked his boss. When they went to film in those other places, Mayachi Hikage had basically investigated the past incidents there first, and then Mayachi Hikage would tell the story in a slightly scarier way during the filming process. Censuredo. But he was also worried that after walking all day, he wouldn't be able to run away in time if he really bumped into something strange. Mayachi Hikage, however, looked towards the old school building. Was the ghost inside the one from his memory? The card divination had led him here. Was he supposed to exorcise her? But thinking about how, during his morning divination, he might have had a slight thought of looking for other diary holders. If this divination ability wasn't interfered with by the diary, the other party might be one of the second batch diary holders. Chapter 162. The Dusk Maiden looking at the CQ Academy plaque at the school gate and listening to Itukaiji's reminder, Mayachi Hikage nodded. Even though we're already in Saitama, if we really plan to film, we do need to inform Nanami-san first. He explained Nanami Kinto's identity to the somewhat confused Fujimiya Kinomi. Upon learning that Mayachi Hikage had to report to and discuss with some official personnel before filming these videos, a look of interest appeared on Fujimiya Kinomi's face. Do ghosts really exist in this world? She looked at Mayachi Hikage, trying to read something from the face of her childhood friend. After all, before he went to high school in Tokyo, the most she heard was that he wanted to film videos about food tours and the like in Tokyo. She had never heard Mayachi Hikage say he was going to Tokyo to film suspense and supernatural videos. Does that mean that something happened to Mayachi Hikage during his month in Tokyo that changed his original plans? Or had this change already occurred before he went to Tokyo? Fujimiya Kinomi, who probably knew more about the cash flow of Asahigaoka Media than even Kageyama Kid, was naturally aware of how much capital Mayachi Hikage had on hand. Although it was indeed a stunning 9-figure sum for an ordinary person, it was still far from enough to purchase a Western-style villa in the heart of Tokyo. Anyway, Fujimiya Kinomi didn't believe for a second that this guy, Mayachi Hikage, would have secretly made tens of millions or even more through stock trading and investments behind her back. And this afternoon's date made Fujimiya Kinomi feel this even more clearly. The current Mayachi Hikage was just too lucky. He would find banknotes lost by other students or teachers at school, and an extra drink would fall out when buying from a vending machine. Even when participating in a lucky draw at a dessert shop, Mayachi Hikage could draw the first prize with a casual attempt. Throughout the day, the things Mayachi Hikage had gotten for free were almost equivalent to an ordinary person's weekly salary. Even back in Asahigaoka, Mayachi Hikage was called the Ebisu of Asahigaoka by many villagers, meaning the god of commerce and wealth. But Fujimiya Kinomi knew that Mayachi Hikage had actually taken many wrong turns at the beginning. He had spent nearly half a year at school and only succeeded with their help. However, Fujimiya Kinomi didn't care about these things. Because if you really went back to the beginning, Mayachi Hikage's differences had been apparent since childhood. Growing up in a small Japanese village, He became fluent in Chinese without a teacher and was also quite knowledgeable about that country's traditional customs, as if he had been reincarnated with memories from past life. From the time she met Miyachi Hikage until now, Fujimiya Kinomi knew that he would not be an ordinary person. She just thought that if she could quietly stand by his side as she had in the past, without being left too far behind, that would be enough. Miyachi Hikage looked at the curious eyes of the girl before him, then shrugged and shook his head. Before you actually see those things, who can give a definite answer? I'm just a video blogger who makes a little money off the audience's curiosity and sensationalism. I just have to do as I'm told. As he said this, he turned his head to look at Itu Kaiji. But having said that, before we film, we still need to understand the specific information about this school to see where the rumors came from. After we decide to film, we'll explain it to Nanami-san. As he spoke, he looked at the sun, which was about to set in the distance. And since it's almost dusk, isn't it the perfect time to verify whether that rumor is true or false? Miyachi Hikage arranged for the somewhat timid Itu Kaiji to first inquire for information from the school's janitors or locals living nearby. He himself planned to wander around the school to see if there were any other vengeful spirits or curses. He turned his head again to look at Fujimiya Kinomi, intending to ask her to wait for him at the school gate for a while, but she just shook her head directly, indicating that she wanted to go with him. Miyachi Hikage knew Fujimiya Kinomi's personality. Since she had said so, he might as well take her along. Although the current Miyachi Hikage was fairly certain that the ghost appearing in this school was likely the ghost girl from an anime he had once watched. According to the anime's plot, that ghost girl should be harmless. But this school also concealed a shadow ghost that had absorbed her negative emotions, such as her memories and resentment from before her death. In this world, which was a mishmash of various settings, that shadow ghost could probably be considered a curse by now. With this in mind, Miyachi Hikage led Fujimiya Kinomi into the middle school, which was built on a small hill. The inside of the school was indeed very clean. Not to mention vengeful spirits, he couldn't even see any normal ghosts. He also didn't sense any reaction from cursed objects, which clearly meant that either the ghost or the shadow ghost was cleaning up the other messy things in the school. Standing at the doorway of the old school building, Miyachi Hikage felt the premonition in his heart. It was indeed in here, but it seemed incomplete, as if something else was in another location not far away. Then he tilted his head up slightly, and Fujimiya Kinomi followed suit, looking at the building at the top of the hill behind the school. That should be the office, right? She explained to Miyachi Hikage. Miyachi Hikage nodded slightly. Let's go take a look. This old school building looks even more run-down than the Asagaoka branch school did before its renovation. I'd rather not accidentally step through the floor inside. Fujimiya Kinomi also chuckled. Yeah, the Asagaoka branch school is only about 30 or 40 years old, and it was already in such bad shape. Before you had people renovate it, we had to use a lot of buckets to catch water from the leaks on rainy days. But since this school building is so old and takes up a lot of the school's space, why doesn't the school administration tear it down and rebuild it? Miyachi Hikage answered casually, maybe because this building also holds some important things. After all, when we renovated the Asagaoka branch school, many people who graduated from there, including the teacher who taught us for a few years before Kazone, came over to check on the situation. It seems this old school building also carries a lot more memories. Though I still think renovating it the year after I graduated was a bit too late, Fujimiya Kinomi sighed with emotion. After graduating, her alma mater was renovated. Not only were the memories lost, but she also couldn't experience what it was like to study in the new building. The two of them walked up the hill along a stone path, chatting about their time at school in Asagaoka. About halfway up, Miyachi Hikage suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Fujimiya Kinomi looked at Miyachi Hikage, who then pointed to a small path on the side that looked like only a few people had walked on. Let's go check this way, see where this path leads. The path wasn't very long. They reached the end after only a minute or two of walking. At the end was a stone monument, about 20 to 30 centimeters high, placed there by someone unknown. There were only two kanji characters on the monument. Yuko, muttering the words on the monument. Fujimiya, Kanomi, seemed to recall something. Speaking of which, I have heard rumors among my schoolmates about a Yuko-san. Could they have all originated from this school? On the back hill of a school, in a place not too conspicuous but not too hidden either, stood a strange monument that wasn't very stable, yet had a name written on it. This was indeed enough to spark a lot of imagination among middle school students, so it wasn't surprising that so many new school rumors would emerge from it. But this was only what Fujimiya Kanomi could see. On Mayachi Haikage's side, he could see more. Right next to the stone monument was a gray diary. There was no mistake. This was one of the diaries from the second batch. Kano Yuko, who was killed by ignorant villagers half a century ago and turned into a white and a black ghost, was the holder of a second batch diary. So, Ghost did have a chance of getting a diary. What concerned Mayachi Haikage, however, was why this diary was left here. He pretended to squat down and look at the monument while also picking up the gray diary. As the owner of a diary, he could check the contents of another person's diary and the status of its holder after picking it up. This was something Mayachi Haikage had confirmed with Shina Mashiro. So with just a quick look, Mayachi Haikage knew that although this diary had already locked onto Kano Yuko as its holder, it was currently in a subtle, unowned state. The reason was simple. The current Kano Yuko was incomplete. So, either one of the two Yukos has to come here and see this diary, or the two Yukos have to merge back into one. Otherwise, this diary will stay here forever? No, there was now a new option. That is, Mayachi Haikage could retrieve this unread diary and personally arrange for a girl to receive it. Seeing this option, the corner of Mayachi Haikage's mouth twitched. There was no problem with retrieving the diary, but for him to personally arrange for a girl to receive it sounded so awkward. He finds a girl, gives her a diary, and then has her watch him write in his diary every day. Just hearing it felt inexplicably embarrassing. Mayachi Haikage put the diary back where he found it. He didn't want Kanomi or Keed to see the things he wrote. Since the diary chose Kano Yuko, let it stay here. At least she was the first ghost to get a diary, which confirmed some of his previous speculations about diary holders. Next, he would see if any aliens also got his diary. With that thought, Mayachi Haikage stood up. There shouldn't be any remains under this. It's more like a cenotaph for this Yuko-san. But since we have a specific name, we can start our investigation from her past. Fujimiya Kanomi also nodded. I can ask my friends about it. Many of them graduated from here. She picked some wildflowers from the side and placed them in front of Yuko's monument as a tribute, then followed Mayachi Haikage back down the original path. After returning to the stone path and looking at the school below the slope, Fujimiya Kanomi couldn't help but exclaim, "The view here is really nice." Under the light of the setting sun, the entire school and the city below could be seen quite clearly, even though she had been studying at a nearby high school for 2 years. This was the first time Fujimiya Kanomi knew the view from here was so good. Then, in the next moment, Fujimiya Kanomi seemed to see something and tugged hard on Mayachi Haikage's arm. "Haikage, look there. Is that a girl in a school uniform over there?" She pointed towards the school gate. Mayachi Haikage naturally had a clearer view than Fujimiya Kanomi. A girl with long, purplish-black hair, dressed in an old-fashioned school uniform, leaned against the school gate while gazing outside. Haikage glanced at the setting sun, which had not yet fully disappeared. As expected, at this time, even ordinary people were more likely to see things they normally couldn't. Fujimiya Kanomi quickly pulled Mayachi Haikage and ran towards the school gate, seemingly not worried at all that the other party might be a ghost. Even Mayachi Haikage, who had grown up with Fujimiya Kanomi, didn't know that his childhood friend would be so interested in these so-called ghost stories. However, as they jogged all the way down, by the time they reached the school gate, the girl's figure had disappeared, just as the rumors said. After all, the witching hour only lasts for a short period, and it's not always possible to see those beings so clearly. This time, it was likely because Fujimiya Kanomi had just paid her respects at the cenotaph and formed a slight connection with her, allowing her to see her figure at this time. As for Maiachi Haikage, with his spiritual vision activated, he could naturally see more clearly. But her figure still looked indistinct. It wasn't the blurriness from when his spiritual vision was of a lower level, but a semi-transparent, shimmering state. It gave the feeling that, because she was about to be forgotten, the ghost's existence had also become faint. This phenomenon made Maiachi Haikage feel that something was not right. After all, rumors of Yuko were still circulating among her sister and the students of the nearby schools. Plus, this was an era of spiritual resurgence. Kano Yuko's situation should be more stable than in the original story. So, was it because of the shadow Yuko, which might have already become a curse? Chapter 163. The Rumors of Kano Yuko as the Sun Set. When Maiachi Haikage looked again at the old school building, he could faintly feel the negative emotions beginning to spread outwards. Has a shadow Yuko appeared? In the original story, the shadow Yuko was simply a manifestation of resentment split from Kano Yuko's painful memories before her death. Very few people could see it. It would only quietly appear by Kano Yuko's side when she herself realized the truth of her death.